Welcome into the most unhinged, psychotic 7 hours. That is Kansas City Sports Network's Day 3 coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. We are beyond excited to be out here hanging out. This is a very fun day. This is a lot. The vibes are immaculate out here at beautiful Holiday Distillery. You see it behind us. It's absolutely gorgeous. We are going to have so much fun here, covering every single pick of Day 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft. And more picks today go off the board than the first 2 days combined by a lot. There's 156 picks that are going to happen today. We're going to be here for all of them. We're going to be trying to raise money for the Paylor Foundation the entirety of the day. And we have bargaining chips that we would like to present to all of you if we reach certain milestones. So we're going to be trying to do that, try to raise as much money for the Paylor Scholarship today. we'll get into all that here as the show is going on. If you were here last year, thank you. And if you're back from last year, thank you again. And what is wrong with you? But we appreciate you, and
they know where the sweet spot of the draft is.
They know where the sweet spot of the draft is for KC Sports Network draft coverage as well. But we're going to have a lot of fun today. I'm looking forward to it. You're going to hear from us. Maddie Lane will be on later. Tucker will be popping in anytime he feels like it. BJ Kissel, the same thing. We'll be hanging out. Jumping in whenever he feels like it as well, and maybe we can, I don't know, we'll just all hands on deck. We're gonna call like our Joel Prestel's behind the scenes here. Maybe we'll just throw him onto the.
Love it.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Oh yeah,
that'd be good.
Yeah, but we're really excited to be out here again at Holiday Distillery in Weston, Missouri. Craig Stout.
Yes, sir.
How was that Kingsley Sua? Let's correct this real quick. Mm-hmm. The pronunciation. Kingsley Suamataia. Yes. So not Suamataia.
Yes. Appreciate all of our Samoan and Polynesian friends helping correct us on that front. So that's good to know.
Suamataia. So we're up till like 1 last night watching more Suamataia film. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good. I'm still watching more film over here. The grind never stops. I feel really good.
Hold on real quick. David Bartlett, I have watched the draft or TV or YouTube every year since 1983, and you were the most fun. Thank you so much, David. That's what we're going for today.
Facts.
Despite Tucker telling me I'm too serious, this is what we're going for today.
Well, let's see. You're going to loosen up today. You were still in day 2 mode a little bit there. I get it. I totally get it.
Anyways, he's literally watching.
I'm literally
tape
watching tape right now while doing this. So, yeah. Again, a lot of the things that we talked about on last night's stream, it's been very helpful. I really appreciate the Kansas City Chiefs going ahead and drafting players that we have spent a lot of time on. It makes it a lot easier to do the draft coverage and things like that. A lot of what we said last night is still true after a lot of watching here. The movement ability is effortless. Watching him get out on screens. Creed Humphrey, joked about on wide receiver screens after they drafted Xavier Worthy that he was going to have to get on his horse, posted a really funny gif there. Kingsley is a guy that they don't have to worry about from that regard. He gets out and moves 21.5 miles an hour. He was clocked in a game last year or 2 years ago. I can't remember which one, but the GPS data clocked him at that. I found that piece of tape. He's out on a screen trying to run out in front of everything and destroying folks. BJ posted a video last night of us kind of all sitting around watching him again, pulling out, getting on a screen, leveling a Texas secondary player. He just, the movement ability is so effortless. And that's what gets you so excited about it, because guys his size don't move like that. We've talked about this all the time. Super athletic offensive tackles have a greater chance of success in the NFL. So my excitement has not waned at all for this. Still has some holes in his game. For sure. You want to talk about those a little bit?
Well, yeah. I mean, this isn't a complete prospect. And if it was a complete prospect, he would have been taken at 32 by the Chiefs.
So much earlier.
But all the movement skills are there. The size, the physicality, like the willingness to be physical, the good feet, those all exist. Hand technique's got a long ways to go. He's really not comfortable or good at using his hands yet, which seems pretty important for offensive tackles. But
keyword yet.
When you're at the collegiate level, you can get away with that a little bit more, just because if you are able to move your feet well, frame frame rushers well, it's going to be fine. But when he's trying to engage with people, he just struggles with his hand technique. He struggles making consistent strikes. He can be a little bit off balance. His feet and his hands aren't really well tied together yet. But the good news is that is a very fixable thing.
Extremely fixable.
That's a very fixable thing for someone. So Andy Heck's got some work to do, but those are the kind of things that, like, he has the things you can't teach.
Yeah.
And the things that can be taught are the things that are going to help him become a starter in this league.
I do think, and one of the things that we, maybe a little bit of a development that we noticed a little bit last night, when he sees guys try and hit him with a long arm or try and, get into his chest a little bit, try and extend a little bit, he really does kind of snatch and trap and pull down really well. Those reps are over. And when that happens, part of that's because he's got 10.5-inch hands. So when he gets his mitts on guys and he locks in, it's over. The rep is done for that individual. It's these other rush moves when he sees clubs, when he sees rip moves, when he sees stuff like that he doesn't quite know how to handle it yet. So it's there. He's been taught some of this stuff. Clearly does not have the full arsenal of defense, that they're going to do there. You feel good about what he's going to learn with Andy Heck, though. Andy Heck is one of the league's best offensive coaches. He has a specific style that he wants to play. The only other thing that I could really point to here, maybe opens up a little bit early, leaves his inside shoulder a little bit vulnerable. That is an Andy Heck no. Again, that's a technique thing. That's something that you just got to work on a little bit when he sees different things. And part of that might just be because he doesn't know how to use his hands yet, so he's got to frame rushers a little bit better. So he will sell out to get up the arc a little quicker than maybe some other guys would. So once you get the hands right, the feet will come with it as well. Maybe that hinge point will come with it as well. I still think he's a project. I still think he's got a little ways to move here, but I don't know. Do you think that they could roll into this year with Kingsley as a left tackle and feel okay about what they're doing?
Yeah, I do. And I think I'm not trying, I don't want to knock Donovan Smith at all. I feel like we romanticize Donovan Smith just a little bit because the Chiefs just got done winning the Super Bowl.
He's got a ring. Yeah.
He played really well in the playoffs. He had a rougher Super Bowl, and it didn't matter. The Chiefs wound up winning the game anyway. But I think they are – I think they have enough, in the room. And it kind of – honestly, we talked about, do they need to bring in a veteran? Are they going to bring Don Smith in? Kind of sounded to me like they're going to let Wanye and Kingsley battle it out and try to win the left tackle spot, which isn't a bad place to be either because you got two young kids that are highly motivated to go out there and try to earn a big opportunity for them.
Two young athletic kids.
Athletic tackles, giving them a chance to go out and just kind of compete for the starting left tackle spot for Patrick LaVon Mahomes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think I think the competition will breed somebody capable of playing at a competent level. And, Kingsley Suamataia has been doing a lot of work here in the pre-draft process like all these prospects have. So even the version of him that we saw at BYU in November is going to be different than the one that we see when we get a look at him in training camp. And so, that's a 9-month developmental arc for him.
Yep.
Especially when you're looking at a kid that has been you're looking at a kid that's, still physically developing. Kyle Dykstra, I've watched this instead of ESPN and NFL Network, so much better coverage and insight. Thanks, Kyle. I appreciate you.
You're just saying that because you're a Chiefs fan.
Yeah. Well, we try to be the most Chiefs-specific thing on TV or YouTube or whatever you want to call it. That's our goal. Is we're not gonna spend too much time talking about some of these prospects unless it ties back to the Chiefs. So that's kind of how we take our approach. We'll give you our takes on these players, but it's always going to be tied back to how it relates to your favorite football team and our favorite football team. But yeah, I'm over the moon for what the Chiefs have done.
Yeah.
This is my favorite draft since 2022.
Yeah, and 2022 worked out to be a pretty
2022
good draft.
That was their best draft ever.
Yeah.
Ever? Yeah.
Ever.
Well, okay. If you want
Drafted Patrick Mahomes in 2017.
Okay.
Ever?
A one-man best draft ever. That's a good point.
I mean,
yeah. No, it's true.
No,
You're right.
yeah.
There's a Bills fan. There's a really famous Bills fan on social media saying that the Bills won the Patrick Mahomes trade yesterday.
How?
The logic was that Patrick.
I don't care. No, there's no logic.
They were bad. The Bills were bad, and then now they're good.
Yeah, no. The logic was Patrick Mahomes would have been ruined by Rick Dennison in Buffalo, and so it's a terrible take.
It's a lot of mental gymnastics.
It's the mental gymnastics for a team with apologies, Tucker. What do they have?
No rings.
That's right.
Sorry, I had to clear my throat so I could deliver it properly.
No, that's down bad.
It's just
down
that is
bad
the most
mentality.
That is the most unwell thing I've ever heard, and that's the state of Bills fans right now. And I love Bills Mafia, but there's been some takes out there lately that have been
rough.
They are coping hard with what's going on in the AFC right now.
Yeah.
Shout out Todd. Thank you, Todd.
Hey. Thanks, Todd.
Thank you,
really
Todd. I had the boys on TV, PFF, and NFL Draft Track Runs. But that is
doing it right.
You're my kind of people,
doing
Todd.
It right.
Just
right
having
there.
just like tabs open and multiple screens open. Like that's my draft experience when I'm not doing stuff like this.
Yeah.
I think the funny thing is, Craig, is this isn't probably too far removed from us watching the draft. Like maybe we're a little bit quieter, but like we're doing a lot of the same things and saying a lot of the same things.
Maybe we're a little bit quieter. Me sitting
Definitely
at home by myself. Yeah.
No, but like I think about the days when you'd come to KC for the draft and we'd eat pizza that you hated. And
Uh-huh.
Now you can snap and get a bourbon.
That's true.
Try it.
I don't want to right now. It's way too early to be trying.
I was
that.
going to say, we are not
Look,
quite.
Ryan Call already wants it. Ryan Call's already.
You promised off the hinges.
Oh, we'll get there.
All right.
We'll
I'll
get
tell you
there.
what. Bourbon. Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan.
It's my buddy Ryan right
I'm
there.
not doing it, Ryan. I will start early if we achieve $5,000 for Therese Paylor's foundation.
Let's do it. Let's talk about Therese.
So we've been doing this the last, I think, 2 years. We've been trying to raise money for Therese Paylor's foundation. It's the KC Sports Network Foundation is Therese Paylor's scholarship at Power Mizzou. And we do a raffle every year to try to raise as much money as humanly possible. Right now, I don't know where we're at. We're like $5,000 or $4,000.
I would like to try and raise as much money as extraterrestrially possible.
Anyways, you can get a Nick Bolton signed jersey. You can get a LeJerry Sneed signed jersey, a Derek Johnson signed jersey, Trent McDuffie signed football, MJ Melendez signed baseball, and $200 towards Royals vouchers. Also, Ebony Reed's book, 15 cents on the dollar, signed. It was co-wrote by Ebony. So all these prizes are going to help us try to raise as much money as we possibly can. Last year, things got really weird. That's why this is going to be the most unhinged 7 hours of television ever. It's always great. Hey, Craig has bourbon already.
Thank you, BJ. Holiday Distillery.
Ben Holiday Bottled and Bond Bourbon is just an absolute treat. But anyways, we're going to try to raise as much money. Our first goal today is $5,000. So we're going to try to achieve $5,000 total to
get Kent to start drinking.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I'll have my first bourbon at 5K.
Okay. Sounds good.
We have some other things we are willing to bargain.
We'll pull those levers after we hit 5K.
Perhaps our faces, some are saying, per sources.
We're going to cut our heads off.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Blood sacrifice. But, yeah,
what?
There's links in the... Pay attention. Keep up with this here. Links are in the description, though. You can go to the Venmo, KC Sports Network Venmo. You can go to Give Butter with the link in the description of the show. You can text Therese, Terez, to 53555. We are going to do everything we possibly can to shout you out as you are donating, give you some love here on the live stream. So come hang out with us. Come give to the Therese Paylor scholarship. We're trying to raise as much money as we possibly can. He really impacted our lives in a big, big way. We'll probably share some of those stories, I think. There is a video we would like to share right now, though, just a little bit about this. So here's this.
My name is Ebony Reed. Therese Paylor was my longtime partner, fiance, and we had planned to marry before he passed away in 2021. He cared deeply about education. He was really passionate about this whole issue around student loans and how it impacts people's ability to move up in the economic strata in our country. And so we had conversations at home about someday he wanted a scholarship in his name. When people make a contribution to the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship, the development department, every time someone makes a contribution, they send me a monthly list and say, these are the people who've contributed, so that I have the opportunity as a representative, as one of Therese's loved ones, to send a note to people to thank them. So people get a personal note from me on top of what they get from the university. And sometimes people put special notes when they make their contribution. And recently, there was a note that came from a dad from Texas. And he has a son that will go to Mizzou in the fall to study broadcast journalism. And in his note, he said, my son received a scholarship that waived out-of-state tuition. And that means so much to our family that we had to give back and support the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship in memory of Therese Paylor because we read about him and we know who he is. And when I got the note from the development department, I said to them, 20 years ago, young Ebony was a student at the Missouri School of Journalism, and I had a scholarship that waived my out-of-state tuition. So when I write this dad back, I'll be sure to tell him that. People can participate in the raffle, which is, one way to support, because all the proceeds from the raffle go to the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship, which supports students at the Missouri School of Journalism. People can support by also picking up some of the new gear, and they can also directly make contributions to the Power Mizzou Scholarship online.
Yeah, so that was Ebony Reed. That was Therese Paylor's fiance. But yeah, please consider. Thank you, Wyoder, for your donation. Appreciate you, Wyoder. Any super chat always goes to this as well for today too. So just a reminder.
Keith Wheeler,
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Really do appreciate
Adam Higgins, thank you.
Thank you, Adam Higgins. Yes.
Oh yeah, you could just jump in and thank everybody.
I can.
I was just having a moment here, just kind of thinking like. So, like, I want to be, like, one of the things I'm very, like, cautious of when it comes to Therese is, like, I don't want anyone to think that I have this incredibly close relationship with Therese. It's like, I know, like, how BJ and Therese's relationship was a lot different than what it was with mine. That doesn't mean that he didn't have a significant impact on me as a media person, right? And it was, like, a layer of, like, we talked several times, and he was very gracious to us because and one of the things he'd always say is like, hey,
extremely
if you put in the work, like he'll show some level of respect for you and what you're doing. And it was like one of the biggest honors is like, he said, hey, I don't read your stuff because I respect you guys enough to not read it and all that stuff. But like, there's little things like that I've learned and I've carried out is like not letting, other people's opinions and stuff bleed into how I'm viewing things in my work and just kind of letting my work stay in a silo and things like that. But, he was a guy that earning his respect was one of the most important things, like for me as a media person, and knowing that like, he appreciated what we were doing was cool. Yeah. I just had a moment thinking, how cool would it be for him to have seen KC Sports Network?
Yeah.
Like, he would have been a friend of KCSN. Like, and it's just like, that's one thing I was just thinking about here is like, I don't know, man. I think he'd be pretty proud of what we're doing here. And he knew.
We talked about it very briefly.
Look at that.
Yeah.
But even if you weren't somebody that was in media, even if you were just kind of exposed to some of the outside elements of some of this, he still mattered in such a significant way. Thank you so much, Brandon Bounds. Thank you so much for that
Brandon,
donation.
thank you.
But
all juice forever, man.
All juice
We're
forever.
rocking the tees too all day today. So.
He was the most trusted man in Kansas City. He was. If Therese said it, it happened. His word was gold.
Yeah.
That does not happen. It did not happen then. It does not happen now. You don't have somebody that has implicitly earned the trust of an entire fan base.
An entire audience.
Entire audience.
If Therese doesn't say it, I don't trust it.
I don't trust it. That was a rallying cry.
Yeah.
And so it was the absolute truth. Mm-hmm. And not just the fan base respected that, but the team respected that as well.
Yeah.
They entrusted him with some of the most sensitive information because they knew it wasn't going to get out, and they knew that things weren't going to happen. And when they wanted it to happen, Therese was the guy they went to because the fan base would trust. They would know exactly what it was. He held some of the highest standards that you could possibly have in this industry, and it came through just so many people, to so many fans. All juice forever. Thank you, Alex. Yes.
The fact that a local beat writer broke national news.
Correct.
DJ contract. I think Alex Smith's contract extension when he signed. Like,
correct.
Therese had that. Local guys don't get there.
They don't.
Out scooping Ian Rappaport, the Adam Schefters, without having respect of everyone on all sides of it. It's one thing for the fans to respect because you're putting out quality information. Therese was so good inside the room with the players, with the coaches. He loved the game.
He knew
was
it.
Passionately, fiercely protective of journalistic integrity and being a big J journalist,
Yeah.
while also being an absolute fucking football nerd.
Mm-hmm.
That guy loved football more than anyone I've ever met. And to see the way that he would interact with some of the players.
You got this, buddy.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is not. I mean, like, his impact has been felt for everyone that's touched him, or not been touched by him, right? Like, he's done so much for all of us, and he probably never understood the gravity of what he meant to a lot of people here in the city. Yeah, his word was gold. His approval, his respect was worth it.
Oh, that's perfect point. Seamus here. I still remember all the celebration when he went to Yahoo. Like, a whole state was congratulating him for getting a national job. That was incredible. Yeah.
That's my. See if I can get through this one.
Yeah.
I remember. I'll never forget. I think I've told this story once before. He called me at like 9 o'clock at night. Said he wanted to come over, which was kind of different. He lived downtown. I lived out in the burbs. Family. He came over because he had something he wanted to tell me, and I thought it was something super serious and like bad. It was getting the Yahoo job, and he came over to celebrate. Bought a bottle, and we were watching film, and we watched like 45 minutes of Obo Akinrakwo. I'll never forget this, and I was so excited. And he was telling me like, look how much his teammates love when he makes a play. Because we were watching Kamoko Toure, who ended up being a good player. With Indy.
For sure.
But you'd watch him, and he'd make a big play, and he'd just kind of walk off. None of his teammates went up to him. They wouldn't celebrate and go to his birthday party kind of deal. But, like, Trez was paying attention to this stuff, and he's like, watch Obo make a play, and everyone would just, like, surround him afterwards. And we were so loud, and it was, like, 1 o'clock in the morning. The bottle was gone, and my wife comes downstairs, so, like, about to wake the kids up. And she was like, can you guys please keep it down? I was like, but he's winning in so many ways. That's my only response. And Trez and I started laughing. But, like, just he came over to celebrate that he was getting a new job, and we celebrated by just watching film for a few hours and drinking. It was awesome.
It's perfect.
But the story I was trying to show, I'll never forget during the national anthem, the kneeling, like that whole sensitive stuff that was going on. The players, a lot of them didn't want to answer it. It was just a weird kind of thing, and nobody was going to talk to Marcus Peters about it. Like, no one was going to go talk to him, because at that point he kind of started snipping at media, and they'd just not go talk to him. He'd be in an open locker room, players would be there, they wouldn't go talk to him. Trez walked over there, asked him a couple questions, and Marcus answered the question. And if every player you've ever talked to, like, I had a good relationship with Marcus, but if he didn't want to answer, he wasn't going to talk to you.
Yeah.
And in that scenario, he already didn't like talking to media, especially about sensitive things, and Trez got a quote on him on that, and it had nothing to do with anything other than the way that Trez handled himself, every interaction he had up to that point, that guy gave him the respect enough to answer a sensitive question in that moment. And I just remember all the media just kind of watching Trez, and you're talking about 20, 30 professionals that have been in this business for decades, watching somebody go do something that they were all unwilling to go do. Mm-hmm. And it was because everyone knew Trez could get it, and it was different.
Yeah. No, that's what it was. And that was the difference. And you felt that. You felt that externally. You saw that internally. And that's why this is so emotional.
It's
and one of the things
to us too,
that we're most passionate
Yep.
about here at KC Sports Network.
So, yeah, we're trying to help be a small part of, continuing his legacy. And all the proceeds, I always brag on BJ because it's a remarkably efficient foundation. It's rare how efficient of a foundation that we have, and Christian Gumminger's doing an incredible job, and BJ's doing an incredible job with this. And so we try to maximize as many dollars as humanly possible in a foundation going towards the causes that we care deeply about. And so, there's things that we're doing to help feed homeless in Kansas City. There's helping, help the kids at Operation Breakthrough having a good Christmas. So these are the things that we kind of really care about, helping, get books to kids in elementary schools. But today it's about Trez, and it's about celebrating his impact on all of us. And and so please consider donating.
Please do. Go ahead,
You
BJ.
haven't told a story. I want to hear from your perspective, the combine.
Okay, fine. So
It's the first time I remember like really hanging out with you.
it was the first time I hung out with you,
Yeah.
which was already like really cool for me because and like you know something, BJ is kind of like there's some of that too, right? With Beach, I don't want to make you too emotional, but like BJ, he's not a hoarder of anything in his life, but he was the most gracious person to one of the most gracious people to me when I started doing this stuff. He reached out. He encouraged me. He told me I was doing a good job. And that gravity for me was major, like a big thing too, right? And so BJ just made me feel like I was doing something good, and he made me feel like my voice mattered, and he brought me along for the ride a little bit too. He dragged me around the combine the first year I went and just let me kind of just sit at a table and hang out with him and let major media people that I was shell-shocked were there. I just got to follow him around all day, and it's 1:00 at night. We've been hanging out with Galco and a bunch of other people over the course of the evening, and we go to the Hyatt to have a drink with Therese. And, like, again, like we all know his impact, and like the gravity of him and just how like respected he was. And we get to the table. It's me and BJ and Therese, and he's just sitting there. It's kind of sizing me up. Kind of he did a little up and down. Give me a little up and down. Kind of lean back, holding a whiskey in his hand, and just kind of introducing herself, and he's just kind of feeling me out. Like, I don't know if he was trying to make me feel. I don't think he was trying to make me feel uncomfortable, but he's just kind of like.
I think that's who we
He's just calm and reserved, And I was like, I was intimidated because this is Therese, and he kind of broke he's just, hey man, you do good work. Man. Yeah, he told me like, hey, you do good work. I had to stop reading your stuff because it's too good, and I don't want it to interfere with mine. That's one.
He did that with everybody.
He
didn't read anybody's.
It was so
stuff.
yeah. He would if he the line he says, if I respect your work, I'm not going to read it. Mm-hmm. And that was just like such a big moment for me. Mm-hmm. It was a moment of encouragement and it actually, there was a little piece there's something in the back of my mind like. There's always something in the back of my mind is like part of me didn't want to lose that. Mm-hmm. I didn't want there to ever be a point with the work I was doing that I was going to lose that from Therese. Like that was the kind of gravity that he had over like my, me in that space.
Well, I'm glad he told you that. He told me that he read all my stuff. Every article.
Yeah. No. But that's something I've if I have a lot of respect for someone's work, I don't read it now. I try to listen to much. Now it's more listening than it is reading, right? Things have changed a little bit, but like I don't want to let other people's opinions of things kind of affect how my takes go on the show and all that stuff. So it's something I've kind of carried over, right? But yeah, no, that was such a cool moment for me, and it was like such a validating moment for me to have him be so encouraging and kind, and then so like but after that we'd have him on for some shows, we'd see him at the Senior Bowl, and it was just he was so gracious with his time with us, and yeah, man, he was awesome.
One of the first times I talked to him about like the work I did, because I knew he didn't read the stuff, but I remember him making the comment. My favorite comment as a team reporter, like my made me feel good comment. Was he was with Herbie, and he goes, you know how easy it would be for us to hate you because like you work for the team, you get interviews whenever you want. You know how hard it is for us to like grind out our job. You just get everything, just walk around, it doesn't matter. Like, you know how easy it would be to hate you. But he goes, but you ask questions that we'll use. Mm-hmm. He's like, the questions you ask in pressers will end up in my story, which is about the greatest compliment I could give anyone, let alone a team reporter. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to take that.
You reference this all the time.
Way.
There was a draft with a draft prospect that had a lot of questions about them. on day 3, a guy that might be a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL right now. And there was naturally a whole bunch of questions that was asked about this individual, the character, things like that, and all of that. And BJ sitting there and people are viewing this, as team reporters trying to change the subject and all of that, asking about the other 4 guys. Was it 4 guys, 3 guys, 4 guys, or something, whatever, that were drafted that day as well. But all the focus was on Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
And the off-field stuff and everything like that. And everybody kind of remembers that. And I remember, that, to your point, asking the good questions. It was that Tyreek Hill stuff, that got him 2-3 days worth of articles. Like, it was a big deal. And then when the dust settled on that, the only questions that were available, the only answers that were available about any of the other prospects were the questions that BJ asked. They got to lean on that. They got to lean on those quotes.
Got to get that Kevin Hogan story.
Got to get that Kevin Hogan story, man. But I mean,
had to.
That's
was that
what it
the
was.
straw that broke the camel's back for John Dorsey? Was Kevin Hogan?
No comment.
Shot putter. Shot putter.
We're not putting that. The Carolina.
too soon.
We can. But anyways, please consider just donating today, super chat or one of those links, and you're entered to win some really awesome prizes. We would appreciate your support today, and I'll start drinking at 5K, I guess.
Guess.
I will.
You guess.
But
delicious.
We have some other things. If we get to other mile markers through the donation process, we're going. This can get weird.
Okay.
This can get real weird.
Let's turn to football.
Yeah, the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. Pick 101.
Before picks come off the board here, who are some players that you would like to see the Chiefs target today? I realize day 3 is kind of a little bit of a more scattershot approach. It's not just like teams have a big board that they're running down. The top 100 board that, you kind of get to walk here. Thank you, Tucker D. Franklin, for throwing the best players available according to the KCSN Top 350. Who are you looking at potentially adding? Is it one of these guys? Is it somebody else that you like?
I think there's always a little bit of, at this point with some of these players, the question is worth asking, like, is there something with a medical or an off-field that is keeping this player from being selected? And there's a couple of these players that I think probably fit that mold, not all of them. TJ Tampa out of Iowa State, if the Chiefs, if the medicals are okay for him, I would love to see the Chiefs go grab TJ Tampa. I think he's a my guy in the KCSN draft guide, just the way he plays. He's, not a huge guy. He's like 190 pounds, but he's a physical player for his size. He kind of fits that Ennis Rakestraw mold. The problem was the athletic testing. He didn't test particularly great, and that might have pushed him down just a little bit. But, TJ Tampa's a player I'd like to see taken. Troy Franklin, there's some questions here, right? Like, what's up with Troy Franklin? And why is he falling to day 3 of the draft? There's always a couple of these.
Shout out Ryan Call and Stan Parks for their donations.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you guys so much. There's a couple of those guys, but then outside of that, like a Jatavian Sanders would be a fun prospect to add. Even Jaden Hicks here in round 4, the safety out of Washington State, he'd be a fun one to add as well. So, there's a couple players that I'm looking at.
The two that really have jumped out to me, Mason McCormick, interior offensive lineman out of South Dakota State. I think his best play is in front of him, and he had a really incredible career as a national champion at South Dakota State. I also really like Javon Baker out of University of Central Florida. I just think that the fit with a Xavier Worthy, with a Hollywood Brown, with a Rashee Rice, I think that he could come in and be an Andy Reid X. And so, if the Chiefs walked out at round 4 here with those two guys at picks 133 and 135, that's going to be a home run draft. They have the potential here, just with a couple of additions here, to make this one of my favorite drafts of the entire Brett Veach era.
Absolutely. There's some fun players on the board. One of those fun players has been removed, and that's Jatavian Sanders. The Texas tight end is pick 101. He's the first pick of the 4th round. From a Panthers perspective, I love this fit for him. Mm-hmm. I think there's a little bit of surprise that he's here at this point. There was some talk of some character stuff, right? He's still a really young kid. He's one of those young kids that he's 21 years old. But this is a intriguing seam runner type player, a guy that can work over the middle of the field, big catch radiuses, made some really athletic catches. As a blocker, he's fine. He's capable as a blocker, but you're not going to be overly impressed with him from that perspective. But he does enough that you can use him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think this is a great pick for them. I think it's good for Bryce Young.
I didn't think that that Jatavian Sanders was going to be on the board for very long. In this draft, this seems like one of those where the NFL kind of looks at themselves as the close of day 2 and goes, "Oh man, how did he slip through here? How did this happen?" It happens every single year at the start of day 3. Everybody re-racks their boards a little bit, and now all of a sudden they feel a lot more comfortable about a guy that maybe has some character concerns. You're cool with it. You go ahead and you make a pick like that. That's an awesome pick. A guy that I would have been excited about to add to the Chiefs roster. There are other tight ends. I do think that they're going to target. I think the positions of need, or the positions that they're probably going to target today, interior offensive line. I think tight end is another one. I would expect a corner.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Shout out Trenton Millsap. $250 donation.
Thank you, Trent.
Thank you,
Thank you, man.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome. That is incredible. Defensive tackle, I think, is on the table here as well. I think that we got a chance to see a lot of picks. I like that the Chiefs kept pick volume. I know that we're all expecting that they're going to move around a little bit. I do as well. But if they stay put, if they stick and pick at all these picks, I think those are the kind of positions that we see. Maybe a running back. There's some good running backs still.
Braylon Allen, man. I'd love to throw Braylon Allen into the mix here.
So we want to talk about re-racking the board. We got another player off the board here. Denver, in a trade-up, goes and takes Troy Franklin, wide receiver out of Oregon. Again, another guy that you get to the end of day 2 and you say, why is this guy still on the board? Why do we think he's there? Some of the concerns that you may have had about the Broncos maybe taking a guy this early in round 3, you feel okay, completely okay with taking him at the beginning of round 4.
Yeah, he's going to go play with his teammate Bo Nix. So there's some chemistry built there already. I think there's a little bit of crossover there with Marvin Mims, right? But I mean, at this point, like, they should just go take the talent.
Yeah.
Like, I think this is a great move by the Broncos from a concept perspective. Is it medicals? Is it off field? What are the reasons that I don't think the tape justifies pick 101. I think it's closer to a late 2, early 3 type tape, honestly. And I think a lot of people would agree to that sentiment. Like, there's nobody that had Troy Franklin as the 100th best player in this class.
No, nobody. I mean, there are some people that maybe had preferences over some other guys and things like that. But at this point, the value is incredible. Like, it really is. This might be one of the bigger.
You still ask questions.
It might be one of the bigger consensus board gaps. From everything as far as a value standpoint, because this is certainly not repeat. There were conversations. We had conversations on this podcast, or the lab, about a Troy Franklin late 1, maybe a small trade back for a Troy Franklin. Again, this was late December, early January timeframe. Before some of this stuff came out. Before obviously he did not have a good combine, but he should not be available here. He should not be available in this situation. They needed another receiver. Even with a little bit of Sammy with Mims, they needed another guy that they could count on after letting some guys go this offseason here.
Can I say something? All right, I saw a tweet from Davis Paddock. Marvin Mims died, so Troy Franklin could also die. That's funny.
Again,
I brought the BJ. What you got, man?
Brent Shepard did it again.
What?
Did this once before. $600 donation. Brent Shepard to the Therese Paylor Memorial Scholarship.
Thank you, Brent.
Thank you, Brent.
Power Mizzou.
Man.
Thank you so much.
Really, really appreciate you, man.
Man. You guys rule. We love and appreciate all of you
Seriously,
every day. But
And
especially today.
And if you heard the video from Ebony, you can kind of hear how the impact of, that this scholarship is going to have on people's lives too. So thank you so much. What else, Beach?
Jacob Boyer, thank you so much. Friends over at Mission Taco, thank you. Jacob, thank you. Dakota Thomas for your donation as well. Again, Trenton Millsap and Brent Shepard, thank you so much for your large donations. It is much appreciated and much. This one means a lot.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It really does. We're just trying to make as much of an impact for Trez's scholarship as we possibly can, and just kind of be a small piece of helping continue his legacy. So I think I have to drink now.
Do you?
Yep.
Hey, you got to do it.
I'm up.
You got to do it.
Gotcha.
You got to say the words.
What?
Say the bourbon.
Bourbon!
There you go. Blow out everybody's speakers. Well done.
Oh, yeah.
Kenny.
Bourbon!
Our guy Kenny with the Coke. What LSU player are we drafting today? Wingo.
Makai Wingo, maybe.
Zoom
Sorry for blowing everybody's speakers out. My bad. But maybe maybe Makai Wingo. He's probably more. I think the Chiefs probably had a better fit for Mason Smith than Makai Wingo. But
hey, I can see how that works. I can see how that fits in. I'm not going to be upset about it either.
No.
Yeah, there's a lot of good. We haven't talked a ton about defensive tackles. Let's talk about a little bit about them. Makai Wingo, Christian Boyd out of Northern Illinois. One of my favorite players in the draft. I think that he would be an exceptional fit in Kansas City, not just because he's got a Chiefs tattoo already, but also
he was one of my favorite players to talk to.
He was exceptional and had an incredible Shrine Bowl. Like, he really was exceptional. Was one of the best players there. Layden Robinson, guard for Texas A&M, goes off the board to the New England Patriots right now. So
y'all got us to 5K. I said I'd start at 5K.
Look at this man.
How are we gonna raise the stakes here, Craig? How are we gonna do this?
I'm not ready to pull the lever that you were just kind of alluding to there by touching. I'm not ready yet.
You're not ready to pull the lever. Is there any more of that?
That's a 10K thing, maybe.
That's
is it a 10K thing?
I think it is.
10K?
I think 10K
there will be. This comes off live.
The mustache comes off live.
It comes or
I don't
know about live, but I mean, I will go right over there and do it and come back. You will see the progression.
Right,
this
fine.
isn't going to be like we're going to disappear. You'll see it tomorrow or something like that. We will take turns. We will, that way the people aren't just staring at. I mean, you can stare at beautiful Holiday Distillery behind us, but it'll come off.
Yeah,
down a mustache.
We'll go down to mustaches.
Do you want to do?
You want to do 10K?
Do you want to do 10K? You want to do 8K for mustache and 10K for all of it?
Ooh.
How we feel? 10K, we set a record. 15K, we help get it over 100,000. Yeah, if we have 15K,
So,
BJ just said 15K helps get it over $100,000.
So I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to set expectations here. So if we called it 8K for the mustache,
yeah,
I'm willing to do that.
Okay. 10K for a group seltzer chuck. I like that one. That's kind of yeah. I like that.
I should have my headset on.
Yeah.
Yeah, BJ's just shouting out stuff.
We looked it up. We did 9,100 last year.
Okay,
We did 9,100 last year.
let's beat that.
Okay, let's try to. I want to bargain to get to 8 or something like that. I'm willing to do the mustache at. Let's do the mustache at 8.
Mustache is at 8.
And we might have we're gonna have to get the Tucker bump at some point too.
Make my kids hate me for $8,000. That's what we're telling you right now. They won't
Craig,
recognize my father anymore,
Craig,
or their
I have
father
bad
anymore.
news. I'm just kidding.
Oh no!
What a dick
Can you imagine if I found out this
Holy
way?
cow.
Holy shit! That would have been awful.
Maybe Kent shouldn't have started drinking yet.
How would you know that?
Craig's been one of those videos where like the dad shaves and you go in and the kids like don't recognize.
don't
him.
like
that's,
it.
that's
Who is
what
this
it will
guy?
be. That is exactly what it will be.
I've got a 3-year-old. I'm pretty sure he's gonna hate me.
I can't find this guy on the board anywhere.
Layden Robinson, 175.
I told you yesterday, him in that sheet.
Very particular. Very, very particular. I believe BJ.
I thought he didn't have the cap on. I thought he was drawing Sharpie all over his forehead right now.
He's at a 175.
He's 175 on the consensus.
Well, not on the KCSN.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. I thought you were using the consensus.
No, sorry. I like to promote our own work.
Kent doesn't.
Oh, the Cardinals have taken Dadrian Taylor Demerson, the safety out of
Rabbit.
Texas Tech.
Rabbit.
Taylor Demerson.
Rabbit.
Not tiny.
That's a really good pick for them. That is a
He's
player.
not tiny. He's not dinky. But,
We, when I don't know if there's any I think you should leave fans out there, and we'll just who cares? It's Saturday.
It's
three.
Dave. Yeah, if you're watching.
I love the
But
Cardinal strap. By
We
the way.
went to the
Oh,
East West
so
Shrine Bowl, and this is one of the favorite players that we enjoyed watching out there.
Oh, he's exceptional.
He had an exceptional time, but we couldn't stop calling him Tiny Dinky Daffy from I Think You Should Leave because he had the DTD. It's like the inverse of that, just Tiny Dinky Daffy. So the entire process, when we've talked about Dadrian Taylor Demerson, we've almost accidentally called him Tiny Dinky Daffy to the point that literally last week, Maddie almost did it.
Maddie, if you will
on the
listen to
show.
the lab, he's sitting there and he's going, yeah, the Chiefs could draft Dadrian Taylor Demerson. Like focused concentration to not call him Tiny Dinky Daffy. But
BJ, what do you got?
Trenton Millsap just paid another $150. Said, let's make Kent and Craig's kids mad.
Yes.
Dude, I love it. I love it. Thank you. But no, Dadrian Taylor Demerson is maybe my favorite safety in this draft. Maybe not the best, but my favorite safety in the draft. A true leader, like a guy that is going to reshape that DB room. It was one of those things in the Shrine game when you saw him step on the field, everybody else kind of gravitated towards what he was saying, the way that he was organizing them. You see these guys sometimes at these all-star games. It's so many guys from so many different schemes, so many different things. When you have a guy that's a clear leader that is coming out there and dictating things, that really grabs your attention. Again, it's kind of like what BJ was talking about with Therese and all that, where teammates celebrating with you, teammates really respecting you, teammates that are excited about what you're doing. The same thing goes for guys that really kind of dictate and own the room and gain the respect of their teammates immediately. Again, they're there for this amount of time. It's such a small amount of time, and to gain that sort of respect, guys, the Arizona Cardinals are killing the draft.
I think they've done a great job. Yeah, I think it's kind of easy to say that when you have 80,000.
I know, but they're very smart. They are very
intentional,
surgical sniper with these picks right now.
They're giving a lot of play. Yeah, I mean, like Marvin Harrison, Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, Elijah Jones, Dadrian Taylor Demerson. So they've largely taken premium positions.
That secondary
Good
got
secondary,
real salty.
A lot of players
Holy
to add to the
cow.
depth of the secondary. Oh yeah, the best player in the draft.
Man,
Can I tell you guys where you had Layden Robinson on the KCSN Top 350?
You just
You said he was,
found it.
Yeah, it took me a minute. You said he was at 175, right?
On
for
the consensus board, yeah.
You had him at 284
Yeah.
on the KCSN Top 350.
Yep.
I thought you were trying to promote our work, Tom.
That's fine.
No, I'm
every
actually
basic-
just trying to bury the New England Patriots as well.
Basically, everyone thinks.
Wait, is this the first time that they've ever taken a guard a little bit too early? Oh, wait.
Dang.
That happened a couple of years ago, didn't it?
Cole Strange?
Yeah.
Don't look at where we had him in the guide.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about
No,
it.
I get why they took him.
Didn't he have a really good Senior Bowl too? And
He had a
that
great
kind of
Senior Bowl. Yeah.
popped him up a little
You
bit.
did good.
Yeah,
Tucker, feel free to jump in anytime you want.
I'm doing it right now. So
I like that you told him to jump in while he was actively on mic.
I just
the
was
only way
enjoying
it could have been better is if you would have stopped him from talking to tell him to talk.
I was just really enjoying that.
best players available right now: T.J. Tampa, Leonard Taylor, Jaden Hicks from Washington State, Braylon Allen, running back out of Wisconsin.
Golly, Braylon Allen.
Kalen Carson, cornerback out of Wake Forest. Tez Walker, also wide receiver out of. Are you surprised Tez Walker fell this far?
No.
Okay.
I think he was unbelievable.
I'm just here to ask questions.
So
I
he's
like
a
it.
Shout out Ryan Crawford for the
Ryan,
donation.
Thanks,
you,
Ryan.
Thanks,
Ryan.
man.
Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate you. Thank you all for your support. It means you have no idea how much it means to all of us here. Something that's kind of at the core of what we want to do.
Tez Walker. Ooh, there's a little bit of surprise from the Chargers. Justin,
Egbuagi.
thank you.
Egbuagi.
Egbuagi. Egbuagi.
Oh, the Alabama guy.
From Alabama.
Yeah.
So, kind of a longer frame, shorter armed.
Yeah.
Is he a DT? Is he a D end? He's a solid player across the board. Not a ton of juice as a pass rusher, but he's a power player. Showed, a little ability up the arc, some good hand technique, but, kind of a sawed-off guy when it comes to his arm length.
Are you surprised that he went before like a Brandon Dorless?
Not at this point in the draft.
Okay.
Like, I don't – and I think there's just so many at this point. Oh, wow. Jim Harbaugh is just –
Oh, he is so
he is
excited.
beside himself.
Holy
he
cow,
almost untucked
man.
his shirt. He was so excited.
His hat was askew.
Askew. So Justin Boyge is a guy that they got to watch at Minnesota, or in one of the playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
So like this is a guy that Jim Harbaugh has some familiarity with in preparation for Alabama. Got to see him up close in a game. He's got some inside-outside versatility depending on how you want to play him from a schematic standpoint. He's probably more of a 5-tech type player than a true 3-tech or a true edge. But I think from a role-playing kind of like just kind of a do-it-all role player type perspective, he's not a guy that's going to give you a ton of juice as a pass rusher, but he has a little bit of it, and he's going to be an assignment-sound role player, on your defensive line, playing a gap. It's just he's just a solid all-around, just kind of football player. So
I don't know. Wasn't on my radar in the same way.
Glue
so
guy.
I get that, and for a Jim Harbaugh team, glue guys are maybe even a little more important than some of that. And the Chargers needed so much depth. They needed starters. They needed to rebuild that roster. It was depleted. They had to move on from a lot of guys. There's a whole lot of salary still on the book, dead money still on the book. North Carolina linebacker Cedric Gray to the Titans.
Yeah,
here.
I'm looking where he went,
Yeah.
where he was on the consensus board.
but
I liked Cedric Gray. I think he was one of the top 5 linebackers for me in the KCSN draft guide, if I remember correctly. I think he had a really good Senior Bowl and showed some ability as a coverage player. I actually think from a zone coverage perspective, I think he's one of the better coverage players in this entire draft at linebacker.
And we've actually seen that, especially Senior Bowl performances and dropping into that hook zone, making his presence known in coverage, really translate. Dre Greenlaw is the guy that comes to mind there as a guy that I watched and I went, yeah, I'm all right on him. I'm doing pretty well. And then coming out of the Senior Bowl, like, oh wow, like that guy impressed me a lot more, and it translated to the league obviously there.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he was I think you want to be in like a top 5 player for me. So this is about the right range, I think, or top 5 linebacker for me. So I think this is about the right range for him.
Nice.
He's a good coverage player and a good all-around linebacker. He's a guy that can stay on the field for 3 downs. It's not he's just like a sub package. He's a 3-down linebacker, I think, at the next level.
You had a 3rd-round grade placed on him there. So yeah, 21-year-old player too.
Whew.
Younger prospect.
Jordan Schultz is cooking right now. I don't know if you guys have seen this. You guys are talking about Cedric Gray. Theo Johnson to the Giants.
Okay, so freakish athlete. I know this is a player that Chiefs fans really wanted to see them take.
I'm okay.
I know Craig's okay with it.
Okay.
He is a giant athletic seam runner in a league that has eliminated the seams.
Shout out Matthew Kentner, $100.
Matthew, thanks.
Okay, thanks, buddy.
Thank you, buddy.
OG.
We really appreciate you.
Big OG.
Really appreciate you, man. But yeah, no, Theo Johnson, like it's kind of funny. And so like maybe this is part of what's happening with Jatavian Sanders and oh, good. You should report that.
I should report that.
Anyways, like so the kid Jatavian.
Not going to report.
Maybe you should go ahead and report that, guys.
Yeah, Nate Tice just sent me something that said that he loves Kingsley. Absolutely loves Kingsley.
That's a great pick.
Yeah.
Nate Tice and I talked about DX.
I saw that.
Listen, we talked about this last night, and this is my one take. A BYU offensive lineman. Just go ahead and trust Andy Reid. Sorry. Like, there's ever a position in a school and a whole thing just to trust the first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the greatest 3 coaches in NFL history. He's going to be aware of the guy.
We'll just say things because why not?
We'll just say things.
We're just going to say
It's
stuff.
day 3. I'm not so there's this very strong BYU connection. That is a very real thing. I know that exists for a lot of stuff, right? There's a strong BYU connection for Andy Reid and trying to help BYU and BYU alums and all that stuff. But I don't think Blake Freeland from BYU was on their board or someone that they were really excited about last year.
Yeah.
So
player he's going to be aware of.
Yeah.
He watches those games. He's going to know what's going on. He can find out what makes the player tick.
Yeah.
And so you get a 21-year-old athlete with that size and ability.
Yeah. And I think
of clay.
And the funny thing is, like, Freeland was like that last year, so it's like, it's not there's not BYU blindness entirely. Is what I'm saying. It's like this is a, you still have to check some boxes, and that's what's cool is this isn't just like a nepotism hire.
The last BYU offensive lineman I remember them having was Tejan Karoma, who was doing phenomenal at camp.
Center.
He was a center. He was a short, squatty dude who started off as a UDFA, who worked his way up to the second team within like a week at training camp.
I remember that.
And then during it was a one-on-one OLDL drill. I think he blew out both knees on the drill.
He had a career ender.
Rep.
Yeah, it was like a career-ending injury.
It was one of those, like, you heard it from 200 yards away, and
that
was awful.
And
I have breaking news.
yeah,
I want you to break
I think
it.
I know what it is.
Why do you say it like that?
gotta get
I'm
the-
excited.
Don't be so upset.
I'm very
Holy
excited.
cow. We have joining us now live from North Carolina, Matthew Lane.
Oh, I thought it was going to be
Hi, guys.
Miles Murphy. I was shocked. I'm very happy to see you though too.
I'll
Maddie.
leave. No, it's okay. I'll leave. It's fine. It's fine, guys. That's all right.
shirt,
I'll
buddy.
get back out of here. Oh, thank you.
I forgot
We
that.
match.
Overload.
Wow.
Are you excited that the Chiefs did not select Theo Johnson, Maddie?
I mean, listen, he's a very athletic tight end.
He is a tight end.
I thought there was going to be more to this statement.
I posited something here today. Because like we're talking about Jatavian Sanders and we're talking about Theo Johnson, and both of those guys are, probably one of their best traits is seam runners in a league that's really done a good job of eliminating some of those seams, right? You can't just run four verts the same way you used to because you're going to get capped because you're playing so much too high. I just wonder if that's something that's being taken into consideration here with some of these seam runner type players where they're not getting to just kind of run up the field, run up the hashes.
I got a couple of picks.
Oh, let's go.
Got a couple picks.
Couple picks.
A couple picks.
Oh.
Couple of Oregon picks back to back
Oh,
here.
no.
Oregon corner, Kyrie Jackson goes to the Vikings, and a guy that we really liked, Oregon defensive end Brandon Dorless goes to the Falcons. The best pick that the Falcons have had.
I would say that might be the best
all draft.
That might be the best pick the
long.
Falcons have made.
Man, that's too bad. Hey, Maddie, I got a question for you real quick
I
before.
just don't know if Brandon Dorless can play quarterback though.
I don't know. He's got the length.
He's the future plan for
Interesting
after
pick,
Penix,
but
Mr.
I just
Orles.
don't know if he's going to be able to play quarterback at the next level.
No, my question for Maddie is such. Maddie, if you raise your left hand and you snap and you say bourbon, does it show up for you too?
Bourbon. I mean, I guess.
Look at that.
I
It's
guess it
amazing how
works.
that works. Wow.
Yeah, Brandon Dorless coming off the board. I'm surprised he's lasted this long.
Yeah.
I think people are a little confused on where you play him, but he's been a productive player at a Power 5 school, has really good tape against some of the best competition. Like figuring out where to play that guy probably isn't as difficult as I think some of the mental gymnastics being done online for why he can't play some. Like, oh, darn, he can't play a defensive end for every team, or he's not a defensive tackle for every team, but you should be able to find a spot. So I think that's a good pick. That's one of the better picks I think you're going to see today because he's a good football player, and he's been dominating Power 5 competition for a while now.
So my only question for you, because do you think he's if you had to put him at edge or D tackle, you
Both.
have to put him in one. You have to put him at one. Just
Okay,
humor me.
I think that conversation works a little bit more with other positions, but for a defensive lineman, why can't he play defensive end on early downs and play inside on passing downs though? Like that's a very common. That's a common thing. I think
that's what I would. So I would classify it as a DN for you. That's what I'm saying. So like if where you're starting on early downs and not playing in your sub packages, that's where I would classify you as like what I'm calling you. The reason I was asking
if I had to choose one, I'm picking D tackle. Like if I had to pick one, I'm picking D tackle because I just don't think he has the speed up the arc.
Okay. See, the thing I think he looks more natural and more comfortable playing along the interior. That's why I asked, because when he was trying to play as an edge and set an edge, like he can do it, but he doesn't look as comfortable trying to do that. And that's why I asked the question, because, where's he going to be on base downs, I think matters to kind of what we're doing here. But where the board sits right now, you've got to be feeling pretty good, Maddie. We're 23 picks away from the Chiefs drafting, and there seems to be still some pretty good options on the board. Who would you like to see the Chiefs take at 131?
I mean, the same guy that it has been for a while now. Javon Baker is still available, and I'm surprised that he's still out there. But obviously, the NFL is maybe not as high on him as I am, or what a lot of people in media have been. So he's number one for me. Let's stay at the wide receiver spot. Malik Washington, still a good football player. Wide receiver out of Virginia is available. Brendan Rice would have a role on this team because he's different than everybody else. Tez Walker, you want to talk about a guy that's similar to Troy Franklin that's still available. I think this is the range. Like, there's a handful of wide receivers that I would still be intrigued in.
Maddie, you ready to
then, no, I saw it. I don't want to talk about it.
I still know I don't know the Falcons pick.
I think we talked about it. We definitely did because you said it was their best. Is Braylon?
Oh, Brandon,
It's
right.
list.
The New England Patriots have selected Javon Baker,
Damn it.
the wide receiver out of.
So they have taken Jalen Polk and Javon Baker.
Yeah.
I almost said that. Maddie and I about said the same thing.
Congrats.
You guys are so much the same.
I would have traded
They
up for him.
both love driving me nuts.
That is true.
They both love dunking on me.
Yeah, I would have traded up for him. I think that's a guy that I would trade up for. Obviously, it's round 4. I'm not going to say it like makes or breaks a draft or anything like that, but I do think that's one that we could look back on in a couple seasons and be like, oh wow, he was very attainable for all 31 other teams. So he was a guy that I would have liked to see them go get. But that's a good pick for the Patriots.
It is. Again, completely different players, but reminds me of they got Demario Douglas late last year and turned out to be a really good football player for them. Really, really liked what Javon Baker brought to the table. I would have liked him in Kansas City. My dream is dead.
The tape is undeniably better than TJ Tampa going in round 4, right? Like, there's got to be this has got to be a medical thing, right? Like, I feel like I think we're at a point where this has to be like a medical or character thing, right?
I don't know. I mean, I would have said the same thing about Troy Franklin or Javon Baker or Brandon Dorless, and they all have just gone. So, like, I guess we will see. I wonder, like, I think I don't know. TJ Tampa, I think, might be scheme specific. Maybe that's what's holding him back a little bit too. Like, he's not the most agile corner. You're probably not going to look at him as a great fit for every scheme out there. So maybe that's what has pushed him down a little bit.
Could be.
Athletic testing was not good. I mean, I know I keep harping on that, but a player that I liked, and I liked the tape, and the athletic testing really kind of had me a little bit further out on him. Just
if he's there at 131, that would be a fun pick.
Oh, I mean, the value there is good because even if he is scheme specific, you just protect him. Like, you can protect him a little bit and it's fine.
I think he fits what the Chiefs do. Like, he very much fits the exact same mold as your Joshua Williams or 100%. Your Jalen Watson. Like, guys that you don't want running across the field playing just pure unprotected man coverage. So, like, he fits what the Chiefs do. They would be one of the schemes that would work.
What about would you if Braylon Allen is the pick at 131, how do you feel?
I feel good about it. I like Braylon Allen. I think Braylon Allen is a good running back. His fit with the Chiefs is a little funky though, just because there isn't a ton of pass production for him. Like, he's caught the ball on a couple checkdowns, but that's about it. And then as a pass protector, I think there's a pretty good ceiling there and a floor because of his size, but I just don't know how well he sifts in, but I wouldn't be upset with it if they see him and they think it'll work and they want to bring him in. Or same thing with Audric Estime, same exact problem to have, right? Like, I get the fit for the Chiefs. It's a little bit more stability, a little bit more of a consistent runner on short downs than what Isaiah Pacheco has been at this point. But you're also like just wondering about the fit because you don't know what they're really going to do on third downs and everything like that.
Packers have traded up, so they are officially on the clock.
They're going to take another linebacker, aren't they?
Probably. That would be my guess, just because.
Sorry, I didn't mean to absolutely dunk on them.
Sorry for cussing.
Just dunked on the Packers out of nowhere.
I mean, you're not wrong. I don't get how a team that has drafted this many linebackers recently can only have 2 on their roster before going into the draft. Like, how is that possible?
This is just what they do, man.
Big misses.
All...
What were you going to say, Maddie? Was that a kinder way?
No. That's okay.
Well, average is what he was going to say.
They've taken, the Packers have taken a lot of athletes out there, and it works. It works for some position. It hasn't worked for other, right? So we'll see what happens with them. So we're sitting here, we're looking through this. Where do you guys want to see the Chiefs go? You guys, I think, have been a little bit happier about sitting where they are in round 4 than not happy. Like, I'm not upset with them sitting where they are in round 4. I just would have traded up for a handful of the guys that we've seen come off the board now.
Sure.
Like, I wouldn't have sat and waited for all these guys to go off the board. I would have preferred them to go up and get one. I think you guys have both been a little bit more like, hey, I like where we're sitting in the board. So who do you guys want to see still to get down to the Chiefs in a few picks here?
I'm still on Mason McCormick. I think an interior offensive line, I talked about this a lot on the lab. Round 3, round 4 is a nice sweet spot in this draft right now. He would be a guy that I'd really, really like. Take a gamble on maybe an athletic corner here, a DeCamarion Richardson out of Texas or out of Mississippi State. It would be a guy that makes some sense. Ryan Watts out of Texas that has a little bit of safety corner hybrid ability there. I would like either one of those guys here, even though the tape's not exceptional, but this is what Brett Veach does. He takes those gamble on those athletic players.
Battle versus Seabat. You champion for Seabat guys that I can't stand to watch. I would so much rather have TJ Tampa, Kalen Carson, Jarvis Brownlee, guys that have good tape but aren't near as good of athletes.
Correct.
Right? It's just that battle for me mentally, because the Chiefs really do like those athletes on day 3. But I'm saying I got good football players available that aren't. No, but
that's it. We came away from the draft last year. Shamari Connor, not a tier 1 CBAT by any means there, but we turned on the tape. I wouldn't say that we were super impressed by what Shamari Connor put on tape in college. Was a really good pro last year.
Yeah.
For what they did, he was terrific there. I would say the same about some of what we saw of L'Jarius Sneed when he was at Louisiana Tech. Ooh, he was there at the same time as Amik Robertson, and we loved Amik. L'Jarius, we were okay on. Obviously, when we get to this point, taking that gamble on athletic players, giving them to Dave Merritt and saying, hey, here's another tool set that you can utilize has really worked for this team. So I get where you're coming from, Maddie. I totally agree that all those players have a better tape, but the Chiefs have just kind of pivoted a little bit towards the more athletic standpoint, and it's really worked out for them.
I will say I'd like to welcome everyone into Chiefs trade-up territory, because this is where pick 159 should be able to move you into the 4th round, higher up. So one of the picks that they have the bottom of round 4 paired with pick 159 should get you up here. So this is probably where you start paying attention to if the Chiefs really want to trade up for somebody. There's some good, I think cornerback market looks really good for them right now, because you've got a TJ Tampa, you've got DeCamarion Robinson, you've got Cam Hart.
Not a good tester. He's fine tester.
You've got the profile, you've got profiles, you've got mentalities, and then you've got athletic profiles.
Yeah.
There's 3 different almost buckets of cornerbacks sitting around here right now. Some of these guys are just the long players that the Chiefs prefer. Some have the physicality that the Chiefs prefer, and then some have the athletic testing and size.
And a Richardson and a Watts have that length and that size that they prefer. Both of those guys are 6'2" or above. Both of them have over 32-inch arms. Ryan Watts has 34.5-inch arms. Mm-hmm. So, he's a very explosive player. Again, those are the types of players, that length, that explosion that they've targeted.
Sure he's not a defensive end? That sounds
we're not sure.
Actually.
Well, I mean, he plays maybe a little safety, plays maybe a little corner. Why not kick him down?
So he's top 100 pick Jalix Hung.
Did you guys see who the Packers have selected? Did you talk about that already?
No.
It is TJ Tampa.
Good. Okay. That's a great pick for them at this point in the draft. And I don't know.
Talk about them loving athletes, and then they take TJ Tampa.
I know.
Packers traded number 126 and 190 to the Jets for 111.
Gotcha.
So there's one off the board. Oh, no. And wait, no, it's not.
It's Evan Williams, safety out of Oregon.
So did somebody else take TJ Tampa?
Well, I'm looking at PFF right now that says Green Bay selects cornerback.
I am looking at the person that just said a name.
That is deleted. So,
okay, good.
Shout out PFF for leading us astray once again. Lambs to the slaughter. PFF is fake news. Good thing I didn't cross TJ Tampa off the
Oh
board
man,
yet.
can you imagine if Tucker would have crossed him off the board? It would
gosh.
have ruined everything that we had going on this entire weekend.
I'm giving him a -2 for the day.
They take
-2
Evan
for
Williams instead, but you know what is better than Evan Williams? Ben Holiday.
Ben Holiday, bottled and bought. I was going to make the same joke. Thank you.
It could be. It could be
The Las Vegas
the Raiders that took TJ Tampa.
Honestly, that makes a lot of sense based on what they've got going on.
I'm just
over
not
there.
ready to say I'm not ready to say that.
All right.
They didn't just get bamboozled by the team, but
I'm crunching numbers here. Round 4 seems to be for the Oregon Ducks. When's Bucky Irving coming off the board?
I hope he comes off the board. The pick's in for the Raiders. I'm guessing this is where TJ Tampa goes.
I'm just like, wow,
Jaden-
that's a lot
Jaden-
of Ducks.
Hey, Jaden Hicks is still on the board.
When does Storm Duck go off the board?
Quack.
Well, he doesn't play for Oregon. No.
I know, but he's a duck.
He's a duck. You said it's for the Ducks. Is it for the
That's
birds?
Oh, Tier 1 corner off the board. D. Camarian Richardson. They're RIP
So there's that.
to the Las Vegas Raiders.
These picks are coming in so fast.
The corners are starting to go off the board a little bit here. And
Have you guys talked about Keon Coleman choosing his number?
yeah, he chose number 0.
That's a bad choice.
Did he really? No, I like that.
Hey,
Yeah.
I think
I love it.
that number
I like it
0
for a
means
non-rookie.
something to Buffalo, doesn't it, Tucker?
No rings.
So who went to Baltimore here? Because
Probably TJ Tampa.
I have the Jacksonville Jaguars pick.
See, this is like
What is
So-
happening?
I will if the
This is
Ravens
rapid fire.
if the Ravens took him, I wouldn't be surprised.
Where did that BFF account get TJ Tampa from? That BFF account was just sitting on TJ Tampa.
The Ravens are announcing here, and then I will read out the Jaguars pick. The Jaguars pick is somebody that we've talked about quite a bit. So it will be somebody not necessarily that we've talked about quite a bit today. How about that?
I
Does that
can't
make you
even
feel better?
find Evan Williams.
Yeah, he's
The
pretty
bar?
far
You
down
can-
there.
You can usually go to a liquor store and find it.
Most high
on the
V's in
shelf.
Missouri have it.
Yes.
Devontae Walker, the wide receiver out of North Carolina,
195.
goes to Baltimore.
Goes to Baltimore.
That's not
here.
all that surprising.
Nope.
This is a very
list, Matty.
this is where the Ravens just start drafting Twitter's favorite players.
A little bit here. To the Jaguars, Missouri offensive tackle
Javon Foster.
Javon Foster has come off the board to the Jacksonville Jaguars. We've talked about him a lot I like that pick for him a lot, especially with all the offensive tackles that have gone off the board. Foster should have come off by now.
Javon Foster. Well, if some people wonder if he's going to be able to hold up outside, I think he could.
I like him.
I think he'd be a right tackle, potentially. But I like him as a like even if you want to play him at guard, I think he would have been a really good pick. He would have been a good fit out here. So yeah, I that would have been a fun one. Good for him. I would have been stunned if he was taken yesterday.
Oh,
I like his tape a lot more than some
I got
people's.
another one of the Bengals on the clock. Yes, they are. Iowa tight end Eric All has gone to
All
the
or
Bengals. That was a guy that the Kansas City Chiefs reportedly liked.
Not reportedly.
Definitely liked.
It wasn't reportedly. The Chiefs liked Eric All.
Yeah. So
They were his only formal meeting at the NFL Combine.
that's true. Yeah.
Nice.
Chiefs really liked Eric All. So tight end, little mini tight end run coming off the board here. A little mini corner run coming off the board. Yeah. Some good players going off the board.
All's
It's a
tape
rough
is
stretch since I got on here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Maddie's kind of cursed it.
Get out.
And I don't know if they've been able to get up. Maybe teams are just wanting to stick and
Yeah.
pick. Like you never know. Like if they tried to move
Right,
up. Like
right.
I'm actually here-
We talk very easily about just move up.
I'm
Just pay
sure
for move
I
up.
am
Yeah.
sure that
I
Brett
found
Veach
him.
tried to move up.
I finally found Evan Williams.
That's a bummer.
It is a bummer for certain there. Eric All would have been a guy
not a
that I
bummer.
would have been very
Happy for you, Tucker.
excited about. So
It's the
I'm not
shit-
talking. I'm not talking about you, Tucker.
I'm happy that he found him on his list because I know what that list means.
I know.
It was about this time
So-
last year I started to lose it in the list.
I like Eric All. I'm disappointed he's gone. He's probably one of my favorite tight ends they could have taken here. But if I slip over to the best tight ends available, I got a handful of guys still. Cade Stover, Jared Wiley. I mean, there's still some guys out there that I would like if the Chiefs wanted to go with a tight end. So I stinks to miss out on a guy that I think would have fit in really well. If you watch Iowa and how they used Eric All before he got hurt this past year, it looked just like how the Chiefs would use Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
So there's still some other tight ends though if they want to go that route.
Tucker, if you wanted to make a best tight ends available graphic now, you can.
Okay, thanks, Kent. Appreciate
There's
the
no.
mission.
From the
Oh, because we said they were
Yeah.
going to take Eric All and it wasn't going to matter.
That's not what I said.
Might be
But
a
that's
couple,
okay.
might be a couple
paraphrasing.
minutes late, but shout out Drew Clark for your donation.
Thank you, Drew.
What's the next
8K.
8K is the next one?
8K, me and Craig are shaving down the mustaches.
Well, that's I don't know if that's the next one, but that is one of them.
Oh, that is at least.
Do we-
We're probably about $2,700 shy of 8.
okay.
I'll do a cartwheel in the background for $1,000 more.
Listen,
might
this will
just
be
do this.
This will be the most electric cartwheel that you have ever
It
seen
might
in your
actually
life.
end up being a round off. Truthfully.
no,
What
no,
if you
it
do the-
has to be a full cartwheel.
What if you do a cartwheel into the creek?
No.
You brought up the creek earlier.
I did,
as the
and then I started
$5,000
Okay.
I
option.
did, and I started thinking about
So I
how
don't
I
think
was
it's a
going to
good
have to
idea.
sit here in wet shoes and wet socks
Wet diaper.
and big wet diaper, and I wouldn't want to do that. So I'll do a cartwheel in the background. I think you can see it.
Are you going to do it on the hill up here?
I won't run hills like Maddie did.
That's a bad idea.
See, Maddie, you could have incentivized that.
Paul wants to know. Oh my gosh, Ryan Call says cartwheel while chugging a seltzer. I'm not that talented.
So what if we
That
do
would be tricky.
7,000, you chug a seltzer, then do a cartwheel?
Okay, yeah, I'll do
yeah.
that.
Let's do that.
To 7.
I might throw up, but that'd
Wait.
be good content.
About
No, don't you have to like do the chug and then put the baseball bat on your head and spin in circles and then do the cartwheel? I think that's how those go.
Let's just say cartwheel and chug a seltzer.
Okay, let's just see if we can get me to throw up. I'll throw up on stream
That's a
for
seven.
I know that.
$12,000.
Listen, I'm out for whatever this is. Can we set
I
this
will
even
vomit.
higher?
Ryan Bratcher, thank you for your donation.
I will explain my
closer.
favorite wrestling moves verbally once we hit 6K.
Oh, hang on.
Can
Hang
you
on.
demonstrate them on Kent?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. For 6K, can you RKO Kent?
You gonna DDT me? I'll
Yeah.
sell it. I'll do it. I'll sell it good.
Chad, that is out of pocket. I'm not going to put that on camera.
I thought you were going to read that. Tuck. I thought you were about to read that.
No. I'm not going to read that. But Chad, I want you to know that I saw it and it is out of pocket.
We don't have the chat pulled up right now, so I am.
I don't.
LSU defensive tackle Jordan Jefferson goes to the Jaguars here.
Before
think they
Mackay
know-
Wingo.
Before Makai Wingo.
For Makai Wingo.
Do you think they know that wasn't
guys-
actually Justin Jefferson?
Yes.
Okay,
I think they
just
do.
wanted to make sure.
You guys were talking earlier about which LSU player the Chiefs might take, and I was wondering while I was driving and listening, I was like, oh, I wonder if they're going to mention Jordan Jefferson. And he didn't come up, and obviously they didn't have a chance
He
to. I
listens
was
to
just
the
wondering
show.
Thanks for
I was
listening.
just wondering.
Thank you
was
so
just
much
wondering,
for
'cause I got-
listening.
You're welcome.
Jordan Jefferson, 222 on the KCSN Top 350.
Good.
All right, I'm going to lob a name out to you guys. I'm going to lob a name. Just tell me
Lob.
your instant thoughts.
Lob away.
The Chiefs take this guy in their pick. Johnny Wilson.
Yes, we
Offensive
talked-
player from
We
Florida
talked,
State.
dude. Me and Craig talked about this yesterday. And Craig was like, "No,
No.
And look. At in the fourth round,
I'm not going to be mad.
big-bodied,
Sure.
red zone target. It's
Like Shai Smith.
it's Jody Fortson, but good. And
Whoa.
Calm
Jody Fortson
down.
I'm
catching a drive-by.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Jody Fortson's thing was he could catch the ball.
Johnny Wilson's thing is he is big.
He's got long arms.
No, I
And he
think
uses every bit of those long arms in every movement he takes.
Johnny Wilson's I think that's a fine
I think
selection.
you guys are too hard on Johnny Wilson. That's my take. You guys know that I've been bigger on Johnny Wilson than I think any of you.
Throwing some
three
names
are.
out here. Maddie, I'm gonna throw one out. Jaden Hicks.
Yeah, good football player.
At this
Surprised
late,
he's
at
here.
this this down late in the process, like just do it. Like just do it.
yeah. Yes, concur. Young too. I think he should be pretty young. Good player. I like that one.
We got an
What
announcement.
else do you want to throw?
We got an announcement for BJ.
Well, the Chiefs just made an announcement that Tamba Ali is going to be the newest inductee.
Oh,
to the Chiefs
sweet.
Hall of Fame.
Yeah, you know, that's one of those,
pretty cool.
Good for Tamba.
not name
Tamba
dropping
time.
here, but when I've gotten the privilege to do the defensive film breakdown with Mike DeVito and Derek Johnson, we talked a little bit about Ring of Honor stuff. Not in a conceited way, but, you know, Mike in his effusive praise of literally everyone in his life. He is the most wonderful human being to be around.
Everyone's like, can relate.
Can relate. But kind of brought up to DJ. It was like, hey, when's the Ring of Honor happening? And DJ, I think, immediately snapped back. It was like, oh, Tom is getting in before me. Like, Tom is getting in. We got a number of guys that need to get in here. But one of the things that DJ said was, we got a few that are going to be coming up here. We got to get us in. Like, if we're getting in, like, we got to get some people in. So, yeah, DJ's getting in. We all know DJ's getting in. But, yeah, that's good for Tamba.
Tucker's tummy hurts, or someone took a team player that we like.
Or he's struggling to find somebody on his sheet.
I made that noise because the Colts picked someone I've not heard of. Tanner Bortolini?
Tanner Bortolini.
From Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Very athletic.
Super athlete, and he's one of the players that hits that shuttle threshold that seems to be highly predictive of interior offensive lineman success. BJ Kissel.
Shout out our guy Ross Sawyer, the $100 donation.
Thank you, Ross.
Trez Paylor Memorial Scholarship.
Appreciate you,
Big
buddy.
Power, Mizzou.
Are we in cartwheel territory yet?
No,
we're not close.
Okay.
Are we in
We're
giving
inching closer.
Kent a stunner territory yet?
Giving Kent a stunner.
I don't know what all the different
20 grand.
20K.
Yeah, no.
Because Tucker's actually going to kick you in the dick.
Because I
Can you say that?
We're on YouTube. It's fine.
Can't take it back now.
Streaming's a little different than over the air.
Man, I need someone to explain that to me someday.
Well, you can drink.
That is true. Can't drink with
Alcohol
Where
to
is
lips.
this guy?
Good. He's a center that
Shout out some
a
guy
good
named
short
Corey Gott.
Yeah.
Donation. Appreciate you.
Oh.
Corey.
Come on up, Corey.
Corey.
Make him get up there.
Who's
Corey?
Corey.
Corey. The worst kept secret in the
Corey?
internet. Hey, Bearcat, will you reveal your identity that's not really a secret, but you pretend is a secret on the stream?
What?
Above 10.
Above 10?
Because
No,
he's
I think that's fine. I think
gonna,
it's fair.
because he's going to be
fair.
chugging a seltzer with us.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
You if you keep talking like that.
Yeah, I
We're
might
gonna
get.
put you
He
in
might
the
just punch me in the
STF.
face. It might just be a real punch.
Tucker, like 145-ish, 146-ish.
Yeah, but I'm not on the consensus board. We've ran into
That's
this
not the
problem before.
consensus board.
Oh.
We have
It
news.
should be a general area. That's from the
Manny, shut up. BJ's talking.
The vice president of the KCSN Foundation, Christian Gumminger, has told us that he is closing Give Butter at 7 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
We're
Perfect.
accepting
Got
donations
it.
until 7 o'clock tonight. We will announce the winners tomorrow on the live stream recap show.
I found
Y'all heard that right. The butter stops churning at 7. Thank you, everyone that is hanging out with us today on day 3 of the NFL Draft. Hit
want
the
you to
like
kick him
button.
in the dick so
Hit the
bad.
subscribe button. Leave a comment. We are going to throw comments up as long as they're not quote unquote out of pocket.
it was real out of pocket.
It was wild, Chad. I mean, Chad, I appreciate your comment, but like, wow.
I still haven't seen it.
Hey, Tucker, text it to
text
us.
it, yeah.
Or throw it in the
Keep them in the
DMs.
dark. Keep them in the dark. I like this
Don't.
better.
Just send it to me. I
You
won't
guys
show
could
Ken.
literally get onto YouTube on the computers in front of you and
I
see
know.
it. This is public
I'm
domain.
still
I don't
watching
have
Kingsley
anything.
tape right now.
Are you still
No,
watching
I'm
Kingsley?
not. I'm joking.
But yeah, Jaden Hicks at this point.
Albert Wilkinson, I can't handle Kent's puns. Kick him in the dick.
Let's go. Let's go. Totally agree, Albert.
Albert would fit in with Maddie and Craig and me.
Are
And
we
everyone.
allowed to show that? Am I allowed to
get kicked in the dick?
I mean, I watch
charity?
YouTube videos of people getting kicked in the crotch all the time.
he couldn't
Wait a
commit
second.
to it. Seahawks have made a selection here.
Thank God.
UTEP linebacker Tyrese Knight.
Okay,
comes
so-
off the board.
Good
Where'd you have
night.
him?
I gotta remember.
Are you both gonna do it to each other?
He got a write-up, I believe, in the draft guide.
Yeah.
He might have.
I think he did. Let me figure it out.
What school did he go to?
He went to UTEP. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I thought he played more athletically than what he tested. So like, I think the tape athleticism was more than the tested athleticism. But good rangy player, good good in coverage. Like, he's got some coverage chops. Like, and I think that's one thing is there's not a ton of guys, I think, in this class with coverage chops. And I think Tyrese Knight definitely has some of those. This is another one of the guys that wound up at the Senior Bowl. And I think he helped himself doing that there because he got to show his ability as a coverage player a little bit more there. But yeah, so I think this is about right for him. I think I probably put a 5th round on him, though. And I might have been a little too low on him.
I also want to shout out, we've got Nick Johnston over here, Loyal Listeners Club.
Yeah, shout out.
One of the prizes that was handed out, if you're not watching Chiefs News Daily, shame on you, first of all. Haley does great work over there.
What the frick?
Yeah, what the frick? Second of all, there are random prizes that are handed out to the Loyal Listeners Club, and one of them, Nick gets to come hang out over here. So
Is
Don't know if it's a prize or a punishment. But,
how you feeling over there, Nick?
How many more puns do you have to listen to?
yeah, too many puns.
Big Matty.
Too many puns.
I'm trying to go find out where I had Tyrese Knight now.
219 is the
That's in the KCS
KCS.
and
I
yep.
give him a 5th round grade, 6th round grade.
I think our guy Zach Hicks, by the way, for Tanner Bortolini, has been laser focused on ever since his testing. He went, "Oh, Chris Ballard, that's the guy." Like they're definitely drafting that guy.
Our
So
Packers
shout out to him.
friends and Zach Hicks have been fighting over
That's
the
true.
rights for their team
That
to
is
draft.
true. They
Tanner
have both been
Bortolini.
fighting. Yeah.
is he a senior a center only?
I
No.
believe wasn't he
Well,
only a center?
he's played all 5 positions on the offensive line at Wisconsin. I believe he has shorter arms though, so you the expectation is that he is going to play center in the NFL.
This is why Maddie Lane's here.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're
Who
doing
are the
great,
Chiefs
man.
taking? Tucker, who do you want to see the Chiefs take? I've asked these guys. Who do you want the Chiefs to take, Tuck?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Maddie. Thank you for asking me.
I love how he has to intro his own intake every single time.
The Kansas City Chiefs are officially on the ticker.
Oh my!
God, you
On the
bitch.
ticker, you. Let's
You
go.
see what I
Let's
did
go.
there?
We're not waiting for money. Let's go.
So you can see the Chiefs picks on the horizon.
Holy cow!
You're
man.
right
there on
You
the
had me
ticker.
so excited that they had
Oh,
traded
no,
up.
I'm in trouble.
Fuck you, Kent.
You were lucky that I'm not there.
Am I? Am I really?
BJ came
Yes.
over and was like, "You want me to hit record right now?"
Now, see, listen,
What happened?
the chat is going to
it's so
just
dark?
hate you, just desperately hate you.
You can yell at me for money.
Nobody look.
Six
They're
K.
turning off the lights on Kit right now because they're
That's
so
true.
upset with him.
That's true.
Shout out John Knuckles for your donation.
Thank you,
to Trez
John.
Paylor.
John?
Thanks,
We're
John.
inching closer to Tucker Cartwheel territory.
A glorious cartwheel in public.
See, Tucker Cartwheel.
Yeah.
Tucker
More here.
said, Tucker
Whoa.
just gassed up.
Shout
Tucker,
out Kyle Davis, Sean Benjamin.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Nick
guys.
Johnson. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you all.
Tucker Cartwheel sounds like a completely
Tucker
different
just
kind of
gassed
show.
up his cartwheel ability so hard just now, too.
I did.
Did you hear him?
I'm confident in
He
my
said,
cartwheel
you
abilities.
have no idea how good of a cartwheel
I
can
did
do."
not say that. You are putting words into my mouth.
He's more
I'm a
limber
sneaky athlete.
than anyone knows.
I won the. What did I win?
Grindy County, what?
I did throw an elbow on the.
on the 40-yard dash.
The Eagles traded pick 120 to the Dolphins for a 2025 third-round pick.
Are you kidding me?
What?
Say that again.
The Dolphins traded their
Oh.
2025 third-round pick to the Eagles for pick 120.
I didn't get to tell you guys who I wanted the Chiefs to take because
Yeah,
have not.
well,
And
before you say
Yeah.
that, I have the Steelers pick,
I do
and I am a
too.
sad boy.
I has sad.
South Dakota State offensive guard Mason McCormick to the Steelers.
That's a good selection for that team. They've continued to build on the offensive line,
very sad.
and that's a guy
What
that
is
has some
going on?
positional versatility. He looked good as a center. He looked good as a guard. He was
Yeah,
one
you
of the
gotta
better
fix that.
offensive linemen at the Shrine Bowl.
He was the best,
We'll watch
in
it
my
in
opinion.
real time.
What are you? What are
Look at-
you? What
look
are
at the,
you?
Look at the monitor.
I know.
really-
Yeah,
bright.
the lighting. It's because the sun keeps going in and out behind clouds behind us.
I don't like
The-
it.
the-
Shut up
these
and
are
look
that-
pretty, Hollywood.
Hey, Tucker, who did you want the Chiefs to pick?
He's not
He doesn't
on
have-
the
he
mic
can't even
right
hear you.
now.
He can't even
Maddie.
hear
I'm
you.
sorry,
Man.
bud.
What'd you say, Matthew? Sorry.
I just want to know who you want the Chiefs to pick. We've been, they've been keep cutting
Well,
you off
yeah.
every time I ask you.
I know, and I was gonna say Dylan Johnson.
Okay. I like Dylan Johnson.
That's what I was
Good
gonna
football
say.
player.
Yeah.
Dylan Johnson or I'm looking around here. Yeah, I think Dylan Johnson. Leonard Taylor at this point.
No, I like Leonard Taylor.
I think that would be cool. He was a fun guy
So
to talk to.
we're what? 12 picks away. Jaden Hicks.
Depending on who you're listening to, they might be on the clock or they might just be on the ticker.
That was so
Mahogany.
annoying.
Christian Mahogany at Boston College. Cade
Yeah, Christian
Stover.
Mahogany would
I
be
would
a
like
good one.
I would
Cam
like
Hart.
Mahogany.
Malik Washington. Johnny Wilson. Brendan Rice. Braylon Allen.
Will Shipley?
Will Shipley?
That is a guy on the board. Yeah.
Kent and Maddie, I think, are both big Will Shipley fans.
That's a guy on the board.
It is
I
a
do
guy.
I think that.
Are we just saying names now? Not even names of prospects?
Jared
just
Wiley.
names? I would do.
We
I like Will
didn't
Shipley.
start the fire.
Can we mute him?
Yes, you can. You have control.
Kristen Jones, Jared Wiley, Audric May. I'm just kidding.
I wish you were.
The vibes are
Wow.
wonderful. Thank you, everybody, hanging out with us. This is the most fun day. We're just cutting loose and just letting it all out.
Shout out Andrew Lee.
Thank you, Andrew Lee. I'm the
Is
glue guy.
Glue guy. if I had to pick a way to describe you, the glue guy would not be it. But I appreciate the
all.
donation, Andrew. Thank
Not
you so
at all.
much.
Who is this? Albert Wilkinson, Grundy County. I'm familiar with Jamesport. Jamesport is actually Davies County, but it is right next to Grundy County.
Okay, that's topography with Tucker Franklin.
That's not
Crushed
topography.
Geography
Crushed
with
me
Tucker
well,
Franklin.
actually.
Topography with Tucker Cartwheel.
Tucker D. Franklin, and the D stands for cartwheel.
Grayson Jaspers, Happy Kent Day.
Happy Kent today.
Speaking of Happy Kent Day, happy birthday to Xavier Worthy.
Yeah. He could be at Holiday
He
Distillery
can now
today.
drink legally.
He
At
is
Holiday
allowed to
Distillery.
partake.
He's in the city. I'll
What if he shows
I'll
up?
shoot him a DM.
Yeah, thanks, Doug.
Actually, yeah.
Just send him, yeah.
Did
The
you
D,
also?
the D stands for DM.
Speaking of DMs, did you see he DM'd the Chiefs after
did.
the
After
MVS's
drop.
drop against the Eagles?
he
he
did do that.
DM'd
With
the
heart
Chiefs
hands.
a heart hands emoji, and then on Tuesday he DM'd the Chiefs 2 more days. I think
Whoever's
I love
running
him.
that social
amazing.
media account is just getting random DMs from Xavier Woods throughout the season.
Did we figure out who the Dolphins traded
I
for?
think it's Jalen Wright, the running back out of Tennessee.
They gave up a future third for
Jalen Wright.
Jalen Wright.
Fourth,
For 4.38.
Fast.
conviction.
If I've ever heard of a Miami Dolphins move, it's
Yeah.
trading that pick to go draft another fast running back. Yeah, they certainly needed to put him back there with A-Chain going forward.
Yeah. Speed. Like Mike McDaniel, all he wants is speed.
Who'd they take?
They took
Jalen Wright.
running back out of Tennessee. 4.3840.
Some people were gassing
Burner.
him up as a day 2 guy. He never did that for me, but yeah. We're 10 picks away from the Chiefs selecting. Kind of feels like it's a stick and pick. Starting to feel more like a stick and pick at this point.
The Dolphins already had the league's best 4x1 team. Like at this point, like
Do you know what they
we
don't
doing?
have?
they're gonna feed 2.
Do you know what they
Yes,
don't
I
have?
do. But I would
Tucker,
like.
what don't the Dolphins have?
Any rings?
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I
I
was,
say Gills.
I was sending Xavier Worthy a message.
We are
wishing him happy birthday.
we are about $900 shy of Tucker doing a cartwheel and chugging a seltzer.
Oh my! You
Not
hear that,
at
folks?
the same time. They're consecutive, but not at the same time.
No. That's what you said earlier. Cartwheel and chug a beer, same time.
Also, I have great news to report to you guys. There is more Coors Light here, and I did find where there's more Coors Light. Yeah.
I gave you the only Coors yesterday.
Well, the only Coors that was out here, I found the secret stash. Sorry, Patrick.
Sorry for cursing.
Oh, we got the Seahawks pick right now. Michigan tight end
Okay.
AJ Barner.
Okay.
151.
So more tight ends falling off the board here.
Yeah.
I know who their coach is, so this makes sense.
Jared Wiley
Malibu.
still on the board. I mean, honestly, I know that we're going to look at a bunch of names on the board here and we're going to say, I want this, 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 and this. And
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Jay.
Appreciate you. Prepare to just them not take anybody we've talked about.
Probably.
At this point in round 4, like it just kind of feels
I don't
like
know. They picked two guys that we spent a lot of time
Okay,
talking
I'm gonna
about.
sit down for this because we're close. I gotta do some math, guys. Tara West, thank you so much. A $350 donation.
Thank you, Tara.
Tara,
Thank
thank
you,
you
Tara.
so much. We are getting so close. Albert Bickley, $250 donation.
Oh.
Be a give butter. Thank you so
Start
much.
stretching, Tuck.
Tara West, Albert Bickley. You should stretch. And we got to get a camera set up to make sure that we get this nice and clean on the stream.
Yeah, okay. I just sent Xavier a message. He has an invite. He has an invite to Holiday Distillery. So.
If you want to
Did
come,
you tell him that you're about to do a cartwitwheel?
No, I didn't. I
Thank
let
you,
him know
Kevin.
that I'd get him a drink for his birthday. I did say happy birthday first because I'm not an animal.
I'm not an animal,
You
but
have
I want
tact.
you to come to me right now.
You have
up
some
north
tact.
of Kansas City.
Hey, I did tell him we're by the airport.
that ought to do it. The Bears are on the clock. Have we seen Seattle's pick? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
a Michigan tight end,
AJ
AJ
Barner. Yeah. Okay. So the Bears are on the clock. I think this is the last pick for the Bears in this draft. Do they want to trade back and accumulate more assets from the Chiefs? We'll trade back.
Tucker, I'm
Chiefs
gonna
have a
show you
lot
this
of day
one.
3 assets.
Tucker, you can read this one. It's the last one.
Imagine.
Trent Millsap paid $100 to the KCSM Foundation with the note, time for Tucker to throw up.
Let me do some math.
I don't think
we're
you
good.
guys realize how often we hear from Tucker, oh, my tummy's upset. My tummy
so
hurts.
we're-
Yeah, I did eat Taco Bell last night, and I was just struggling on the way here today.
We had our
Told you that was
tasting.
a bad idea.
We had
You
our
did tell me.
we had our tasting
No
the other
way.
day. What?
They took Troy Taylor. The Bears did.
Troy Taylor?
Okay,
Troy
I don't
Taylor.
think that justified
Tory.
just
Tory.
the
Tory
screeching.
Taylor. Oh, hell
Tory
yeah.
Taylor,
First
sorry.
punter off the board. Let's go, baby.
Sorry, I'm dyslexic, but whatever.
I
What
don't
are we
think.
talking about?
Yes, it did, Ken. It's
You
the
just,
first
like,
specialist off the board.
Okay, is he in the guide?
Yes.
Yes, he's in the
Yes, he's
guide.
absolutely in the guide. What are you talking
Do you
about?
college football at all?
He is punter
gosh,
one
just
in the
this guy.
KCSN draft guide. First team
was
All
Iowa's entire
American.
team.
Yes, he was.
Oh, this is the guy that.
He can interrupt everyone's thoughts. but
This
once
is the guy
someone
that the
interrupts
Senior
him-
Bowl director asked if he was more popular than Caitlin Clark.
Oh, he did actually say
That's
that.
right.
That was bad.
I remember that.
Yeah, huge leg punter.
He's not more popular than Caitlin Clark.
and has a ton of reps. He's punted over 80 times in a season, more than in each of the last 3 years. So, he gets a workout with that. He does both Aussie style punts and traditional punts, and
Can you
that's something
demonstrate the
that.
difference?
No, I cannot, but Tucker D. Franklin will for another $1,000.
I will. We have a football
yeah.
here. I have a football, and I think I might have a tee in my
I'm doing
trunk.
some math
Yeah.
here.
He's also a
be.
holder on field goal. Like he's just the consensus number one overall punter here. Huge leg, big NFL size. I think the fact that I'm breaking down a punter right now.
You're cooking.
Yeah.
Not only are you
that's
not
great.
only are you
Listen,
breaking this guy
we
down,
we are now in my realm of the KCSN draft
you're
guide.
absolutely cooking, Craig.
And
Yeah.
Kit questioned if we should interrupt him to talk about
Yeah, I don't know. That is
Disrespectful.
wild.
Needs better, more consistent striking.
I actually
ability.
don't think he's on the top 350.
All right. Shout out to Roger Shaw for the $100 donation.
Thank
and
you, Roger.
Doug
it. Raj.
Petitpier. Petitpier?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Petitpier.
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 For your $100 donation.
Thank you.
We're just going to call it because I'm doing all the math. The supers are hard to track in real time. So we're going to say we're at 7,000. I'm going to get a camera set up just to make sure
Yeah,
we're
but the
good
Chiefs are
and-
about to pick, though, so I can't do it right now.
What?
What pick are we at?
I mean, they're on the
They're on-
tracker.
The
They're
Chiefs
on-
are on.
The Chiefs are
The
officially
tracker.
on the tracker.
You dig.
I actually don't think he's on.
If we get another $100 in the next 30 seconds, Tucker's going to do it right now anyway.
Okay.
One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
I will say this: he's probably not on the KCSN top 300 because
No, we don't do that.
because Kent does not do that. To
As
be
you can
clear,
tell by his reaction
Yeah.
to a good pick.
yes, a very good pick. 48
He was
two-point
confused
yards
if he was even in this draft.
per punt.
Yeah, he didn't even know that you could punt.
He's an old prospect.
I'm gonna go
Ken.
get you a seltzer,
This is why he hates it, because
$20 in chat.
he's 26 right
Thanks,
now.
chaps.
Hey, Tucker's Taco truck cartwell. Hold my Coors.
Do you want a quirk?
Thanks, chaps.
Yeah, there's some.
This
in
might be the only option.
There's some in the top shelf over there.
Okay.
What does that mean?
You know, this was
Oh,
not
they're
the.
doing tours out there too.
I will say this. This is not the punter that I thought the Chiefs might take.
Punter's not a like.
It's not a not need. They've got a
Right.
guy
Like,
on
what
a
it-
1-year deal.
Yeah.
I mean, if he works out, they'll obviously sign him to an extension. Austin McNamara out of Texas Tech. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Are we sure that the Chiefs wouldn't take a punter? Like, we just
if
act
you
like
read
it's not
the
a big
KCSN
deal.
Substack, you would see that that's one of my 5 potential 2025 needs that the Chiefs might take.
How would you compare Taylor to Matt Ariza as a prospect? Because he was a good punting prospect coming out too.
Ariza has a bigger leg, even bigger leg than Taylor did. Taylor's got more reps. I think Ariza has more to work with from a leg perspective. Both of them struggle to place the ball. Both of them struggle to hit it consistently. So, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But between those two, I just think Ariza has more leg even than a Torrey Taylor. Ariza just didn't have much holder experience.
I can help him with that. Sketch, the social media influencer.
What's up, brother?
I didn't know. I was going to ask
What's up,
you.
brother?
I was going to ask you about him. He's currently making the pick of Cade Stover to the Houston Texans right now, and he is jacked.
That's a good pick, though.
He
It is a good pick.
Games.
So hyped.
Special plays.
He is.
I don't know who the person is, but it's a good pick.
So
He
TJ
is,
Tampa's still on the
later.
board, right?
I don't know if you ask PFF.
Oh, fuck.
He's not.
I don't know. Sorry, forgot.
For everyone, but
What's that?
I was upset that PFF completely bamboozled, hoodwinked, fooled me. The last time I trust PFF with anything.
Can you tell me what you really think?
Cade Stover. There's highlights of Cade
I
Stover
gotta do it on the concrete?
massaging a bull right now.
In the grass.
Aren't we all?
Fine, no, I'll do it in the concrete, whatever. I don't care, but
I like that BJ and Tucker are having a completely separate conversation, and yet somehow it's
We
still
just got
applied.
So dark. There are
it
people
flowed
back
pretty well.
there touring the facility, and now Tucker's going to do a cartwheel in the field.
Oh yeah, he could do it right behind you guys. It would be on camera actually.
It would be on
Should
camera.
we let the people clear out, or should we
He should
give
do it
them
on
a
the
show?
bridge. No,
We
if
don't
Ted
want to
moves,
listen.
do it on the bridge.
Dude, the Chiefs are going to trade up while this is happening.
She'll be perfect. We got this covered.
You better get out there and do it then.
Thanks, everyone, for hanging out with the most unhinged production of the day 3 of the NFL draft in sports media. We are quite proud of it. It is the most fun. We have a great time doing it, and we are raising money for Therese Paylor Scholarship. Certain benchmarks are going to achieve certain things. Tucker is about to chug a seltzer and do a cartwheel for charity.
Doing it for you guys.
Tucker just realized how far away the Chiefs were picking because Kent just oversold how close it was.
I think there's just a little cowardice there. But
Kevin Bartlett, we appreciate your $100 donation.
Thank you, Kevin.
That is
Thanks,
what
Kevin.
has pushed Tucker over the edge. He's now making the walk.
Outside here. Do I need to
there.
move?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You guys stay there. I'm just going to switch to a different camera.
Sweet.
We have
gotta get
Tucker
play-by-play.
We have cartwheel cam.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
As soon as he gets
buddy.
closer to it, I'll switch to it. I don't know how the lighting's going to work, but
I just love that there's people out there touring the distillery, and now they're going to be.
Look at that glorious man. Okay. Look at him scouting. Look, you see the
scared.
Okay. Let's He is. Oh, he
Yeah,
about tripped. He about fell in the creek
Oh,
already.
my.
there are some frogs.
There
They're
are
not
frogs.
He is worried.
Yeah, he's
There's-
looking at the frogs. Yes.
He got scared of
Okay.
a frog.
He's gonna put it down. Here we go.
Tucker, you're in the frame here. You're good.
We're gonna
You're-
telestrate
you're out
for
of
him.
the
You're
frame.
out of the frame now.
Oh, this person's
He's
very
getting
confused.
a running start here. So okay.
No, this way.
That
yeah.
way.
that-
Yeah.
no, no, no.
Behind you. Back behind you,
Here,
Tuck.
I'll just follow him.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. You should cartwheel that way. Hold on. Can I tease this and let everyone know that Tucker's about to do a cartwheel?
Yep.
Hold on.
While that's happening, I'm going to see if there was another pick that came off the board here that we can talk about and set everything up.
No, I don't. This is
Oregon
riveting. Honestly,
running back.
This is one of the best moments in our history.
Oregon running back Bucky
Four,
Irving
Duck.
to the Buccaneers.
Oh, Bucky.
Wake Forest safety Malik Mustafa to the 49ers.
All right, let's. Tucker's just, he's the only one on camera. Right?
Him and Maddie.
Living and
There's a
dying out.
small child.
There's a
behind
small
him. This is
child.
so crazy. Wait, is that Tucker?
All right, Tuck. Are we good?
Let's do this,
it.
Tucker.
For charity.
For charity. This is what you guys
We
earned.
crossed the $7,000 mark, and this is what you've earned.
Somebody has to go check his chug because he usually leaves like half.
He leaves like a third of it.
Get the baby
I think
to
we're
check
good.
the chug.
I think we're good. Oh, he's gonna fall into the creek.
There's a child. You can't do that.
You can't do that. Oh.
Perfect.
That was amazing.
You guys all earned that. Thank you so much for your
Hey,
donation.
Joel, you know what to do, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Our social, just check KCSN social. That's probably going to be the pinned video for, I don't know, the next
Ever?
5 years.
Ever? Yeah. Buddy.
My goodness. That was
Oh, boy.
tremendous. How
Tucker,
much?
that was electric, buddy.
Hey, get on the mic, Tucker. Hey, don't burp in the mic, though. Yeah, thank you. He's doing it now.
I gave you guys a heads up. I told you that I think you guys are underselling how good of a cartwheel I can do.
That was
That was
pretty
a-
impressive.
that was a terrific cartwheel,
We didn't
buddy.
account for the low center of gravity that you just
No, we
naturally have.
definitely didn't.
Yeah.
It's more, you don't even really have to, like, you just get a...
I thought Tucker was going to do great. I didn't doubt him a single bit.
I know Maddie is the only one that has confidence in my abilities of anything. So
I will
No,
say I
I-
do question
I called you
hitting the
sneaky
Anthony.
athletic.
you did.
I question hitting the Anthony Edwards with a small child behind you.
Oh no! I didn't know there was a kid back there.
Shout out Jared Hutchins. Thank you for your donation, Jared.
Can we...
Oh my god!
Tucker will do hot yoga
In the creek.
in the creek.
We're just gonna reset all of the
$1,000.
different
You
things.
guys should see those frogs out there. Like
They're
they are
huge.
massive.
You're a big
frogs.
boy.
How much for you to catch a frog? That's what I want to know. How much?
They're pretty quick. They're pretty quick. They're pretty quick. My Grundy County would come out real fast if that started.
Listen, I don't need PETA after us.
Me and Bearcat would go out there.
All right, so what do you guys think about Malik Mustafa going to the 49ers and Bucky Irving going to the Buccaneers?
I think my reaction says it all.
Buccaneers.
Buccaneers. Go, Maddie.
Buccaneers.
Yeah,
Malik
so-
Mustafa might be the best tackling safety in the draft. Like, he really was an exceptional tackler. A guy that, for the Chiefs, like, if they would have taken him, I would have gotten it, and I would have gotten why Steve Spagnuolo and Dave Merritt love him. But, yeah.
Feels like that feels like a very Niners pick.
It does.
It
Shout
feels
out
like a very
Ryan,
Niners pick.
Ryan Crawford said peak male performance, Tuck.
Yeah. Can confirm.
Solid.
Can confirm. Devin Albertson, the KC Sports Network live stream is off the rails right now, and it's awesome.
There's
Thank
some
you.
chat. You got to get in here and bring some of these chats on. This is pretty good. They're really impressed with your cartwheel ability.
It was good.
Tucker, tier 1 testing.
Look,
Tier one.
this
That's
is what
it.
You were
happened.
called
Remember,
the white Colin Saunders.
I love that. Actually, I'll take that. That might actually go into my
pretty
Twitter
good.
bio. That might actually. White Colin.
Jake Dennis. Solid.
Colin Saunders is gonna see him and be like, "Who the hell?"
Lions have taken University of British Columbia offensive tackle Giovanni Manu.
Wow.
The Chiefs had him in for a visit.
They did.
Yeah.
That is that's quite an interesting round 4 pick.
I don't know. With all the tackles off the board, are you really that surprised?
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
For an extra $1,000, they'll go babysit their kid. Over
What's going on over there? I don't know, but some guy just came out here and did a cartwheel.
they are all staring at us.
You know, I'm having so much fun, but then I also remembered there's only been 25 picks made today, and we're just now halfway. We're not even halfway through the draft.
You
we've
missed
been
it.
on
The
for an
Lions
hour and a
traded.
half.
You
Yeah,
missed it.
go
The
ahead.
Lions traded a 2025 third to go make that pick.
I did see that. Yeah.
To draft Manu?
To draft Manu? Oh, my goodness. So that's the second 2025 third-round draft pick that have come
gone
off the board.
It's a future.
Wow.
They must
future
hate
Lions
next
problem.
year's draft.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, hear me out. The Chiefs
No.
are up, and if somebody wants to trade, not now, in a little
Oh my
bit,
gosh.
if somebody wants to trade them a 2025 third-round pick to move out,
Messaging.
Yeah. Oh, if the Chiefs get another 25 third, that would be so
let's
much
go.
fun.
Yeah.
And then we can root for one of these teams to be terrible.
How does that work when you do that?
It just depends on the team name.
What's your pounding the table for right now with the Tennessee Titans and L'Jarius Sneed, that third-round pick? Tank the Titans? That seems too easy.
No. I don't know.
Titans in the toilet.
Negative in Nashville. They get negative wins.
They have them.
Oh, hear me out. I got you.
Evacuated.
No, never mind. Go ahead.
7 in Tennessee,
That's not a great pick.
but it's probably realistic.
7 and 10. I see. What
7
you're
in
doing there.
Tennessee.
I see what you're doing there. I don't love it.
Was
but
the
I see what you're
33
doing.
years a realistic interpretation?
No,
Yeah.
but
So
Jimmy
I don't-
Garoppolo was their quarterback, so you
I
can
don't know
see how
why
I kind of
you're-
reached for that.
I don't know why you're bounding. You're so
Hey, hear me
weird.
out. The Tennessee 65ers.
I think that sucks.
Oh, really? You think that sucks, kid?
I think it's terrible.
What about
Okay.
the
I think you were 4 away, Maddie. So the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. Boy, the slow
That was a
burn on
slow
that
burn,
one.
I was about to say that was a
Buddy,
slow
that was a
burn.
slow burn.
I think they're doing the hustle in Detroit right now. No, it's like the hustle from Detroiters.
When do they start playing the Deborah
Let's
Waits
hustle.
commercial?
Anyone that's watched Detroiters out there?
It's April in the D, man.
April in the D.
Maybe they're doing the
Where are we going?
They're
the wobble.
We've hit the niche jokes point of the show.
Buddy, we
hit
still
it
have a long
very
time.
early.
Very early. We might have peaked. We
didn't
did
thi-
peak with that.
I
with
don't-
that cartwheel.
Well, things are gonna get weirder. Don't worry.
Was there a Mustafa that came from Minnesota, Matthew?
Wake Forest
PJ Mustafa.
Are you thinking of PJ Mustafa, Penn State
Yes,
nose
as
tackle?
was that
from
was
last
what-
year at the East
Kept
West
his
Shrine Bowl?
jersey rolled up the entire
Yes,
practice.
yes, that was who I was thinking of.
Was it
I would
eight,
love for TJ Tampa to be a Chief
What's
right
that,
now.
DJ?
8 at mustaches?
8 and mustaches.
We're doing mustaches at 8. We're
We're
going
close,
down to
aren't we?
mustaches at 8.
I think I heard something
We're getting
about
pretty close. We're less
doing-
than $1,000 away.
Okay, we're probably
wow.
going to end up doing that
Good.
after the
Great
Kansas City
mustaches.
Chiefs make their 2 picks here.
Yes.
Maddie, you did not agree to this, by the way. So
Would you like
I'm,
to shave
I'm
down?
asking if you would like to.
I will participate if we get there. Yes, I probably will not be. I will probably have to wait until
For sure.
after the day, though. I kind of have to go to a kid's birthday party in a little bit, and I don't know about just showing up with a mustache for the first time at a kid's birthday party.
I think that's fair.
It'd be a little bit different if you showed up at a kid's birthday party with the Westchester than I showed up at a
The explanation is just, well, people on the internet were paying us money to do this.
Yeah.
I think I've told the story before. The first time we did a mustache thing for the KCS and Draft Guide, I had just moved, and I had to meet all my neighbors with the mustache for the first time. And my wife was mortified because that's the first time I've ever really just rocked just a mustache.
Yep.
Philadelphia
Shut up.
Eagles have selected running back Will Shipley from
Oh.
Clemson. That's a good one for them. I think that's one player that the Chiefs might have been in on potentially.
Shout out Kevin Putman,
Thanks,
the
Kevin.
donation to the Therese Paylor
Thank
Memorial
you.
Scholarship.
Thank you so much.
Power
I'm
Mizzou.
going to go use the bathroom before Chiefs are on the clock.
Left a note, well done, Tuck. On to mustache season.
Love it.
Stash
Thank you,
season.
Kevin.
I didn't agree to mustaches, but I want that. I want the
Just
record to
don't
reflect that.
Just don't do the Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, don't do that with a kid.
I feel like
near
mine was
you.
more
Near
Triple
you.
H than Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards was more.
I
like
was just
Mike
being.
Tyson.
I was
Yours was
just being
pretty
topical.
aggressive.
No, I agree, Matthew. I do, but I was more. I was doing a film breakdown of myself.
Yeah, no, I agree. But like later on Triple H, like not initial, because they got
Yeah, no,
they
that's
were
like-
aggressive to start.
We're talking. That was like 2008-ish, probably Triple
Yours was
H.
like the cocky suck it maneuver.
That was
Versus,
the
you know,
game. That was the game.
The Chiefs have really shown good restraint. I'm sorry for just pivoting immediately.
That's great.
Maddie and I are having a real conversation here, Ken. I don't know. Why is there 1,000 people watching this? Thank you.
Thank you all,
watching it.
and thank you for supporting the Paylor Foundation. We're having a great time. The vibes are immaculate. This is the most fun day of the year. We probably have too much fun and then just run out of energy.
That's a good point.
7.
Evolution Triple H. Paul. Yeah, you're right.
I thought you were talking to Ken for a second.
No. The next time I pay attention to Kent will be the first time I pay attention to Kent.
Oh, man.
No, I could have swore it was like an hour and a half ago that Kent told us that the Chiefs were on the
ticker.
Dude, it's been a long time. He made me think that they were like within 3 picks.
I
coming
spiked Tucker's anxiety like I had just called him on the phone because that's all it takes to spike Tucker's anxiety. Just call him on the phone.
Good pick by the Buffalo Bills.
Who did the Bills select?
They took another running back, Ray Davis, out of Kentucky.
Ray Davis has an interesting story.
Very interesting story. He's an older player. He's been around for a minute, but he's a really good football player. Really good football player. Love his vision, love his balance. I actually think he kind of does everything. If he was 3 years younger and didn't have such a long journey to get to where he's at, I bet he'd have been a lot more of like a day 2 type of pick. I think he's really good football player. So
that's quite the tandem back there with James Cook. Like that's a good running back tandem.
It is. And like they kind of have some similar, like I think Davis is a better pure runner, but like he can also catch the ball. There's plenty of clips out there of him running like little flare routes or like little seam routes as a running back and making nice catches. Like they share some similarities, even if Davis is meant to be a better pure runner, whereas Cook's a little better athlete. So yeah, I think that's a good combo they got working.
Kind of.
I'm gonna bring this comment up here from Jackie Moon. Hey Tuck, what do you think about that geek Tony Khan taking shots at WWE? Well, look, I mean, he's had messaging within his own company telling about he wants to stop tribalism within professional wrestling, and he goes on and does that. I don't know. I think you just gotta get concise messaging within your company. If you want tribalism, that's fine. He's doing a good job of being divisive. Cool, we love that. But just like get on the same page is all I'm saying. I think it's a really good calculated move by AEW. Truthfully, to get Velva's price.
Jackie.
So,
Jackie, wait 2 more hours. Jackie, wait 2 more hours and ask all these wrestling questions when Kent and Craig are tired, and just let Tucker come on and kill
I'll
you.
cook,
with
man. I will cook.
2 more hours for these other 2 to be tired, and then Tuck's got you covered.
We're just a few spots away from the Chiefs making their selection. Buffalo is taking Ray Davis. It goes Jets, Ravens, then your Kansas City Chiefs.
Shout out Blake Holloway. Appreciate your donation.
Thanks, Blake.
Thank you, Blake Holloway.
Thank you, Blake.
Oh man,
getting close.
Running back run. All of a sudden,
small running back run, and Braylon Allen is still on the board.
Yeah, Braylon Allen is still on the board.
Starting to wonder if there's a little medical there.
Yeah, maybe.
I think some teams would have talked themselves into Braylon Allen by now if everything was clean for him. So that's all. Not that like he's an overwhelmingly, like I think he's probably it's not like he's over. It's probably a low round 4, high round 3 type.
Okay.
But
everybody gets to hear how the sausage is made, fellas. One podcast, even if they trade out for either one.
Yeah,
sandwich these.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
One podcast, 2 social videos.
We got you, buddy.
Perfection.
Thanks for setting us up.
People get to hear everything.
Thanks for setting us up, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
You know,
you want to throw the break out the first one? Throw it in there.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Love it.
I love it.
You got that, glue guy?
I don't understand that.
I get more text messages from friends and people just like I'm friends with watching the stream. They're just like, Tucker's fucking killing it. Right?
Yeah. This is
Shout out
Tucker's
Jacob.
Super Bowl. This is Tucker's Super Bowl.
Everybody else.
It
He is. It's like this is where he thrives.
He's
when,
dominant.
You know, things get wild.
Hit that like and subscribe while you're watching. We appreciate it.
Please do that.
And more people can watch Tucker do more weird things as
Should we have
draft rolls on.
Should we have just sold the cartwheel at $7K and then done the seltzer thing a little bit later?
No, I think it's perfect.
Anyways, so we're doing this bourbon tasting. We're doing this bourbon tasting on
freaking
Thursday.
Saturday.
I know.
It caught up.
I know.
It's crazy.
Thursday we're doing the bourbon tasting, and we're picking the barrel for KCSN's foundation.
Oh, we haven't talked. So,
Sure.
our friends at Holiday donated a barrel to KCSN Foundation. We were able to come up and do a taste testing. They did like a blind, just pulled bourbon from 5 different barrels, sat us down. We all kind of put our grades down on which one we wanted. Luckily, we all settled on one that we all really liked. But the cool part is they're going to bottle all of it. We're going to get a very special label put on this that people in the Discord are absolutely going to love. There's going to be a special
It's great.
label. It's great. Special
I hate you guys so much.
label for all the bottles, and then everyone that participates in the KCSN Foundation Golf Tournament September 7th will get a bottle of this bourbon that we did the tasting for and picked out. It's got a special label, all to raise money for the foundation, which obviously is part of what we're doing right now with the Therese Paylor Memorial Scholarship and the 6 other programs that we do throughout the year, whether it's the book drive with Emprise Bank and Roseland Elementary, going by once a month, reading to the kids. Tucker's been able to do that a couple of different times with our friends from Emprise Bank going and
He
doing
did
that.
not have a mustache, though.
He did not have a mustache. He was asked if he was a father of one of the kids there.
Yeah, one of the kids. I was passing out the books, and one of the kids said, "Whose dad are you?" And I did not know how to respond to that. I just did not answer that.
49ers.
Oh my God, we have a producer cam.
Yeah, look, hey,
Let's
shout
go.
out
You didn't
Joel,
tell me that
shout
was
out
happening.
Nick, yeah, shout out everybody. Yeah, I just decided because I wasn't using that single shot on Ken. He didn't deserve it anymore. So I just,
Didn't deserve it anymore.
That doesn't.
Holy cow.
Isaac Grando goes off the board to the San Francisco 49ers.
Again,
Anyways,
running back
anyway.
run.
Golf tournament. We'll have more information to sign up. There's not a link to sign up yet, but it will be September 7th at Sunflower Hill, same place that we've done it. And again, the price may be a little bit more because everybody who plays and it's getting a bottle of the bourbon. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun last few days.
we were mic'd up for our bourbon tasting as we were picking our barrel.
Yeah.
And mid-bourbon tasting, Tucker chugged a seltzer. And then I said, do not burp. Do not burp.
How can he not? Though,
He burped
of course he did.
on the mic.
It is a natural bodily function that happens when you do that.
I believe we know all the picks up to the Chiefs. We do know the 49ers and the Ravens pick. So
Okay.
the Chiefs are technically on the clock. The Ravens took TJ Tampa.
He's off the board. Isaac Grando, for those who missed it, to the 49ers, another running back. Gentlemen, who are we thinking? Who do we like here?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for hanging out with us here at the KCSN Draft Show. We are officially on the clock with the Kansas City Chiefs at 131. Baltimore has just taken TJ Tampa, a player I think we all would have really liked to see the Chiefs select. The Chiefs are on the clock at 131. They will be back on the clock at 133 very quickly here. So 2 picks coming up in the next 3 selections with the Philadelphia Eagles sandwiched between them. So we are going to be breaking down and reacting to these selections as they are happening. We appreciate everyone that is already watching on the live stream. TJ Tampa would have been someone I think we probably would have been talking about here if he doesn't go right before the Chiefs pick. There's still some interesting cornerbacks on the board. There's still some running backs, a couple wide receivers that would make some sense. A lot of players that I think could help the Kansas City Chiefs even as early as this year in a limited capacity. So, Maddie, what's your thinking here? Where are you at with who you want the Chiefs to pick here at 131?
There's definitely a lot of different routes they can go. Based on the most recent private pro day I saw, I would like Tucker D. Franklin to be the selection. No, okay. Well, Malik Washington still being available. I think he's a phenomenal wide receiver. The fit with Worthy and Rice and Hollywood Brown for the first year might be a little bit convoluted, but we have to remember Hollywood Brown's only on a 1-year deal. So I'm all about adding more receiving weapons to this team.
Me too.
They're going to need to by next year, no matter what. So if you have a good grade on anyone left, that's a Johnny Wilson, a Brendan Rice, or I personally have Malik Washington the highest, I would definitely heavily consider him. Or if you have like a Jared Wiley, a tight end, over him as the best pass catcher left, that was probably where I would go to first, knowing that you have 2 picks here coming back to back.
Yeah, I would also throw a Christian Mahogany in the mix. Interior offensive lineman out of Boston College would potentially be a pretty good fit here for the Chiefs. I really like the Jared Wiley pick, especially since we've seen a lot of tight ends off the board. We've had a lot of conversations about Braylon Allen, running back out of Wisconsin, before we got to this as well. There's a mini run on running backs. Yeah. I know that you're taking the last guy here, but we talk a lot about taking the end of a run. It's different when you get to day 4. There's a little bit more there, but we're largely focused on offense here. Are there defensive players that are really atop your board right now? Or are you continuing to look to see if you can improve this offense a little bit more?
I think you can. This is a situation where you could take best player available. We've talked. There's several different players on both sides of the football. Leonard Taylor, Kalen Carson.
Yep. Those
are 2 other defensive players that would make a little bit of sense here. There's they're just kind of positioned to take like whatever best player available they kind of feel like. I don't feel like they're even locked into a side of the ball here.
Yeah.
And so like there's just a lot of value still, I think, on the board, and like kind of talk like whatever value means, but I think there's players that I think could contribute and could compete here for the Chiefs in 2024 potentially.
I think I know the pick.
Oh, do you?
The first pick?
I believe I know the pick.
Hold on, send it to me so we can do the thing. But yes, yeah. Let's Who
do you think it is?
Is it a player that we've talked about?
Yes, it is.
I also have the pick.
Okay, so I will do this. Ladies and gentlemen, with the 131st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs have selected TCU tight end Jared Wiley. Maddie, give us your take on Jared Wiley.
Let's go. Jared Wiley is a super long, athletic tight end. I think he's one of the best receivers that are kind of left in this draft class. He started out at Texas. I believe he was a quarterback commit there. Then he goes to Texas. He struggled to find like exactly where his role was going to be. So he transfers to TCU. So he's still in the developmental curve of playing the position. But like you watch him, and this guy's one of the few tight ends in this class. You really can't say we talked about running the seam or getting him the ball out in the open field. He has the athleticism to make teams pay. He was one of the best receiving tight ends in this class. Still a work in progress as a blocker, but I think this is the kind of range where you take that kind of player and you love it.
An absolute move tight end here. You feel really good about his ability to, get up the seam, but he has a little bit of route nuance to him. Part of that comes from, hey, Andy Reid, guess what? He likes tight ends that played quarterback at one point in their career because of so many option routes, feeling the spacing of a lot of the things that they're going to do. He's going to fit right in with what they've done there. So he really catches well with his hands outside of his body as well. So a guy that they're going to be able to use in maybe the Jody Fortson role that we've seen over the past couple of years. I think he slots directly into that same role there. This is a slam dunk pick. This was one of the guys that I was okay with when we were talking about this earlier. Yeah. I would have been on board with this when we walked into the day, especially after a tight end run. I really like this pick.
Yeah, this is a big target, and you're right. He may not be the best in-line blocker. He's a little bit on the lighter side, but he's one of the better testing tight ends in the history of the NFL. He's one of the best testers there. Good target to present to Patrick LaVon Mahomes, another big target in the middle of the field. That could be a nice little wrinkle in this Chiefs offense. Jared Wiley, the tight end out of TCU, is the pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, this is Maddie, and I feel like this is someone that you've kind of started talking a lot more about late in the process. Like the last week or two, I feel like you've kind of come along a lot more on Jared Wiley. As I think that's fair, right?
Well, as a vaunted Horned Frogs fan of last season, the 2022 college football season, Tucker and I watched a lot of TCU, and it was down the stretch there. I noticed like, hey, this tight end can play a little bit. He just moves differently, and this is my thing with tight ends. You want an athletic tight end, and you want a guy that just when you watch them, they move differently. And he is a guy that does that. You watch him when they get in the red zone and when they ask him to run, more man-beating routes, he does stuff that other tight ends just simply can't do. So yeah, he pops at you on the film when you watch. But given the TCU offense and all colleges in general, you don't funnel an offense through the tight end position. So Correct. It's not like you have a lot of film to find. It's plays here, it's plays there. But when you go through and you start to watch enough, you just see enough flashes. There's a play where he has like a 60 yards run after the catch as a tight end, and he doesn't make anyone miss. No. But you also defensive backs aren't catching him. And like a guy that's 6'6", 250 pounds, that's not normal, right? So just you see all the flashes, you see the receiving upside, and as long as you're a willing blocker, you bet on that guy every single time becoming a competent blocker at some point, and then you can use that receiving weapon. So yeah, the more you watch, I think the more you like Jared Wiley, because it just takes a lot of snaps to find all the flash plays.
11.1 yards per reception as a tight end, not just operating in the shallow areas of the field, but is able to kind of take the ball and run with it a little bit. 47 catches last year in 2023, despite not having the offense funneled through him. He was still an integral part of their passing offense there. I think some of the stuff that I like, we talked about that he's not much of a blocker. I think he actually gets out on the edge. Okay. Especially moving. I know we talked a little bit about, Noah Gray and some of what they do and getting him on the move and blocking. Noah Gray, I think, was a little better blocker on the move than a Jared Wiley here, but he does a pretty good job kicking out guys on the edge. They ran behind him on some of their outside zone run schemes. We are seeing athleticism getting on the move a little bit more with some of these guys. Their speed that they just added to this offense, and all three of these picks. Yes, I know how weird that says to say that an offensive tackle has speed, but he has crazy speed. Jared Wiley has speed. Xavier Worthy has speed. You think this team was tired of being slow the past couple of years? They are getting back to what they have done previous to the past couple of years with Patrick Mahomes, adding a little bit more speed with Jared Wiley.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with the Chiefs pick at 133 right after this.
We appreciate you supporting KC Sports Network by listening to our podcast. You have helped us become the highest-ranked Chiefs podcast network in 2022 and 2023. And don't forget about our daily Substack newsletter, the best written analysis you can find on the Chiefs straight to your inbox every day. kcsn.substack.com.
That's hanging out with us today. The Chiefs they made pick 131. They selected Jared Wiley, the tight end, out of TCU. And it is always a lot of fun for us. Maddie just saw the pick. It's a lot of fun for us when this team makes picks on players that we really like and makes picks on players that we've been fans of and all that stuff. This feels very 2022 draft all over again for us. With the 133rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs have selected Washington State safety Jaden Hicks. My goodness. Matthew Lane, this is a player that you've absolutely loved in this process.
For a long time now. I've been a huge fan of Jaden Hicks here for a long time. And I get it. It's a little bit more of a box safety. He's a bigger safety, good, solid athlete, not a great athlete, but he's more of a box safety. But you watch Washington State's defense, and there is one guy that shows up everywhere, whether it's in coverage, coming up to play the run. One guy that does everything from it. It's been that way for 2 years now. You can take this back to last year when he was a sophomore. So I get why the NFL was maybe a tiny bit lower on him to this point, given where the league is going. But this is a phenomenal football player. I think he's super smart. He does a little bit of everything. And if you want to make me, look in the future and kind of come up with an idea, you want to tell me that he's kind of like a Justin Reed type player in the future? Type player? I don't think that's too far away.
I don't think that that's too far away either. 6'2", 211, really explosive, 37.5-inch vertical, a good three-cone, but at that size, like that's what it is at that size. Like you would almost mistake him for a linebacker playing the way that he plays, likes to line up in the slot, likes to line up at the second level, willing participant in the run game. We know how big of a deal that is for Steve Spagnuolo, not just from his safeties, but also from his slot players as well. He is a heat-seeking missile to ball carriers. And so you're adding another guy that you can stay in some light sub packages, stay in things a little bit more. Again, there's not a lot of overlap. I can see how they can get all these guys on the field together. I love this pick. The KCSN Draft Guide had a second round grade. This was safety 3 for the KCSN Draft Guide. So, I mean, the value here, I think, is exceptional.
Yeah, I think this is tremendous value for the Chiefs down here. And I'm absolutely thrilled with what this team has done with the last 2 selections in round 4. They've maneuvered around the board a little bit, but they've taken 2 really strong, solid football players here at the end of round 4, and they still have 3 picks remaining. Jaden Hicks is the pick for the Kansas City Chiefs at 133. Woo! I was not ready.
Those were 2 great picks.
I was not ready. Well, I think we've liked 3 or all 4 picks at this point for the Kansas City Chiefs. This feels a lot like what we experienced in 2022 when we absolutely adored everything that the Chiefs were doing in that draft. This is a very similar kind of thing here. Jaden Hicks, man, you're right. It's a bigger safety. This is a guy that is a physical football player. Good athlete, though. It's not like he's just a lumbering, athlete. He's a good athlete. He flies around the field. He's made some of the more impressive hits in the entire class. There's some highlights running up right now. So, this is the kind of safety that the Chiefs really like. If you want to talk about a special teams value, too, which we're contractually obligated to bring up special teams for every single player that's selected by the Kansas City Chiefs. Kingsley Suamataia is going to do tremendous in the kicking game.
I mean, at 21.5 miles an hour, that's what he can get up to.
I was just talking about kick protection,
gunner, man.
But Jaden Hicks going here to the Chiefs, like we were talking about, just like value falling. I think he was the highest rated player remaining on the consensus board, and I think the highest remaining player for us in the KCSN Draft Guide, going to the Chiefs down here at pick 133. Almost a little wondering, when you start seeing players where the tape is just largely that's it's undeniable, right?
It is.
At that point, like, you start wondering, maybe there's a little medical, maybe there's something there. You start asking the question that maybe something exists there, just because, like, I don't really. I mean, look, he was 60. If you're looking at the consensus board, he was a second round or a high third round player, 68.
And I think because of maybe there would be some questions about his fit. I don't think that every defensive coordinator is going to love Jaden Hicks the same way that a Steve Spagnuolo would, just because of his play style, his size, kind of what they're going to do there. But with Spags and the way that he likes rotating guys around, he likes being very multiple. Jaden Hicks is a guy that's an organizer too. He's a field general a little bit. Yeah. So he, super smart player. All of this just adds up to Steve Spagnuolo. We weren't sure if safety was going to be on the board. The Chiefs.
It's always on the board for the Chiefs.
It kind of always is on the board because they play him in the slot as well, which Hicks also can do. So it wasn't a name that necessarily was one that I was like, oh, okay, I'm really tracking this for the Chiefs, but it really does make sense.
It absolutely makes sense.
No, and 6'2", 210 pounds, 215 pounds. Like, this is a big guy. This is a big safety. Huge. And I get it, in which today's NFL, not every team's going to want those guys. But you go back through, there's been plenty of non-coverage safeties already taken in this draft too. So I was a little surprised that he wasn't one of the first ones off the board. And so getting him in here, round 4, again, big steal. I think he's a lot like, it can project out like a Justin Reed type of player, in which, no, you're not going to put him as a deep center fielder and think that you're getting Earl Thomas, but you want to have him go back there and play in too high. You want to have him roll down and cover tight ends, man-to-man coverage. He's plenty athletic for all that stuff. He's shown the ability to do it, and he's going to make his living down in the box against the run. He's going to make his living hitting guys over the middle of the field. He's going to be that enforcer on the back end of a defense. And if you're the Chiefs and you're playing the long game, you maybe don't plan on keeping Justin Reed forever. You don't want to pay safeties in today's NFL. Maybe he is a guy that I could see kind of projecting is taking over that role in a year or two from now, whenever it may be. And then now you have a new pair or trio of young safeties on this team. So, like, I just like the way his skill set specifically settles in with Shamari Connor and Brian Cook.
Yeah. I want to run this down real quick here. Shamari Connor, this is the Chief safety room right now. Shamari Connor, 6 foot, 202. You've got Justin Reed, I believe he's 6'1", 6'2", and 207. You've got Brian Cook, that we have always touted as just massive safety, 6'1", 206. Jaden Hicks dwarfs them. Now, all of a sudden, 6'2", 211. This might be the biggest safety room in the league, and the way that Steve Spagnuolo plays coverage and the way that he plays top down, especially lately with some of these guys, you're going to be scared to go over the middle of the field against this Chiefs defense. This is a terrifying group of hitters, of big play specialists that also have some ball skills. It's great. It's great.
Let's go out and rate both of these picks. Let's give a grade to both of these selections. So we're going to start with Jared Wiley. Craig, what do you give Jared Wiley?
Jared Wiley, I think this is a position that we've been talking about for a long time for the Chiefs. I'm going to give it an A- here. I think that he contributes, maybe not in a massive, significant way, but next year, in 2025, when the Chiefs only have Travis Kelce under contract, they need another guy. They need another guy that they can rely on. I think that he fits perfectly into what the Chiefs are trying to do on offense, not just this year, but moving forward. It's an A-.
Maddie.
I really like the Jared Wiley pick. I like the upside you get from the position. You draft receivers that move differently at the tight end position. That's the mantra. He fits that 100%. I do think being a little bit of an older guy, turning 24, I believe, during the middle of this season, and the fact that I do think there's still a little bit of development to have, like, there's a chance that he just kind of peaks as a rotational, as a backup type tight end, which is fine for the pick. Still a very good pick, but I do wonder, like, the ultimate upside given the age. So I'm going to go solid B+ for Jared Wiley.
Yeah, I think it's a B+ for me. It's a good value. It's not like an overwhelming fit, or no overwhelming pick where it's just like, this guy, like, we'll get to Jay Nix in a minute, but I see him as a rotational tight end, someone that can contribute to that tight end room. He may never be more than just kind of, like you said, like a tight end 2 type player, but that's still really, really good value down here at the bottom of the draft. A solid B+ for me. Jaden Hicks, Craig, what's the grade you get for Jaden Hicks?
It's a B+. It gives you some of the positional flexibility, but, I think he's going to step in. I think he's going to play. I'm excited to see him on the field. They have a lot of safeties that all should be playing right now. They've got 4 guys that should be getting time. So there's going to be a little bit of an overlap. This is a little bit of a future move, but you still had Brian Cook. You still had Shamari Connor under contract. Yes, safety is still an important thing because they like to roll 3 out there. I just wonder how much we're going to see Jaden Hicks, how much we're going to see Brian Cook coming off of an injury that could determine this. Still a really good pick, a really good football player. Find a way to get him on the field. Dave Merritt and Steve Spagnuolo, it's B+.
For me, so we talk a lot about like guys that need a little bit of time. They might not have an impact right away, and that's fine. Jaden Hicks might fit into that role, but it's not because of he needs the time to develop, I don't think. I just think it's because it's a really good safety room. So if it takes a year or two for him to be out there on the field, that's fine. Just like, I mean, that's what it is with everybody else. There's no rush to put him out there. This is a guy that I had pegged as a late second round player in terms of the value for the Chiefs, and they snagged him at the end of round 4. This one's an A. We're bordering on an A+ with this pick just because I do think he takes over. I love the player. I think he takes over the role. He reminds me, I love Justin Reed coming out of Stanford. Big, phenomenal player. Loved him coming out. He was my safety 1 that year. Hicks isn't as good of a prospect, but I can very much see the same path for him in the NFL. So you want to say a year, 2 years from now when he's starting, he's a stud? I 100% get it. So give me a solid A for Hicks.
Screw it. A+.
Let's go.
I mean, like, the value that they're getting here at the bottom of round 4, the type of player that they're getting, how it complements the safety room. I'm not even at round 4. It's not even, he doesn't have to necessarily be like a starter, but like, I think this is a guy, you want to talk about how the Chiefs have endured the season and they've needed depth. Like, they needed depth at the linebacker position last year. If they need safety depth, we're going to look back on this pick and go, wow, thank God the Chiefs drafted Jaden Hicks in round 4 of this draft. I think this is a guy that could eventually become a starter. I think he's going to be a plus special teams player for this team. It's a tremendous value down here at the bottom of round 4. Absolutely love it. It's an A+ pick. Brett Veach is absolutely cooking.
He's dealing, man.
They are just cooking today. Kansas City Chiefs making 2 selections. Jared Wiley, Jaden Hicks in round 4. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us today. We had this little. We can get back to the silly now.
You want to know my favorite part of the Jared Wiley pick?
In a minute, because I do want to say thank you to all the 1,400 plus people that are hanging out with us right now.
You guys are the best.
If you want to help make an impact on some young journalists that might be going to Missouri, the Therese Paylor Scholarship is what we are raising money for all day. Tucker has done a cartwheel already out at beautiful Holiday Distillery out here because we eclipsed $7,000 total raised over the course of this weekend. We are continuing to push that number. $8,000 will reduce Craig and I to mustaches here. We will do it. We will shave here.
I have
down
clippers.
to mustaches.
We'll just disappear off camera for a little bit. We'll come back. We'll look a lot different. Our kids will hate us.
We're trying to get to $10,000, at which point I don't remember what happens at 10,000.
That's the seltzer chuck.
That's
the
seltzer
group,
chuck. Everybody.
The group seltzer chuck. I did see this here. Michael S. said, now back to the Tucker wrestling out.
Let's go.
Well, we got some gaps here between the Chiefs' next pick and now. But,
all right, fellas, I appreciate getting to hang out with you guys. Thank you for letting me come on. I do have to slip out of here, unfortunately. So I'm leaving this up to you guys to cover the rest of the draft, hopefully.
Everybody say bye, Maddie, in the chat. Drop by Maddie's in the chat.
Bye, Maddie.
Hey, Maddie. You guys have mustaches.
Get ready. I'm about to win the Chiefs draft because I am on the board with that Jared Wiley pick, baby.
I think
you did, and so's Jake. It's a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
It's a 3-way tie, but most of you guys have no players left on the board. I have 5 still left on the board.
How many
that
does
I can
Kid
score.
have in the draft? I'm just curious.
That's a good question. Here, let me count. Not Lad McConkey.
Yeah,
Christian Mahogany's still available. So
is.
maybe.
True, yeah.
Eric All, no. Jonathan Brooks, no. Caden Wallace, no. Blake Fisher, no. Keon Coleman, no. Christian Haynes, no. Roman Wilson, no. Dominic Pooney, that's certainly one that's no.
No.
Well, he's got 1 shot left.
Who is it?
We got Christian Mahogany.
Oh,
Did
Mahogany.
he go while we were?
Oh, okay.
And that could happen.
Mahogany's very. I think that's likely.
Okay. So
you know when he signs his contract, you know what you're going to call himself?
If you say something dumb, I'm going to be upset.
Rich Mahogany.
I'm out. Bye, guys. Have fun.
Bye, Maddie.
Good note to end on for Matthew there.
Can we cut to Craig so I can just walk out for a second?
Well,
please do.
The camera on Craig is me now.
See, he just joked that it's not You didn't deserve that. The best kept secret is on camera right now, by the way. Yeah, I'm very curious what the Chiefs can do here, because I really like the fact that they've addressed tight end. That was one of those going into the day that I thought that they really needed to. Again, interior offensive line, defensive tackle, still on the board. Corner, depending on how they want to view a Hicks, maybe they're comfortable just playing a lot more heavy nickel or heavy dime scenarios there, a lot more safeties on the field. Again, they've got some signing. Drew Tranquil definitely plays into that as well. You can be in your kind of Buffalo nickel with Nick Bolton in the middle of the field, kick a Hicks down into the slot. Shamari Khan. There are ways that you can still make this happen without having to put extra corners on the board. They've done a really good job rotating Joshua Williams, Jalen Watson. Not saying that they can't go with a 3-corner set, but maybe they're viewing this as a little bit more of a market inefficiency. The Hicks shouldn't be here at this point in the draft, so maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable rolling with the corner depth that you currently have, or you take another swing. There's still a couple of athletic cornerbacks that are on the board that are versatile, that could fit in here. Yeah, really, really good draft so far. Brett Veach is cooking, Tuck.
He really is. It's been a really good draft, and Kent said this a couple times, but it does really have shades and vibes of 2022.
It does.
And that is a very good feeling, because obviously we know what that draft was.
It's exceptional.
Maybe one of the best drafts of all time, possibly.
It's up there. I mean, it's a really good one. Hey, we should run people down what they kind of missed while we were on the board. That's so. Go ahead and jump in here.
95.
So in between Jared Wiley and Jaden Hicks, I keep wanting to call him Jalen Hicks. I don't know why. Sione Vaki, safety out of Utah, a trade up there for the Detroit Lions to come in there. Running back Braylon Allen out of Wisconsin goes to Seattle. We talked about him maybe becoming a Kansas City Chief. He's off the board.
Craig, can I cut you off real quick?
Yes,
I'm so
please
sorry.
do.
Yeah, I will get Jared Wiley highlights up there too, by the way, that we can watch together. But I did want to say, Sione Vaki, you talked about him.
Mm-hmm.
They drafted him as a running back, not a safety.
What? Is that what they put on the board?
They put him as a running back, not a safety. So Sione Vaki is drafted. He was a safety from Utah. Pretty decent safety.
Sure.
He was drafted as a running back by the Detroit Lions.
What?
Yes.
Versatile safety too, not like a guy that's like, oh, I don't know how he fits. Maybe is that just a mistake, Tucker? Because ESPN has it listed as a safety, but
Ian Rappaport tweeted something out about them making he made a point that he was selected as a running back. Ian Rappaport made a point.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Sorry to cut you off.
So, running back Sione Vaki was taken off the board before running back.
Just getting ahead of the franchise tag.
Actual running back, Braylon Allen. Jacob Cowing, good wide receiver out of Arizona, goes off the board with the final pick of the 4th round. We are in the 5th round. Nehemiah Pritchett out of Auburn, a guy that the Chiefs maybe had some interest in a little bit. He goes off the board to the Seattle Seahawks. And Tarheeb Still out of Maryland, corner, goes to the Los Angeles Chargers.
Still what?
Tarheeb Still. That's his last name.
Still what?
Still waters run deep.
I love how fast this draft is going now, because the Chiefs are only 21 picks away from going now off the board. That's nice.
That is nice.
We are at 138 in the draft, waiting all these selections to fall off the board so the Chiefs can pick again. I don't even care what they do at this point.
I do. I want an interior offensive lineman still. I think that needs to be a priority.
That would be
interior offensive lineman, and I would like to see a defensive tackle. Leonard Taylor's still kicking around. I know that there's some character concerns with him. I know that that's been some of the stuff with him, but
if they wanted to take a swing on the defensive side of the ball on someone with some character stuff, this would be a good time to try to do that.
Especially since he flashes of Chris Jones from a height, length, kind of the height that he plays with. Get him in there with Chris Jones as a guy that is also going to create some of the height and length problems that Chris Jones does. BJ, you look happy right now.
I'm cutting the Jaden Hicks highlights. His is fun.
Yeah.
His highlights are very, very fun.
He decimates players in the middle of the
He is
field.
every safety I've ever loved.
I know.
He
Yes.
is the Justin Evans, the guys that never really panned out, just come down. TJ McDonald,
Yeah.
they come down and they hit you.
Yep. Yeah. No, that's exactly him.
I'm going to get back to their highlights.
No, you're good.
Sounds good, buddy.
He's just a good scheme fit for the Chiefs too. Mm-hmm. Like, from a value, like I think, from a value perspective, I'm a little chilly. I'm a chilly boy. I want to see what our fit for Hicks was.
That was, by the way, Dane Brugler's number 39 overall player was safety Jaden Hicks. He was his safety one in this draft. Now, there was a large group, like not a consensus.
There wasn't
on
a consensus
safety
on
this year.
safety, and there's a lot of different types of guys here, right? Mm-hmm. But Jaden Hicks down here in round 4, I don't know what, I guess what I'm saying, the tape doesn't really justify going this far down. So what is it? I'm always going to ask that question because, I think everyone that has watched him knows, he's probably better than safety, 7, 6 being selected in this draft. He's a better player than that. So getting him down there is ridiculous.
Yes.
Getting him down there is ridiculous. I'd like to just know, if there was any medicals that popped up for him or anything like that because the tape's undeniable. He's a perfect fit for the Chiefs, though.
I'm gonna have some highlights. I was telling Craig this year off camera. I'm downloading highlights right now of Wiley. If you guys want to talk a little bit about him, a little bit, I'm going to upload those very shortly. But the weather has really changed.
Yeah.
And that's what it would look like if the weather was nice here. I don't know how that happened. Did I
You've done that 3 times this weekend.
I've done it twice. That was the second time.
Oh,
Cam.
sorry. Oh, bad.
Hey, we didn't have to acknowledge it. We could have just been like, here, Tucker, you're showing what the weather looks like at Holiday with the sun out.
That was a good spin.
It was a
good spin.
If it was a professional show.
Yeah, that's true. We've had some people ask, speaking of professional shows, where Joshua Briscoe is. He will be here on Sunday, and if you want to experience Holiday Distillery for yourself, click the link in the description. You can RSVP to our spring tailgate party taking place tomorrow at the beautiful Holiday Distillery in Weston, Missouri. There'll be food, there'll be prizes, there'll be games, there'll be, of course, drinks. Shout out to Smokin' Magic Barbecue. They'll be having a Bloody Mary bar. They'll be having barbecue as well that you can eat as we are all hanging out here at Holiday Distillery to spring tailgate. I mean, I think it's a perfect name for what we're doing out here at Holiday Distillery at this event center here. But yeah, love our friends at Holiday Distillery.
Love them.
We love them.
Love them.
Loyola, Maryland has a lacrosse player whose name is Mustang Sally.
That's pretty sick.
What?
Yeah.
Did he get drafted?
What are we doing?
No, but Jordan McGee did, the linebacker out of Temple. This is one of the players that was highly regarded from Temple's program as just one of the high character leaders of this team. Kind of a unique player because he's a little smaller for a linebacker. So he's kind of he's a will linebacker, but even then, he's a little bit smaller there. Played a lot as an overhang, but he's a good blitzer, good athlete. A lot of tackle production when he was at Temple. Good special teams player, though. This is one of those guys that if you're a team wanting a special teams player, Jordan McGee could be one of the better special teams players in football.
Yeah,
someday. So that's the kind of upside that he has as one of those kind of guys. But
I do. Before
like
we
him
get
a
to
lot.
the Jared Wiley highlights, because I assume that they're coming
good. Yeah,
still.
they're
But before we get there, I just want to post this little flex that Caleb Williams texted to new Bears punter Torrey Taylor. Said, "Hey man, you're not going to punt too much here."
That's not going to
Make
come
it
back to
count.
bite him.
No, not at all.
That's not going to come back to
Yeah.
bite him. You know what else won't come back to bite the Kansas City Chiefs? You can talk, Cam.
can they hear us?
Yeah.
Good. I was just checking. That's what I was asking.
I didn't know these had music on them.
I didn't know they had music. That really just floored me. Ladies and gentlemen,
Wearing number 19.
new and still Chiefs tight end,
Okay, I'm gonna.
Jared Wiley. Why?
Let me go about this differently, and then we can talk a little bit more about. That's my fault. Sorry, fellas. That one's on me. I'll wear that one.
I was
That might be my favorite player breakdown that we've ever done ever.
I was unaware that had me. I should have listened to it first.
That was intense music too. Man. Wow.
I was
If you
wondering. I was like, what are we doing here? Are we live?
I was getting after it.
Yeah, no, I didn't anticipate. Yeah, that's.
Leave some comments, please. Tell us how we're doing.
So we got 135 of them looked at.
Or don't tell us. We don't care.
We do care. Don't say we don't care. We do care.
I think you should have just leaned in and let the vibe play out like it did.
I mean, it was going to be 2 more minutes, and I was like, I don't know if I can do that.
Man, I really like this draft. I know we keep saying that, but I really like this draft. There's still. Have we hit the home run territory with this yet? Do you think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now,
I would like to see a couple other positions addressed before this happens.
So here's some highlights of Jared Wiley here. You can get a view of the new Chiefs tight end. And you kind of see just like this is a big body, lean
Huge.
type tight end, but just a natural mover. I saw a clip of him earlier running a dig.
Yeah.
Just really impressive. So he's got a skill set I think the Chiefs could really use. With Noah Gray coming out too, Noah Gray's in a contract year, so you kind of start considering some of that. Oh yeah, by the way, Travis Kelce's a little bit on the old side.
Yeah.
The Chiefs, I think, have always kind of been looking at tight end, right? They're always doing pretty good due diligence on every position, but it always feels like they're doing some due diligence on the tight end position every single year, just trying to find guys that kind of fit within that room. But I do remember when we were talking about Noah Gray a few years ago, and it was like, well, Travis Kelce's getting up there, and he's still here, and he's still the best tight end in football. So, Travis Kelce's going to be playing until he's 48, until him and Taylor Swift's children are, nearly in high school.
I do think.
What high school do they go to?
New Heights.
Yeah. Why is this a question?
Yeah.
No, I do think one of the things that shows up the most, and you can see it on these highlights, again, catching passes outside of his body. He's got the ability to run the seam really well. I know we talked about how the NFL is trying to eliminate the seam a little bit more.
They've done a good job of it the last few years.
But part of how you can nullify that, and the Chiefs they have some size at tight end. I'm not saying that they've got a tiny tight end room, but one of the things that was the best part of a Jody Fortson was the fact that he could post up a little bit, more of a power forward kind of situation in the red zone, that he could line up there and go get the ball while still being a decent blocker. And Jody Fortson is a guy that really developed his blocking. Noah Gray really developed his blocking in Kansas City. It's not out of the question here that Jared Wiley could develop into a guy that really becomes a part of their blocking scheme in a major way. But I love what he's going to be in the red zone for this team, especially since, Xavier Worthy, a little bit smaller guy, Hollywood Brown, a little bit smaller guy. We have seen the Chiefs have some red zone struggles over the past couple of years, and they've typically nullified that with, kind of horizontal stretch to try and getting yourself another post-up guy in the red zone that also can run and stretch vertically. There are lots of ways that I could see him getting on the field in 13 and 12 personnel.
I think he's an interesting guy in the high red.
High red.
Almost more than he is in the low red for me personally.
Just because of that
you
stretch.
Can get a little bit of build-up speed. You can get some, you can get on a defensive back's toes and kind of put yourself in a good advantageous position with your body. This is a guy that ran a 4.62 at 249 pounds.
That's moving.
He is scooting. He's a high tester, one of the best verticals as well. So you're talking about, it was not like he's got overly long arms. He's 33.5-inch arms, but big body target that can go up and get it, like big catch radius and some vertical linear speed. It's an interesting guy, but you've seen him run some routes a little bit too with some good breaks, with some more sharper breaks that make you think that maybe there's more there too. So not just some vertical plain kind of guy. It's a guy that can maybe build off of that, run a curl, run a dig. So.
Yeah, and again, has a route tree. Already comes equipped with a route tree. Now, it's not going to be like, Travis Kelce with the nuance and the ability to kind of shake guys at the top of a route. It is fairly formulaic, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have that capability. And again, if you were talking about him as tight end 2 or 3 next year, having a guy that can do that, he's a matchup nightmare. I just got done talking about how the Chiefs might have the biggest safety room in the league. they don't have a guy that can cover a guy like a Jerry Wiley in a post-up situation. They don't have a guy that big that can handle his size, his athleticism. Again, could be a matchup nightmare. I really love the gamble here.
Brendan Rice went off the board here. Oh, no, he didn't. Sorry.
Did you get PFF'd?
If PFF is using ESPN's NFL draft ticker that shows the best player
Well,
available.
no, I was using it as a verb because PFF completely hoodwinked, bamboozled, and fooled me.
Hoodwinked?
Run amok. Cedric Van Pran Granger is the pick for the Buffalo Bills, though. This is another center prospect, more of a true center prospect. One of those guys that has kind of historically short arms that we were talking about a little bit yesterday, but started for Georgia 14 games in 2023, man. This is a good player.
Yeah, really is a good player. I kind of catching up on some of this because I've been kind of in love with this. Xavier Thomas from Clemson goes off the board, an edge. We got to see him at the East-West Shrine game. Arguably one of the more impressive edges. One consistently has spent a long time, very highly recruited player. Maybe didn't live up to some of the hype there, but you gamble on that again. Cardinals with another good draft pick. A gamble on Xavier Thomas in this draft class. If he doesn't work out, you've got probably another 5 or 6 guys that you're pointing to that are real contributors. But because of what he's been able to do, because of what he's done in the offseason here, again, the East-West Shrine Bowl, he was really impressive there. I really like that move for them. So, yeah, Jordan McGee, Temple linebacker, we talked about that. Cam Hart, Notre Dame corner, goes off the board. Chargers take 2 corners in the span of 4 picks.
Cam Hart might have been a little bit of a Chiefs-y cornerback because he's big and physical. The testing wasn't top tier. It wasn't a tier 1 situation. But
yeah.
It's a little late, but shout out Beth Hayden for your donation of $100 to the
Thank
Trez
you.
Paylor Memorial Scholarship.
We're kind of busy. Sorry.
Closing in on 8,000. That's the next benchmark.
How far are we from 8,000?
Few $100.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I've been crushing highlights. So you can go to the KCSN YouTube channel right now to check out highlights of the last 2 draft picks. We'll get those up on the stream as well.
All right.
I'm going to try and do this with the tour group behind us and see if it works again. Get my fingers ready. Bourbon?
I think you need a better snap.
I do need a better
snap.
snap.
I think it's more like you say it like.
No, I don't.
question.
I'm not trying to say it like a Kent Swanson says it.
Like a Kent Swanson.
I'm not
Hey,
trying to
Ken
say
Swanson.
like Ken Swanson says it, but looking here, Chiefs are 17 picks away
Thank you.
from the Chiefs are 17 picks away here, and there's still plenty of options for the team. Christian Mahogany is the guy they had in for a 30 visit.
Yep. That might push it to home run for me.
Okay.
It might. It really might.
I think there's a few players that would push it to a home run for me.
You already said it was a home run.
Yeah, it's true. I walked it back a little bit because I started thinking about 2022 and all the guys that they got in round 7.
Yeah, that was quite the round 7.
But here's some names. You got Malik Washington still out there.
Love it.
Johnny Wilson plays football. Brendan Rice.
Would you want to take Johnny Wilson at this point with?
Yeah, I know.
With a Jared White?
Probably.
I don't know that I would.
See what happens. Brendan Rice, DJ James, the cornerback out of Auburn, Leonard Taylor, Kalen Carson, Christian Jones, Audric Cassine. Like, there's still plenty of players that I'm going to be happy with the Chiefs picking if they. And I'm not,
Well, you know how we grade these 5th-round draft picks. We give a lot of Fs out because we hate the day 3 gambling. We don't. The risk is so low here, but just what they've been able to find and the value that they've been able to find late in the draft has been exceptional. I'm still waiting for that cornerback pick that I'm going to turn on and be like, okay, I see how this works. I see how this fits.
Josh Newton out of TCU still hasn't come off the board. Anthony Gold has. This is so
did he go off the board?
We've been staying in Leavenworth here for the last few days, and Anthony Gold was a Leavenworth kid before moving out west. He's a guy I think the Chiefs had a little bit interested in. I believe he was in for a 30 visit as well.
He was.
He was at the East-West Shrine Bowl. One of
the
the fastest GPS times in all of college football last year. As a return player, he has good return ability. Shows some ability down the field as well. a little bit more vertical than I thought he was going to be because he's a smaller, slender guy, so he has some ability to stretch the field, can get him involved in some of the manufactured touches, and he has some return ability. So I like that pick for the Colts.
I do wonder if that was a little bit of an insulatory top 30 visit. Maybe they miss out on a Xavier Worthy early. They come back to the table a little bit later for an Anthony Gould just to try and add some vertical stretchability. They are not the same player by any realm of the imagination. But as we're seeing here, Chiefs want some speed on offense. Really, really, really want some speed on offense. Anthony Gould would have made sense if they were maybe to trade up for a tackle, for instance, in the first round. Could have turned around and tried to add some speed later.
Also, someone like Jacob Cowing.
Yeah,
going off the board to the Niners earlier. Obviously they're not like identical skill sets between Xavier Worthy and him, but maybe there was a little bit of, like maybe that is a little bit of a validation that the Niners might have been in on Worthy a little bit. Maybe not that they're same, but there is Cowing's a faster, quicker guy. He can do some stuff down the field vertically, even though he's smaller and can run away from some people.
Saw a tweet that 49ers have maintained we are not going to trade a Brandon Ayuk. We are not going to trade a Deebo Samuel, and then they turn around and they take two fairly early wide receivers. I mean, they're not like at this point. Like you would be getting future capital. You would assume for one of those two players, but I mean, insulating themselves not a bad idea for the future. There, it's just funny to watch them, insist upon the fact that they are happy with their wide receiver room, that they are not looking to move on from either one of those guys, and then they draft a couple of replacements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So and look, the Chiefs are 16 picks from making a selection now. And the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons, and we're waiting to find that out.
Are they on the ticker?
No.
Are they nowhere?
You know who I'd like the Chiefs maybe to address? Malik Washington. We've talked about him a little bit. Wide receiver out of Virginia. Christian Boyd, defensive tackle out of Northern Iowa. Ryan Watts, safety or corner. Just because they took a safety doesn't mean that they can't take another gamble on another player with some versatility and some athleticism. Maybe a Hunter Norzad if they don't like some of the interior offensive lineman options. Or, it's probably a little bit early for him, but maybe a Carson Steele as a running back. We saw a little bit of a running back run. The Chiefs had him in as a top 30 visit. I think any one of those picks would be a really good pick for Kansas City and a really good pick for me because those are the remaining 5 players in the Chiefs draft that I still have on the board.
Bears traded back in. Just so you know. I think they probably used a future 4 with the Broncos to get back into the draft. So they have a 5th-round pick here as well. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out. We're getting closer and closer to the Chiefs making the next selection. We're getting real close. These picks are flying off quick, so this is gonna be a quick one.
The NFL has decided they're not effing around this year. Yesterday they did a really good job of picking quickly and making sure that they got things moving. They've done a really good job. They typically do in day 3, but they've done a really good job of keeping things moving today as well from a coverage standpoint. I appreciate that. I don't have to wait long for my favorite football team to draft.
J.D. Bertrand, the linebacker out of Notre Dame, the second Notre Dame linebacker. I'll be honest with you. Well, I didn't like his tape very much.
Did you not?
Not a very productive player. I think he's just a middling athlete on the field. Not very productive. I don't really know.
Highlights up there. They were showing a lot of run blitzing. And that's a lot of downhill play that trying to fill a gap very quickly. Not necessarily from a read and react standpoint. Not to say that he doesn't have that on tape, but the big highlights that they showed were some of the stuff that we've seen other linebackers who maybe didn't pan out in the best ways.
Yeah, I know he's beloved.
Is he?
So
maybe as a team captain,
it's a leadership type thing.
Yeah.
For him.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't find him to be great range, bad athlete.
Yeah.
Limited production, even just getting on the ball. I didn't love him. That's a Falcons pick.
That is a Falcons pick.
I don't know if he can play quarterback though. Maybe they're moving him to quarterback.
I can't wait to be doing this bit still for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
Because that's how long it will take before Michael Penix actually takes snaps for the Falcons with Kirk Cousins still there.
Generous.
The Bears traded a 2025 fourth-round pick to get back into this draft, and they're in the 5th round here. So, and we'll wait. And we're going to be getting some quotes from Jason Lamb, the Chiefs scout. So maybe we'll be hearing about a few of those guys.
Yeah, I love it. This is my favorite time to hear from the people after the day 3 picks are made. You just get to know a lot more of the scouts. You get maybe a little less polished commentary about players and things like that. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just, they don't want to tip their hands. They don't want to do that. Hey, the pick is in. Edge Austin Booker out of Kansas. Wow. The Bears traded back in for a local guy.
So Austin Booker, he was an early entry into the draft. He was a first-team All-Big 12 edge rusher for Kansas this year. Came on the scene, went to Minnesota originally and didn't really play very much there. Transfers with another teammate. They wound up transferring to Kansas to come play here, and he was one of the best players on their defense. He's a longer kid.
What's his fit? What's his fit in the NFL?
So, let me cook. He's got really good length, and he's got kind of a lankier frame. And I kind of wondered if he didn't need another year to try to play more at a 250 or a 255, just to develop physically another year. And so he has the production. He has some flexibility through that long frame that allowed him to turn some corners and make some plays and use that length to affect the quarterback. And then countered with a nice little spin move. Had some dominant moments against Texas. One of the best games, playing against the best competition against Texas.
Sure.
However, the process has been really rough for him. He's had a really rough process.
Yeah.
Tested horrifically. Yeah. Tucker D. Franklin wants to jump in.
Yeah, this is a note from our friend Christian Gumminger. I don't know if you guys mentioned this. Jaden Hicks was the other part of the Bills trade.
Oh, it was.
Ooh.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wonder if Keelan Coleman
Hickson
Coleman
Worthy
and Hicks
came in that trade.
So what will happen is Keon
Christian.
Coleman is going to catch a touchdown in a meaningless regular season game against the Bills, and then the Bills are going to celebrate it. And then Jaden Hicks is going to pick off in the playoffs Josh Allen to win the game, and then Bills fans will continue to cope. So
that's about right.
That sounds about right.
I can't wait for that to be clipped and true.
The Austin Booker stuff, yeah. Good for him though. I think if Austin Booker had stuck around another year, developed physically, he could have been a top 64 pick. But now here he is going around 5.
So from the Bears' perspective, you're gambling on that. Get him in your nutrition program. Get him in your weight room. If you don't, again, they were done for the day. The Bears were, and they trade back in to the 2024 NFL draft. You're just looking at this saying, okay, we feel confident that we're going to be able to maybe put some weight on him, help him develop a little bit more physically, and that we're going to catch a steal for a player that otherwise would have been much higher in next year's draft.
The tape's better than 145 or 144 or whatever it was. Like, the tape's better than that.
Yeah.
Missouri fans rejoice. Chris Abrams-Drain has come off the board.
There
to
he
the Denver
goes.
Broncos.
Slot-only player probably at the NFL, but competitive, feisty. All those Missouri corners last year were really feisty. Stays in the division for the AFC West, goes to the Denver Broncos. I liked it, but I really liked the tape for
Ladies and gentlemen, the Kansas City Chiefs are on the ticker.
Listen.
They're on the ticker. He said it again.
I got Tucker so good.
Well, I don't have a card in the board yet. I won't be able to record the podcast. No, but you can still throw it at him.
You should have seen Tucker's face.
If I had Todd
good.
Haley in my headphones right now, he would be telling me to punch you in the face.
Punch him
in his
face.
Dude, I got them so good. Why don't we have producer Cam on at all anymore? Why aren't you
Because
doing
they're
that?
working
Sorry,
right
I'm
now.
trying to
they are
produce
working
content.
right now.
Can't.
Hello, Nick. Hello, individual to be named later.
Oh no! The worst kept secret in social media. Just stand there.
behind the
Yes,
logo.
Behind the logo. Perfect.
We've got 2 highlight videos up. We've brought them onto the stream. We've got 2 live reaction videos that Nick just
Yeah, I
cranked
don't know.
out.
You weren't
We've
paying
got a
attention.
podcast going out.
I brought the highlight video up.
Yeah,
and I didn't
they're
realize it had
working.
music on it. And it just blared.
Oh, buddy, that might have been
Good.
the second best
Share it
moment
a
of the
different
stream
way.
so far.
This
Yeah,
I would say this might have topped last year's already for me. This has been so much fun. There's
Oh,
been
I
so
don't
many like
know.
little moments here.
I don't know. Well, we haven't topped last year's total for the Trez A.
There you
Paylor
go, at a kid.
Scholarship Foundation.
You do this one.
PowerMizzou.com. Go to Tucker, can you put the
Yes, I'd
the
love
link
to.
on the screen?
I would
Man, I
absolutely
surprised
love
him a
to.
little bit with my transition. Not just you do great transitions here, but yeah, go to Give Butter. You can the links down here in the description of this. If you are not watching this on YouTube right now, if you are tuning in some other way, please text 53555. Text the text draft or text Terez Terez, or even all juice if you're feeling fancy. One word there. It will give you the link to the KCSN benefit raffle. $10 donation for each chance to win one of the above prizes: a Nick Bolton signed jersey, MJ Melendez signed a ball with a $200 tickets for less voucher to get to go to a Royals game there. Legarius Needs signed jersey. Just because he's in Tennessee doesn't mean you can't support a 2-time Super Bowl champion. Trent McDuffie signed football.
Should have rushed that one out there.
Future Hall of Fame or Ring of Honor. I think you should be in the Hall of Fame personally. I really like this guy. Derek Johnson signed jersey, and then a signed copy of 15 cents on the dollar, Ebony Reed's new book. Please, please, please give a donation here. It really, we will draw these prizes tomorrow, Sunday. If you are listening to this right now, we will draw these prizes. We will let people know what it is that they've won, but this money goes towards the Terez A. Paylor Foundation at Power Mizzou to try and help young black journalists to get a leg up. Try and make sure that they can contribute to the world, hopefully in the same sort of way that Terez did for all of us. We are it's one of our favorite things to do. So please, please donate. Once we hit $8,000, Kent and I are going to be shaving our facial hair. That's going to happen once we hit $10,000. We are going to all chug a seltzer. When I say all, I'm looking around the room here. All
Like Eric.
all around here.
Like Cincinnati Bengal Eric All.
I think maybe we should start workshopping maybe a 9,000. Let's try and stage this a little bit. Obviously, we want to get to $10,000. That would be
What can we
that would
make
that
Tucker
would beat
do?
next year. But
What can we make Tucker do?
people love Tucker.
I love Tucker.
I know. You don't always show it in the best ways, but I know that.
We're off the rails, right?
Yeah.
We're off the rails.
Yeah.
For sure.
All I see behind us with like this hill is gladiators with like the assault, like shooting the tennis balls.
Oh, yeah.
All I can see is one of us sits at the top of this hill and Tucker's got to try to get to the top without getting hit by like a paintball gun. And then you just watch
Do
him.
you have
like,
a
just
paintball
get-
gun?
I'll go buy one right now and we will get this thing done. I did it in college. I used to go buy paintball guns in Warrensburg and I would go shoot them for like 3 or 4 days and then
Yeah.
I would return it to Walmart. Like, this thing doesn't work. I get my money back. It's just like renting one.
The Warrensburg Walmart right now is going, oh, what the
Yeah.
hell?
We
Yeah,
had
in
severe
2001.
paintball fraud for
Yeah.
so many years, and
Severe
now it's been
paintball.
explained.
Fall of 2001. A couple of different times.
Chief Scout Jason Lamb says, you'd think that new tight end Jared Wiley is more of a blocking tight end given his size, but his ability as receiver surprises. And then Chief Scout Greg Castillo on Kingsley Suamataia. When you look at his technique and pass sets, it was pretty clear he can play left tackle, but mentions at the Senior Bowl his ability to play one series left and another right also really impressed the team.
Greg Steele, great dude.
Yeah.
Yes.
Landed him at the Shrine Bowl. Caught up with him.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
met
it
him a
was
few
great
times.
there. Jarvis Brownlee Jr., cornerback out of Louisville, goes
Louisville.
I know. I'm so sorry. That's a Colorado thing. There is a city just outside of where I live. They pronounce it Louisville, and it has broken my brain because it's Louisville.
So
but, Jarvis Brownlee Jr. goes to the Tennessee Titans.
Greg Castillo, scout for the Chiefs, says Chiefs safety Jaden Hicks dropping to them in the 4th round. Quote, I was surprised,
Hey,
and I'm happy he did. He can do a lot, and I think he can do a lot effectively. I agree.
when was the last defensive back that they were surprised fell to them?
Oh, Trent
Was that
McDuffie.
Trent
Are you
McDuffie?
comparing
Okay.
Jaden Hicks in the
Just
4th
saying.
round to Trent McDuffie?
Just saying the Chiefs have a lot of history with that.
Speaking of comparing Jaden Hicks, do you know off the top of your head what the draft guide comp was for him?
I do.
Talanoa Hufanga.
Yeah, that's a good comp.
Yeah,
It's a great comp.
it's a big physical guy that flies around and makes plays, and it has some timely moments on the football. And can really disrupt some stuff.
If you want to see those timely moments, you can check out the Jaden Hicks highlights on the KCSN YouTube channel.
Can you play them right now at full volume, and then we can just hype them up? Like,
I don't have those ready to go right this second.
Man, I was going to do
Sadly. Oh, I didn't use it.
By God, he killed him. That's
God,
basically
he's broken in
what.
half.
That's basically what every one of those is. Broncos were back on the clock. They take running back Audric Estime out of Notre Dame. That's a guy that Kent has been mentioning for a little bit here as a potential ad. And not like
Audric
broken up
Estime,
about,
yeah.
but
One of the more confident guys in the play, in this entire process. I think he had really good self-esteem.
Get this guy out of here. How many more picks before the Chiefs pick? I gotta get that card back in the board.
There you go, sir.
Thank you. I still want to know how many picks the Chiefs. That doesn't.
I would have.
Solve that problem.
I would have really liked it if Tucker wasn't talking right there, so we just could have all had silence and glaring at Kent for that
I'm about
one.
to put my son's game changer 9U baseball game on, so if you hear me screaming in the corner, because he's
It's because of
starting
Kent.
pitcher, so I gotta go flip the game on. I
Oh,
gotta watch
gosh.
this.
No, you're
Yeah.
good, buddy.
Please do.
More
bud.
stress for me.
on the bump.
Terrifying to watch. So much more nerve wracking to watch kids play than just do it yourself.
I don't know about that. Yeah. Jay. Sorry.
Man, I love this so far. Like I really do. Man, Javon Baker, he's got a lot to say since he's been drafted by the New England Patriots.
Yes, he
A
has.
lot. Saying you took too effing long. Y'all gonna pay. Like a very confident individual. We knew that about him. We knew that about him. But the one that got me was better get your popcorn ready. I'm electric on the field. I make people in wheelchairs stand up.
Hey yo.
That's what he said as part of his presser.
Speaking of out of pocket,
Yeah. Man.
that's Maddie's favorite player right there, folks.
Man.
No, that's not Jermaine Burton.
That's a Raven, or it's a Bengal.
Did he go? Oh yeah, he went.
He went.
Oh,
80.
yeah. He went to the Bengals.
I want you guys to know my list is so ruined right now.
Good.
Oh, no.
Tommy
Tucker.
Eichenberg, the linebacker out of Ohio State. You can cross him off your list, Tucker, because he's a Las Vegas
I thought you were talking to the people at home. Cross him off your list. Tommy Eichenberg gone. You know how
Medical.
we've been clamoring for him. But
Chiefs do need another linebacker.
no, they
should-
don't.
The Chiefs should take a wide receiver today.
They should.
Yeah,
They should take Malik Washington. I think that would be an
saying
excellent
that.
pick.
That would be an excellent pick. What a fun prospect.
He was fun. Just a really good football player.
Very smart. He's a really smart guy.
Smart,
Super.
well-spoken, well-thought, highly productive. I think
Highly.
he led college football in catches.
Yes, he did, playing for Virginia without much of a
Anything.
They
much
were
of an
good.
anything.
They
Yeah,
were not good.
He did something at all three levels of the defense. Would not hate it.
I might do a backflip right back there where Tucker did a cartwheel. I might do a backflip if a Malik Washington's taken.
Watch out for the big old toads out there.
Okay, I will, buddy. I don't really care so much about the toads, but yeah, I'll take your word for it.
It spooked me is all. I wasn't ready for it. It's raining now too, so they're especially gonna be out.
Oh yeah, man. Seems like we slowed down a little bit here with some of the pick cadence. Like, I wonder if that
I
means
think
that
we've
teams
slowed down mentally.
Well, I can tell you that I slowed down mentally day one, but that's what happens when you go to a bourbon tasting.
You guys thought Maddie was the drunkest one during that. I was for a good amount of time.
Were you really?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I put WWE on the TV. I was watching the 2007.
Yeah, do you not remember that?
I'll be honest with you. I thought that was incredibly normal.
No,
Of him.
that was Tucker just being like, I'm going to turn on what I want to turn on.
Well, he also
inside the bourbon cave.
we were watching old Royal Rumbles in the Bourbon Cave.
No, that was
Don't correct me.
from back then.
You don't
It was
correct.
a fatal four-way. It was HBK, John Cena, Randy Orton.
If you have any questions on the chat, please feel to reach out and just throw some up there. If you make them a super chat, that'd be even better because all that money's going to Therese Paylor's scholarship.
And to make our children hate us.
And yeah, we are very close to having to shave our faces down to mustaches.
I'm writing down all the super chats right now. That's what I'm doing. If anybody was wondering. I'm
Okay.
just
I
making
was
sure
I
that
wondering.
was wondering what.
So I'm very
what
glad
it
that
is
you
do.
let us.
Yeah, yeah. I actually don't do anything here.
You
I'm
too.
just coming to hang out.
You too.
Oh, shout out Christian. Christian
Muley. Holy cow, man.
$100.
Wow, man.
Hey, Tucker, can you read that for me? Because on our screen, it's a little bit
You're
covered up.
hovering over the
You're
mute
hovering
button.
over the mute button, so thank you.
Xavier Worthy is going to double up Keon Coleman in yards and touchdowns, and Brandon Beat is going to have to enter witness protection because Bills fans will be out for blood.
They will. I mean, that's not wrong. They will be out for blood if they if they ruin their open Super Bowl window. Josh Allen is the second best quarterback in the NFL, and if they waste his younger years here because of some poor draft decisions, especially ones that help the team that is consistently beating them in the playoffs, like that is going to ruin Brandon Bean.
The Chiefs, Xavier Worthy's also going. Well, I would say that he would double up Keon Coleman on rings, but you have to get a ring to be doubled up.
2 times
on.
0 is still 0.
And 2 times 0 is 0. 3 times 0 also
0.
0. So
Cornerback Josh Newton out of
That's a tough
TCU goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. That's a guy you like. Ken.
this would have been a fun day 3 swing at a cornerback position. And another one of those guys that's not a good athletic tester, but has the just good instincts, physicality, competitive, feisty. Definitely, you can see his long speed his long speed matters for sure.
does.
Don't get me wrong, but
I mean,
it's just
I will say this: he's the 6th worst tester of the in CBAT this year. Clear tier 3, close to a tier 4 sort of tester. So, did not perform particularly well. And at that height and with that sort of arm length, you got to have something to help make it up. A 7.01 3-cone is not how you make that up.
Spencer Rattler is a New Orleans Saint.
Oh,
He is a quarterback prospect in this draft. Zach Eisen, no, I'm not watching the Franz Masterclass or the Franz Masterclass. I am glad that he has decided to play good basketball, though, recently, so that is good.
Thanks.
I like that all of Tucker's contributions are not about the
Nobody
NFL
cares
draft.
what I have to think about the draft.
I
and
care.
I am okay with that.
I care about that, Tucker. I genuinely do care about that.
What's your take on Spencer Rattler?
I think that he's not good.
Okay, I want to hear why. This is interesting.
Yeah, let's cook.
Well, I think that you've seen from his time at Oklahoma to, I think he matured a little bit at South Carolina. He never really particularly played too well against Mizzou, which is where I saw him play the majority of his games. But I just think that there's a very clear gap of where he was anticipated to be to where he actually is in his career. And we've seen some character concerns with him as well. When it comes to Spencer Rattler, obviously when he was a little bit younger, those were a little bit more prominent. But he just doesn't do it for me. He's not the flavor I like. He's not the type of guy. I know, Kent, that you were somewhat higher on him as like a backup, maybe for the Chiefs if they wanted to explore backup quarterback in this draft.
I think from a talent perspective, there's still a lot to like about
Absolutely.
him. And there is some wildly impressive throws in an offense that didn't do him any favors whatsoever.
None.
Some high-level moments from him that just, like, make you realize, like, there's still a lot there. And he's I think this is a great swing at a quarterback
Mm-hmm.
in the 5th round. Now, my guess is the character stuff still probably popped up significantly for him to the point that their teams maybe aren't as comfortable as taking a guy like him. I didn't think he was gonna hear his name called on day 2 personally, just because there's just too much of a rap sheet. I guess that's not fair. There's just a lot of character questions, and I mean, there's a whole documentary of him kind of being a jerk.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's well documented. Like his
yeah, it's not. We're not talking out of school here. Like he
Yeah.
is it's out there in the world.
Yeah.
Like it's not a thing. I think the thing that surprises me the most, this is the first quarterback since day 1 that's come off the board, and I get that that's where the strength of it was.
So
I
think the thing is like this quarterback class isn't very good, and there's
super top heavy, obviously.
super top heavy. Also, you've got to find fits.
Yeah.
You got to find teams
You do.
and fits. And so, there doesn't seem to be a ton of teams that are super interested in taking a developmental quarterback. There's not a ton of teams interested in taking a rookie backup quarterback. I don't, and the quarterbacks aren't very good.
I know.
in this
I know they're
year.
not. I would say that
I'm not surprised.
I think that me personally, and I know how Tucker feels about this, and I'm not trying to discredit it because I love your draft takes, by the way, Tucker.
No, it's fine.
I love them.
That's fine.
I think he's a lot closer to QB6 than this draft slot is saying. Like from a talent perspective, from an arm talent perspective, I would have gotten it if a team would have gambled on that because the arm is real. Like, it really is real. He makes some eye-popping throws.
He does have an arm. He has 2.
Kick you so hard in the dick. I think that's one of those guys that a lot of people, depending, you can kind of see the widely varying opinions about that. Our buddy Nate Heiss has talked about it before, that he would take him a lot closer to a Bo Nix or a Michael Penix than a lot of people would be comfortable for. I am more in that boat, maybe not as close as Nate was, but I'm more in that boat because I really truly believe he can develop into a starting level quarterback in the NFL. And waiting all the way to the 5th round, there's no risk anymore.
Right. It's just a matter of what team feels comfortable with him, the person, what team feels comfortable drafting a developmental guy, and at what point is the talent just undeniable. And
Sorry.
Jalen Carley's the Missouri safety linebacker. I mean, Jalen Carley's is bigger than a lot of linebackers in this class.
Yeah.
Huge kid.
Huge.
Safety. But he's a safety. He probably is a safety.
When Maddie and I talked to him at the East-West Shrine Bowl, we asked him about the thought of maybe coming and playing a linebacker. He obviously said he was willing to do that if a team felt that he would be better fit at linebacker, but he's huge. That was one of the things that you plug him into a RAS calculator and you just see his percentiles for guys who play the same position of him it's very, he plays very large too. He plays how big he is. And I think when we were at the East-West Shrine Bowl and you saw him with the other safeties, Kenny Logan being there too, you got to see him with other safeties. He stood out just physically from all of the other guys that were there as well. So I'm very excited to see what he can do. I think he's a very smart football player. I think he is very, I think he really helped himself in this draft process. He had a good combine. I thought he had a good East-West Shrine Bowl. People were very impressed with him. I'm excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, a 227-pound safety that runs a 4.5 40, that'll play. Those athletic traits, that size, that speed, that'll play. So, very interesting to see how he slots in. Totally get taking the swing on him right now.
For sure. And we are getting very close to the Chiefs being on the board.
Are they on the clock or are they?
They
on
are mid-ticker,
They're
folks.
mid-ticker.
Hey, yo.
You got a mid-ticker up there.
Whoa.
159. That's where they're picking, correct?
And the pick is in at 152, so we're just a few draft picks away from them making a selection. The Eagles are probably going to take someone that was on the consensus board very highly because
Yeah, Breland speaks.
Ravens and Eagles just love what the
Breland Speaks has had a really good run in the UFL. I know you guys don't really want to talk about that because you guys are scared to
No, we
talk about
did.
it,
We've actually Breland Speaks' name has come up a lot, and not in a negative way.
No, I mean,
this week.
he's been having a very good experience in the UFL with the Michigan Panthers.
And when we were looking at a Brandon Dorless who went off the board already.
Yes.
Like we did. We mentioned Breland Speaks a little bit better Breland Speaks, but a guy that has a little bit of outside versatility. Breland Speaks has come up multiple times this weekend in not a negative way. I know that might surprise some Chiefs fans, but rings kind of change things a little bit.
Yeah.
That was one of the worst picks that's ever happened in Kansas City Chiefs history.
Not going to change anything for Kent, I guess.
That was Breland's. That was Brett Veach's first pick as a GM, and it has been all uphill from there.
Hey, it's getting a lot better.
It's been all uphill from there because that pick was awful.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of room.
There was, but
Seth Nelson, thank you for your donation to
Thanks, Seth.
the campaign. I just read
The
what
campaign.
exactly that email
The
said.
campaign.
Thank you for
Thank you for donating to Tucker for president.
I think that
Bearcat, this image is an assault.
Franklin Lane 2024.
Anais Smith to the Eagles.
That's okay. So
Yeah.
from a return ability, like if teams are valuing the return game, this is a guy that could be a player that makes a fit there. A Malachi Corley-ish type of player where you've got some yak ability, denser bodied. Some people think he's a running back.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just a potential returner with some offensive weapon type tag that those typically those pan out. So
they do.
They're weapon.
They're weapons.
Just a weapon with no position. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah. Don't know
Oh
if
yeah, that did look really good. I'm watching my cartwheel again. Oh,
You breaking down your cartwheel tape?
it looks pretty good. I haven't done a cartwheel in a hot sec, so
You know what?
it was more of a round off the way I landed it, but
You know what we should do? We should get Creed Humphrey on here to break down your cartwheel. Little Creed.
I should just text it to Creed. I'm looking at the woman in the background who's like staring at me. She's like, "What is going on?"
I tweeted out the most hilarious part of this is the child in the small child in this video, and I'm not talking about Tucker Franklin.
how comes you get to say that and he laughs at you, and then I could say
'Cause
the
it's
same.
Craig.
Because I love him. He knows I love him.
I don't know what I have to do
Get kicked in the dick.
to earn Tucker's love. I guess is my thing.
Take a stunner from him for
That's
$9,000.
true. Nice Smith, first team All SEC honors last year with the Aggies.
Yeah, that's like it's a special teams plus type of move here for the Eagles. So didn't beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
I'm cropping this to make my my old DX move here a gift. So stay tuned. That's what I'm doing right now. If that's what you guys are curious.
No,
about.
that's exactly what I needed to see. Thank you for keeping me up to date, buddy.
Christian Mahogany?
Is he off the board?
No,
No. Well, why did you say his name?
because I want the Chiefs to draft him.
Yeah, I would too. I'd be okay with that.
He's an interesting cat.
Yeah, you just want it because he's on the drafter app for you.
I was about to say.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Hunter Norzad instead. How about that? Positional versatility.
Yeah.
I don't
Did
know.
Hunter Norzad have a visit?
30
30 visit? I don't think he did.
Just makes too much sense.
It would make some sense.
Just too much sense. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It feels like at least the tipping of the picks is coming a little bit slower here. I think we're seeing some of our traditional media outlets that are.
So
we're gonna start getting picks from the zoo.
Oh yeah, we got a chimpanzee here coming up. That's gonna.
Are they really doing that this year?
They have done it, I believe, like every single year for the past 4 or 5 years.
Seriously?
Yeah, local zoo. Like, maybe it's not always a chimpanzee. I distinctly remember a chimpanzee over the past couple of years. Maybe an octopus 3 years ago, something like that.
Boy.
I'm not sure though.
Boy, howdy.
Boy, we got lots of tours going on here at Holiday Distillery. Keep that in mind when you are thinking about something to do on a random Saturday
Or a Sunday. You can
Sunday.
come hang out with us
Yeah.
at Holiday Distillery tomorrow. So we're all going to be here celebrating the end of the season, really, for us, and having a good time.
It really is the end of the season,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
We don't stop at the Super Bowl.
No, we don't.
We stop here.
Yeah.
And it's going to be great.
The buck stops here.
Ready for a little break for sure. But yeah, come hang out with us. We're going to be at the event center. So this area back here, you'll be able to kind of walk around, hang out, experience. You're going to be able to enjoy some food, some beverages out here. Good times, good people. Several people from KC Sports Network will be hanging out here as well. So we're going to have a lot of fun. I'd encourage you to come spend some time with all of us tomorrow. So I think there's a sign up on the.
Look at the description.
Link is in the description to sign up for this party.
Yeah,
So,
please RSVP. We need to know
Yes,
how many
please
people are gonna
RSVP.
be
It's
here.
for food purposes. That's
That's
what we're
all.
looking for
Just
here.
wanna
We
know
don't
how much
want
food we
to
need.
run out of food from anybody. So please just send a quick RSVP our way. We'll be here. We'll be hanging out.
Do you guys think? What do you think that these people on this tour want to see me do?
These people on this tour.
Could
know what?
you give someone a stunner?
Kent Swanson. I nominate Kent Swanson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Whoa, boy, that's the resounding 100% of the room.
Yeah, look.
BJ even said it. DeAndre Prince, the cornerback out of Ole Miss, is selected
Off
as
the
well.
board to the Jacksonville
Oh no!
Jaguars.
Kalen Carson's still on the board.
He is. What's your take on Kalen Carson?
I think he'd fit in Kansas City.
Yeah, why?
Physical,
Mm-hmm.
good in press, willing tackler. I mean, it's the same formula.
It is.
I don't know what his. I don't know what his.
I'm not trying to.
No, I don't know what his RAS is off the top.
Listen, I love RAS, but what?
Is he a tier 1 or a tier 2?
He's a tier 2. He's a tier 2.
Yeah. What are we
Yeah,
doing?
he'd fit in Kansas City. He would.
Why not take him?
No, I think that's a good pick. He didn't do like hardly any testing. Like that was the problem there. He basically showed up and took general measurements, didn't do any testing or anything like that. So it's tough to really nail some of that down. Those are the players that maybe enter some tiers that maybe they shouldn't because of some testing stuff like that. But you deal with what you deal with there. But yeah, I would like him a lot.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded up to 155.
But who have the Rams picked? They've picked Brennan Jackson, the edge out of Washington
We
State.
talked a lot about him as a potential Chiefs fit.
That is a potential Chiefs fit. That's a Chiefsy type edge.
Yeah.
So that's a guy that kind of would fit in their mold a little bit. Has requisite density, not like the perfect Chiefs fit, but like
good enough.
Good enough
Yeah.
down here.
Especially as they've
Juice.
kind of changed some of their metrics a little bit more.
I think he's close enough to being a fit, but like he's not dynamic enough to be an exception, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. I was looking for the the Chief Scout. His quote that was terrific here. I'm going to my
On Brennan Jackson?
No, not on Brennan Jackson. On actually Kingsley back here. Greg Castillo was talking about it. I'm looking at our pal Jordan Foot's page right here.
Footnoted.
At footnoted.
I told him he should have made his Twitter account by the foot, but
I think
that's
he
okay.
made
a byline in like
a really good decision.
measurements. Foot.
But said about Kingsley, what I fell in love with was the athleticism. When you look at the technique, when you look at the pass sets, it's pretty clear that he could play left tackle. That wasn't the exact quote that I was looking at because
that's the one I said earlier.
Yeah, that is the one that you said it earlier. But it was essentially, you look for length, you look for athleticism, you look for, strength, and he has all of those. But the thing that he tagged it up with was every single tackle that comes into the NFL needs work on their technique. There is not a team, there's not a player that's coming into this. I know that we value that. There are guys that are certainly more play ready than others. It does matter. Technique does matter, but every single one of them is having to be taught something. So it's more about learning what that player can accept, what that player is capable of learning in a hurry. We've seen the Chiefs take some swings on maybe some offensive tackles that didn't maybe have that same sort of makeup, and therefore, they've kicked inside, they've rotated out, maybe they're not with the team anymore. But you hope, or they obviously feel good taking a guy at this point because you're gambling on the rare traits there.
Right. Yeah, no, for sure. I think the caveat of how much development every single tackle requires is a very interesting one, and it's a very true one, and it's one we probably don't spend enough time like acknowledging when it comes to the tackle position, because there is so much when it comes to just do you have the requisite length, size, athleticism, and do you love football?
Mm-hmm.
If those things align, you can work with that.
Yeah.
And there's just only so many guys out there that can move the way Kingsley Suamataia can. And I think it's that's what I'm saying. Like, he definitely has a bigger developmental arc than some of the guys that were taken before him, but he has freakish athleticism, size, and has the makeup to be a good left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
He's not done growing either, I don't think. No. I think he's going to continue to get bigger, stronger, kind of grow into his frame even more, and that's scary to think about.
Fisher-esque, maybe.
He's a 21. I'm even bigger though. But
I know,
I think
right?
He's like bigger.
But I mean, the way that his developmental arc and how he grew, became stronger, more physical. Yes.
But if you tell me Kingsley Suamataia is a 330-pound left tackle by the end of his rookie deal,
Nathan White, thank you for your donation.
Who?
Nathan White.
Okay.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr. off the board to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes.
Clemson linebacker.
Jamari Thrash also off the board as well.
To the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah. Did you say that already?
No, I did not. I hadn't seen that pick yet. Thank you, Tucker.
Sorry, I was trying to edit a video of Triple H saying "suck it" on top of my video of me doing the DX.
Love how focused he is right now on the task at hand.
Yeah, it's good content.
Is it though?
You know what's better content?
The Chiefs picking?
If Tucker gives you a stunner.
No. 3 picks away from the Kansas City Chiefs making their selections. The pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. Then it goes Carolina, Miami, and then the Chiefs are up. Still some interesting players, I think, worth taking. So, Christian Mahogany, we've talked about the interior offensive lineman out of Boston College.
Mm-hmm.
Player we got to speak to. Malik Washington, the wide receiver out of Virginia. We had a 4th-round grade on him, and so I think we had him 134 in the consensus or on our board, and so we're at plus value on a Malik Washington.
And most people are higher than we were.
Yeah,
on him.
probably.
Like he was like
some people had him as a consensus top 100 player.
Yeah, around the 100 mark. Yeah.
Brendan Rice, if you're looking receiver. Johnny Wilson, if you're looking receiver, which I know. Leonard Taylor, the defensive tackle out of Miami, is probably a little bit of a swing there on talent.
But at this point,
you do it. Kalen Carson, cornerback out of Wake Forest, should have been. I don't want to know what's going on there. The other one that we really haven't spent much time talking about is Christian Jones, the offensive lineman out of Texas.
Maddie's guy.
There's some tackle ability. Some people consider him to be an interior offensive lineman. So if that's the kind of players the Chiefs have really liked along their offensive line, is guys that played tackle and kick inside.
Yeah.
That's something that they've coveted in the past.
It is.
So that'd be a worthy swing as well, I think, this late in the process. Like, there's good players on the board, I think, that at this point, some of these players that you like from the tape perspective that start falling a little bit, there's more to it than that.
Mm-hmm.
There's some kind of medical, there's some kind of character thing, right? And I keep harping on that because I don't think the NFL is blind to the talent of some of these guys as much as it is that there are just exceptions. There's certain things that, that might preclude teams from taking them. Like Leonard Taylor's talent is closer to Friday than it is Saturday.
For sure. But the fact that he's still on the board. Yes, Tucker.
Did you guys talk about the Jets trading John Myers Franklin to the Broncos?
No, I did not.
No, the Jets have traded John Myers Franklin to the Broncos.
Interesting.
For a 6th-round pick in 2026.
John Franklin Myers. My bad, not Myers Franklin.
Yeah, whatever.
Just
that's the news. And we're moving on. I'm not breaking that down.
What a dick.
The Eagles traded all the way up to get Jeremiah Trotter. I say all the way up. They traded up to get Jeremiah Trotter. I know you guys have already talked about that.
That's a legacy pick, right? Because Jeremiah Trotter Sr. was an Eagle as well. He played for Andy Reid back in the day.
Guy that the Kansas City Chiefs scouts had talked to quite a bit. Per himself, our guy Charles Goldman got to talk to him a little bit. As off the board, Washington State corner Chow Smith-Wade goes to the Carolina Panthers. He was a guy that I know at least Charles had his eye on here because You got to talk to him, got to talk about what the Chiefs were looking at there. They'd at least talked to him at one point in this process here. Again, one of those guys that
What is so funny, Tucker?
he probably got his audio right. Second lowest tester in the NFL draft. So
Bad athlete.
but not a good athlete. But and the Chiefs haven't taken those stabs on them lately. But obviously did some work on that sort of player.
Browns take Jamari Thrash.
Yeah, we talked about that already. But
Is there, Craig?
I don't think.
Yeah.
Roll the tape back.
Tucker
Are
told us
you-
about it
Are you hearing that? Bit of an echo in here.
a little bit. I love the slow burn. I love the slow burn from Kent when he realizes it's like, that's it.
You want to know why me and Tucker have the relationship we do?
No, I know why.
I love Jamari Thrash here in the fifth round.
Yeah.
That's a good value for them, and I do not like that the Browns are doing smart things because I don't like the Browns.
One of our favorite interviews that we did at the Shrine is off the board here to the Dolphins. Colorado State edge, Mo Kamara goes there.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to bleep one F word in that interview.
You want to talk about?
he said 4 and I only bleeped 3
He
of
kept
them.
asking if he could curse right before he would say it.
Yeah,
too.
you want to talk about sorry for cursing? This was a sorry for cursing moment.
Yes.
Because Mo Kamara was dropping a lot of profanities. He's a sawed-off pass rusher with a ton of juice.
Relentless. Yeah.
Great first step.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be a guy that's going to play the run great, but as a situational, rotational pass rusher type player, you might have something. This is a fun swing on a guy that doesn't have great measurables but has really good athletic testing, good profile there, just shorter.
Love the player. Love the mentality. Love that. Yeah, a guy that, routinely living out in Colorado, watched a lot of Colorado State football, showed up all the time. It was just relentless. Was one of those guys that consistently performed. You knew what you were getting, down in, down out. But yeah, it's the length. That's really what it is. If he was a little bit longer player, he's going much higher in this draft because of that heart, that the tenacity, the athletic testing, all of that matters.
Mo Kamara off the board to Miami.
Yeah.
You know what that means?
What does that mean?
It means the Kansas City Chiefs are on the board.
Interesting.
They're on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock with the 159th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. That's the 5th round. Kent Swanson here with Craig Stout, waiting for the announcement of what the Chiefs are going to be doing here in the 5th round. The 3rd pick of 5 selections that they have scheduled for day 3 of this draft. And I'm sitting here looking at the board, and there's a lot of interesting players that still that still appeal to me, Craig. I like where the board sits for them. And that's kind of what we felt the entirety of this draft. We kind of like where some of these boards have sat for them.
It has, and we've talked about a lot of guys so far. Obviously, that happens when you are live for as long as we have been so far. So far, the Kansas City Chiefs have drafted players that we have spent not just a little bit amount of time on, but a lot of amount of time on this live stream so far. So I'm curious. Lots of conversations about Malik Washington. A lot of conversations about Christian Mahogany, Hunter Norzad, some corners there. You mentioned Caden. There are a lot of players that I feel like they could go with, and we would be ecstatic with, because not only players that we like personally, but they are also very high on the consensus board. They're very high on a lot of teams' boards right now. So I feel like they're in a really good spot.
Yeah, and they've done, you heard how they were surprised that, Jaden Hicks was even available to them in the 4th round earlier, with Greg Castillo saying that. And so that seemed like that just seemed like a move where they're just letting the board speak. They went and knocked out their 2 most important needs with their first 2 picks in the draft, and they did a tremendous job doing that.
I'd argue 3. I would put tight end a very high need for them too, but yes, yeah.
But I think it's more just I think the rest of it has kind of been just hey, let's let the board fall. Let's just try to accumulate quality football players that fit our scheme, fit our culture, fit our program, and that's kind of where this is headed. So I don't think the Chiefs are necessarily locked into position right now. I could see them double dipping at receiver. I could see them I could see them going a position they haven't addressed. Continuing to build on the offensive line. Christian Jones, the offensive tackle, offensive lineman out of Texas, would make a lot of sense for them. If you want to take a swing on maybe someone that had some character concerns, you're looking at like a Leonard Taylor, defensive tackle out of Miami. A few of those kind of players.
Christian Boyd, if they want to try and get a nose tackle that they can set and forget for a little while. They tried that last year with Keandre Coburn. Didn't work out. So maybe they take another stab back at that well again. There's a number of players that I like at this point.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like I think there might be some plus value that they might just try to accumulate here. We'll see.
Yeah.
The pick is not in. I'm looking to find out if I can get.
I also don't have it as well. We got kind of like 3 or 4 ahead there, and then now it's a little bit silent for the Kansas City Chiefs. Not getting it tipped yet.
I would love. I mean, it'd be fun to see them double dip at receiver somewhere here.
Yeah.
At some point,
Man, if it's Malik Washington,
that'd be fun.
Yeah.
That would be such. I mean, that's one of my favorite players in the draft. So you don't need to get me going on that.
Yeah.
But. The Chiefs are on the clock here with pick 159. They have not traded out. We have not seen the selection made though. Man, like seriously, like I could name several different positions where I'd feel good with this team taking one of these guys.
I know, and that speaks to what they built so far. I think they walked into the NFL draft this year with 2 clear needs for 2024. They've got obviously some needs for 2025 that would make sense. So they can cast a pretty wide net here and still justify this with a BPA and position of need value, not just for 2024, but moving on from that. We have typically seen Brett Veach narrow this down, make it a lot more open at the top of the draft. It didn't matter this year.
Well, and I think one thing that's interesting about all this is like they went and took care of their positions with some small trade-ups, right, to just make sure that they got the
Correct.
2 guys. But they've done a really good job of showing restraint on making a selection or moving up for a selection in round 4. And what that's afforded them is now they get pick 159.
Yeah.
This is maybe not a pick that they were going to have if they had done some kind of trade-ups in round 4. So, sitting and getting Jared Wiley and getting Jaden Hicks without surrendering this pick as means to trade up for somebody.
Excited about too, yeah.
Yeah, like I think that's what's kind of enticing and intriguing about this. Is this maybe would have been a pick that they otherwise, other
Wouldn't have
years
had. Yeah.
may not have even had.
Yeah. I mean, again, part of the reason why we like those small trade ups is because they kept pick volume right now. And there's a lot of these guys. Again,
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
We have the pick.
Oh, yes.
Let's do this. Here we go. With the 159th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs have selected offensive lineman Hunter Norzad out of Penn State. Craig Stout, this is one of your favorite players. Do not talk about the draft yet. Just tell me about one of your favorite players in this entire class.
One of the most versatile offensive linemen in this draft class. I've been talking about Hunter Norzad now for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months? It's a very long time that I've been talking about this guy. Now all of a sudden he's an interior offensive lineman, played at Penn State, but played for several years as a left tackle for Citadel. Penn State saw him, really liked what he was, plucked him out of Citadel, start him on the interior. He held up pretty well. His Illinois
Cornell,
tape is
by the
really,
way.
really good. Cornell, thank you. Yes, sorry.
Same. I've seen him. I know.
Yeah. You know what I was going after.
I knew
Sorry
exactly
about that.
what you meant.
Thank you so much, though. But yeah, a guy that has the versatility that Andy Reid covets. I liked his tape at interior offensive line. I like the fact that he can move around the entire line. This is a 2025 pick. This is exactly a 2025 pick. I adore this. We got to talk to him at the East-West Shrine game. He's a really fun interview. But, yes, I love this pick. This is one of my favorite picks so far in the draft.
Yeah, he's a guy, like you talked about, like the positional versatility, the tackle background. These are the kind of players that we've seen this team, covet out of, that players that even wind up in their interior offensive line. I think he had a great process. I think he did a great job at the Shrine Bowl. This is a player that can be one of those, kind of versatile, offensive lineman depth pieces that this team has liked in the past. I think he can play all 3 interior positions. I don't think he's going to be a guy that kicks out to play tackle, but you do have someone that can play at a very capable level along their interior. This is a fantastic pick for the Kansas City Chiefs, taking Hunter Norzad out of Penn State. This is going so great because
they needed interior offensive line.
They needed interior offensive line.
For 2025, yes.
They needed interior offensive line. So this is still a needs pick.
It does continue a streak for us here at KCSN.
Another interview that we have at KC Sports Network of a draft pick before he even gets picked.
Yep.
I think is that 3 or 4 straight years that we've had that.
What's every year we've gone to the Shrine Bowl?
Three?
Three.
3 straight years we've interviewed prospects at the East-West Shrine Bowl, and we've been able to interview a player that the Chiefs have selected.
Yes, absolutely. And
you can check out an interview with Hunter Norzad on our YouTube channel later today.
Yes.
So you're going to get an exclusive talk from feedback from him talking with us.
I just love his mentality. I love the way that he approaches the game. You know, I love what he really brings to the table there. I know that he was pretty low on the KC draft guide. If you turn on the Ohio State tape, you will understand why. It was not particularly good. But some of my favorite tape from him was against Illinois, playing against a Johnny Newton. The things that I saw out of him was maybe doing more than what he should have been asked to do as a center for Penn State. There was a lot of games that were thrown at him, a lot of twists, a lot of stunts, and he performed admirably trying to pass guys off. Zach Hicks and I actually watched this tape together, and one of the things that we got to see was a guy that was absolutely begging any offensive guard to take anybody from him, like physically throwing a nose tackle in front of the guard and basically tapping him on the shoulder and being like, you need to take this guy because your guy's looping around. Very smart player, knew where he needed to be, knew why he needed to be there, but couldn't transfer some of the time, couldn't do some of that stuff. We were just really impressed at how hard he was having to pick up some of these things and how he was doing it. He was performing pretty admirably in that regard. It seems like an Andy Heck kind of guy that just knows what he's supposed to do, is picking up the things that he needs to do, is seeing some of these things early. He just needed a little bit of help, and because of that, it made him actually look worse because it looked like he was, quote, late to rotate to some of that when he's just begging
he's doing everything
he
can to get somebody to overtake, and like that definitely did make some moments look worse. But when you pay attention to the context of it, that's where you can kind of see that. Yeah, he was just kind of put in a difficult situation, but you put it, at the Shrine Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, the good performance there at the Shrine Bowl.
Yeah, really good performance at the Shrine Bowl. A guy that, it probably got overshadowed a little bit by the Mason McCormick's, by the Christian Mahogany, who had a good Shrine Bowl, still on the board here, but moved around quite a bit. Hunter Norzad did perform pretty well against a lot of those guys, really fought hard, really fought well in one-on-ones. That's not always the best spot for offensive linemen. It's clearly geared toward defenders in that regard, but moves pretty well. Not an elite tester by any means, but moves pretty well. It's just the versatility always caught me. The way that he was able to identify things early in the rep when he saw games happening in front of him, and the ability, a little bit of flexibility that he has to try and strain against some power moves and things like that. He's going to come in, be a backup offensive lineman in all 3 spots, has tackle depth. These are Andy Reid hallmarks at this point for interior offensive line.
Obviously, Maddie's not with us here right now, but I wanted to give you the scouting report that he gave on Hunter Norzad on April 13th. And by the way, this is literally a player we have mocked on KCSN's mock draft exercises on the lab.
Strong-arming you guys into that since January.
I would say, I think the first one we did might have had Xavier Worthy and Hunter Norzad back in February.
Yep.
We got to go back and look at that and figure that out because I can't remember exactly who was on the board that when we took him, but I mean, this is another one of those players. But Matty Lane, extremely versatile, high IQ offensive lineman, excels as a zone blocker or reach blocking, has grip, strength, and footwork to turn, a defender's ability to mirror one-on-one or pick up stunts, balance and flexibility to block out of frame, experience on the interior of the offensive line, and should improve the consistency. Yeah. So, it's just kind of there's Matty's quick level take showing some of the highlights of him. That's the guy that we've watched just a couple times, over the process. And I remember we were watching him together on a Zoom once in the last couple months. So Hunter Norzad, the offensive lineman out of Penn State, is the 5th round pick for the Kansas City Chiefs, going 159. They're doing the thing again.
What's up?
They're doing the 2022 thing again.
Is this the correct draft?
It's I guess, but
because I might have been one of the higher guys on Kingsley.
You were pretty high on Kingsley.
I loved Xavier Worthy.
Yes.
Hunter Norzad now. They're Ryan Watts away from this being the correct draft.
They're doing the thing. They're doing the thing where they just take all the players we love.
Yeah.
And it's
Again, the last time they did this
was
2022.
2022. So like this is fun. It's a lot more fun when they're just taking all your favorite players.
Yeah,
And like I liked Wanye last year,
I did too. Yeah,
but this is different. This is a lot like 2022 when they were just taking all the players. We're naming players and like they're falling off the board. It's just this is a lot more fun this year than any year. We should go ahead and just draft Malik Washington in the 6th round.
Oh man, that would be the Craig draft. I mean, that would be an exceptional pick. I really like. I am so excited to get Hunter Norzad in here. I just think it's a guy that Andy Heck is going to be in love with. Again, that versatility matters. Picking up some of that stuff matters early in the rep and things like that. I don't think, because I saw some of this, again, one of the chats that we're in, one of our draft chat, somebody said, oh, they're moving on from Creed. I don't think this is a Creed guy. Like, I don't think this is a Creed replacement. I think he's going to be able to play any of the interior things. I don't know if this is a starter for 2025, but
no, this is Nick Allegretti.
It is.
This is your Nick Allegretti.
That is exactly what I've called him all along. Yes.
This is what he provides to you. Like it's not that he might not ever be a starter, but he's a plus backup plus depth player, and that's great in the 5th round.
Yes,
like,
absolutely.
Nick Allegretti's been worth every penny. And every draft slot, they took him in the 6th round. But yeah, I think Norzad's a tremendous fit for what this team wants to do. Take in an offensive lineman in the 5th round, and I mean they're continuing to invest there, and they're going to need to continue to invest there. There's going to be some turnover that they're experiencing. So getting a couple offensive linemen in this draft before you have some difficult decisions to make to your offensive line in 2025. I mean, they've secured tackle now, so now you've got your bookends kind of locked in for 2025. You would anticipate, maybe they keep Joe Tooney, maybe they don't, but you've got 2 rookie contracts expiring along your interior. Now you've added Hunter Norzad into the mix, somebody that I think can develop to play capably along your interior. I think this is a tremendous pick. Christian Jones has gone off the board now to the Arizona Cardinals just shortly after that too. So, Chucker, we ended up like 5 minutes ago. That was a quick hitter episode because we got told we could do 10-minute episodes.
Also, we have talked a lot about Norzad over the past 4 months because it's one of the few players that I was super passionate about.
Basically every show that we have done in the last 2 months.
Anything involving Craig Stout.
To find more Hunter Norzad takes, just watch literally every lab that talked about the draft in the last 2 months.
I'm willing it to happen. Thanks for listening, Brett.
You willed it to happen. It literally happened. Yeah. This is one of those like in my dreaming kind of drafts. Like
again,
feels like 2022 again.
Did somebody have him in the draft? I want to make sure that
that
we really capture this. What's the most players that somebody has ever had in the draft?
2.
2. Okay. How many do I have in this draft?
You have 2.
Oh, okay. Do I still have players on the board? I do.
Who do you have left?
Who do I have left? It's funny you asked that. Malik Washington, Christian Boyd, Ryan Watts, and Carson Steele.
Oh, brother. You're going to get like 3. The way this is going?
I mean, maybe. We'll see.
You're cooking.
Absolutely see. Yeah. Chiefs have a bit of a lull before the next pick. It's quite a few. And not quite as quick as it was between the round 4 picks and the round 5 pick here. So we're probably going to see a little bit more. But reminder to everybody that's watching right now, all juice, Therese A. Paylor Foundation via Power Mizzou. Please click the link down below to join the KCSN benefit raffle supporting Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship in memory of Therese Paylor. You can get a Nick Bolton signed jersey, an MJ Melendez signed baseball, or with $200 of tickets for less vouchers. L'Jarius Sneed signed jersey, Trent McDuffie signed football, Derek Johnson signed jersey, or a signed copy of 15 cents on the dollar that is co-written by Ebony Reed. A $10 donation gets you an entry to potentially win one of these things. We are drafting. Hey, it's draft week. We are drawing the winner for that on a Sunday. So tomorrow morning we will be doing that. Doing really well right now with the donations, but let's try and beat last year. Last year, I believe we were just over $9,000. Let's try and get it to 10. That would be an absolute awesome thing for us to get to do for the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship. It means a lot to us, and every year we've been able to bounce this up a little bit higher. Let's go for that this year.
We didn't grade the pick on the podcast.
That's okay. You know what my...
That's why I thought you weren't done.
You want to know why? What
Do you
my
want to
grade
record
is?
us grading the pick?
Card's already out.
Do you want to know my grade? A+++.
I think it's so I'll give it like a A-, B+. I think it was right. I think this is about the right value.
It's the right value. It might have been a little bit early for him based on where we've seen him go and some of that. He's been a later riser, certainly.
For sure.
I think he's come into the equation a lot more lately.
Yeah, so it's like a B+ for me, A-ish, just because like it's a player that we've all kind of gravitated towards recently. A guy that makes a lot of sense for what the Chiefs like and fills a need.
Yeah. Fills a big need for 2025.
It's not like this is surplus value. We're not trying to over-gas up like a fifth-round pick or anything. This is good value for a player. This is appropriate value for a player that makes a lot of sense and fits the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And so that's where it's like it's a good B+ for me. Not that I'm not thrilled to have him here.
Yeah.
The Chiefs continue to just stack B+, A's, A's-, A+, on the board. Like, come on.
Yeah.
This is just this is an A+ draft right now. Just continuing to hit on A+, B+, A's, A-, just continuing to hit on all these. Like this is an A+ draft. I don't know how you can be disappointed.
And putting my love for this particular player aside, addressing interior offensive line, they have addressed offensive tackle. Wanye Morris, we're going to see what happens with him. Again, we have brought up over the course of the past 2 days quite a bit. Maybe Wanye Morris is an interior offensive line candidate moving forward, and a good one. Like I can see him being a really good interior offensive lineman candidate or a swing tackle. Doesn't really matter. Either one of those is a valuable position and a valuable draft slot that they picked up last year. But if he ends up as an interior offensive lineman, you've got another bite at the apple here. You're hoping, obviously, Hunter Norzad can translate into a potential starter or something like that. That de-risks a lot of the interior offensive line qualms that will be cropping up in 2025, both with Joe Thuney's availability, his age, and all of that, and Trey Smith, the salary that somebody is going to pay that individual. You can keep a Creed Humphrey, build around him with a couple of young guys, have some tackles that you like in Jawan Taylor and a Kingsley. I like how they're building up the offensive line. Mm-hmm. Like this is a good focus for the future sort of setup here at offensive line. Andy Reid is never going to let what happened in the 2020 season happen again with their offensive line depth. So I like the forward thinking that they have kind of presented here.
I just watched him do a cartwheel again. I wouldn't hate them continue to take a few more swings on the offensive and defensive line to close this thing out either.
Mm-hmm. I still think they needed a defensive lineman.
I'd love to see Christian Boyd drafted at some point here.
Me too.
Before the Chiefs pick again, because that's a local kid out of Blue Springs, a player that we talked to at the East West Shrine Bowl as well, and he was so excited to talk to us.
So excited! Like
when I introduced myself and said, "Hey man, I'm with KC Sports Network," and I was like, "You're from KC?" He's like, "Yeah."
I was waiting for you guys to come
and then
talk
he
to
said,
me.
He's like, can I do this? Can I interview? I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like the first person I was like asking to be interviewed rather than just like,
It's your hair. That's what it was.
We couple kids from the area connected, man.
Yeah.
And so we had a good talk. We had a good talk with him, and he loves KC. He's got a KC tattoo on his neck. He's got a Chiefs logo tattoo on his neck.
Yeah.
He is KC through and through. Grew up in Blue Springs. Went to go to games when he was a kid. Like, yeah, I'd be rooting hard for him to be a Chief right now. So that's one I would like.
Magic one.
I'd like to take a quick moment, if that's okay.
To do what?
Just be off camera.
I can sit here. I can hold down the fort, buddy.
Tucker, you're gonna have to talk.
That's fine. I can talk.
All right, let's catch up on some picks.
Yeah,
we haven't
do need
really
to catch up on some picks.
We haven't really talked about too much since the Hunter Norzad pick. Oh man, hey Tucker, do you want to announce pick 160 for me?
Pick 106. Yeah, that looks like it's Idufan Olufasho.
Hey, that's a better attempt than you were going to get out of one Craig Stout. I see why Kent left. He wanted to hear me try and
Those
pronounce
Washington guys, they always got those names that are
Yep.
tough to pronounce. Those
Linebacker
Washington
out of
guys.
Washington goes to Buffalo. Dominique Hampton, safety out of Washington. Back-to-back Washington picks there goes to the Washington Commanders at pick 161. Christian Jones, tackle out of Texas. Kent mentioned that. Goes to the Arizona Cardinals. Holy cow, what a draft they're having right
They're
now.
having a good draft.
And then Duke center Jacob Monk off the board at pick 163 to the Green Bay Packers.
Good athlete.
Good athlete. Jalen Simpson, safety out of Auburn, going to the Colts at pick 164. I don't know if we have the Baltimore Ravens pick in just yet.
Let me do a quick look. Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Doesn't look like that's in quite yet, but we are rolling right along.
Yeah, we are. We absolutely are. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are going to be kicking around here for the remaining picks that are left in the NFL draft. All of the remaining picks in the NFL draft. We will be here the entire time. We are still raising money for the journalism scholarship in memoriam of Therese Paylor with Power Mizzou. So please donate money to that as well. But we are going to keep rolling here in day 3. Going to get a little bit looser.
Shout out Casey Reed for your donation.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Casey. But, yeah, we are still taking donations. We're trying to push it up over the $10,000 mark. We push it up over the $8,000 mark. Kent Swanson, who just left and taking a small little walk around the building here, stretching his legs. I hope you just walk right by. Don't put your headphones on. Just walk right by.
No, I need to talk to Tucker.
What?
Where are those cores?
Other fridge.
Okay.
Back there.
Back there?
Yeah,
Back there?
back there.
Right back there? Right back there? Okay, cool. That was very important. I get it. I legitimately get it. But one Kent
Grab
Swanson
two.
and myself will be shaving down to mustaches, as we've already kind of said, for anybody who has not been paying attention or is just now tuning in. Our kids hate it when that happens. So you have a chance to really kind of ruin our children's days. So depending on your mileage on that, you might want that to happen. Please donate to this. I just saw the pick
I saw it as well.
for the Baltimore Ravens here.
Oh, wait.
This is a guy that has been routinely mocked to the Kansas City Chiefs. A lot of Chiefs fans' favorites here. Marshall running back Rasheen Ali goes to the Ravens, and then followed
I was
up
about to say.
by Purdue running back Tyrone Tracy to the Giants here. Lots of running backs, Tuck.
Yeah, RB run going to happen here in a little bit.
I mean,
maybe?
there's been some couple of RB runs throughout day 3 here. I mean, it's not a bad running back class at the back end. Like, I understand taking the swings on guys at this point in the draft, but a little surprised maybe that the focus is on more running backs, not on some wide receivers that are still on the board, some corners that are still on the board. Offensive line's starting to get a little thin all of a sudden. I think the Chiefs did a good job of getting Norzad, kind of the pick in for that, because offensive line is going to get real thin here. There are absolutely no major tackles that are going to produce in year 1. Couple projects that we could see, and Haneem Dankwa, who I really like that he got some push on the NFL Network broadcast this morning. They sat down and did an entire interview with him. Such a great kid. We got to talk to him at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Huge, massive individual that, an Andy Reid prototype kind of offensive tackle. I don't know if it makes sense to add him to the roster now with all the, kind of people that they have that are currently here. But, not a ton of offensive tackles left. Few interior offensive linemen left, but Pickens are getting a little slim now, Tuck.
Well, I think that's really interesting, too. I'm still thinking about running backs, Craig.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. But running back was a position we talked about the Chiefs wanting to address kind of later in this draft and wanting them to kind of possibly address that position. And you're starting to look at the running backs available. a lot of guys that you might be able to get as like priority UDFAs.
Yeah,
like,
the value's not great anymore.
Right. I don't know if like there's anybody that I'm banging on the table for, in terms of. I mean, Kamani Vidal is a very fun running back out of Troy, but like I don't know if they're necessarily in that range to pick him up. Frank Gore Jr. probably a priority UDFA guy. Same thing with Carson Steele, Cody Schrader. But like, Frank Gore is fun.
He's fun. He's just really fun. Really fun. Yeah.
He had a good tremble. So like the running back position, if you would have coming into today, I probably would have said I would have anticipated them to take a running back.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't think I anticipate that.
I would agree with that. I think maybe a UDFA addition there. Maybe they look in free agency a little bit here. Not that there's a ton of guys out there, but I mean, I think this kind of also speaks to Clyde Edwards-Helaire signing might be a little more important than maybe we were giving it at the point. We have a quote here from Chiefs Northeast Area Scout Cassidy Kaminsky. This is from Matt Derrick here is tweeting this out. Stresses the versatility of Hunter Norzad and his ability to play all three interior positions. His immediate role is a replacement for Nick Allegretti as a versatile backup, but long-term could start at guard and center.
There were a few people in the chat that were upset about him being listed as a center.
Yeah,
and people are like, well, what about Creed Humphrey?
No.
That's not
the case. He's playing all three. He's playing all three. Yep. This isn't a Creed indicator by any means. He's also not that level of player. He's not a Creed indicator. So I really like hearing that the Chiefs also view him in that way. Would be hard not to view him in that way because that's the player he is.
Do you need a minute? Do you want a minute?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Take a minute if you want.
Okay.
We're
going to talk like this.
Wide receivers still on the board. Brendan Rice, Malik Washington, Johnny Wilson, Bub Means, Cornelius Johnson.
If we take Bub Memes, you might just see a wild Matty pop back up on the just to talk about his quads,
talk about his yams
and his short shorts. Yeah.
No, I'd love to see this team take another swing at receiver and.
Please.
There's some fun ones still out there, but it's kind of trying to figure out like how do you fit him within what you already got with Xavier Worth. And
I think we're late enough now where it
doesn't matter. Right? It's just like let's take these guys.
I also don't know if there's a ton of guys that I would see the Chiefs trading up for. Truthfully,
no,
I think right now it's like a sit and wait type of.
I think they're going to stick and pick for the rest of the day.
I don't. Yeah, I think
they got two picks left, right?
They do.
They got 2 picks left, and both of those picks could get you maybe up into the 6th round, a little bit higher.
Which corner do we think that they're going to take here in day 3? Do you want to see the tier 1, and tier 2 guys? Do you want to see who those guys are? They're right here. They're on my laptop. All of them.
Ryan Watts.
I would love that. Miles Battle's probably a UDFA out of Utah. He's a really interesting case. Did not get invited to the combine, but has super exceptional testing. Cornerback out of Utah, played at Ole Miss beforehand. Has a lot of national tape on him, and yet is probably a UDFA. Again, tape's not great. So
Watts is essentially the only tier 1 CBAT left, though, right?
With Miles Battle, yeah.
Yeah,
he really is.
Jaguars select Keelan Robinson, number 167 overall.
Lots of running backs off the board.
I told you.
Lots of running backs.
It doesn't seem like the Chiefs care all that much, though.
Yeah.
That's Craig and I were just talking about that. Like, I don't know if there's anybody right now that you would like see the Chiefs take it.
Pizza.
Hey, thanks for tagging in, Kent.
Kent took his break at the road.
I didn't know there was food coming. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, so I think if the Chiefs were really intent on grabbing a running back, they would. They would have been doing it by now.
I don't know if there's anybody that they have to take and not take as a priority free agent, if you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think all of the backs there, because I've been looking at that list for a hot minute, are a lot of priority UDFA guys that we know that the Chiefs have at least expressed a little bit of interest in.
Sure. Yeah, and it's not like such a pressing need that.
For sure.
It's not such a pressing need that they would need to go and grab one. Like, I think they feel relatively comfortable with their running room to this point. And, they've got some guys that, P. Ryan was on the roster, the active roster for extended periods of time. Looking a little bit at the wide receiver group here. Brendan Rice wouldn't be a bad option. He's like a true X receiver, though.
They
so
got both the Washingtons there with Taj and Malik. I don't know.
Taj, Malik, those would make some sense. I think, some of these other guys are a little bit interesting, but like
Javon Solomon to the Bills.
It's an edge rusher.
Yep, from Troy.
Yeah, I think he actually tested pretty well, if I remember correctly.
The Troy football team was a good football team this year. I won the Sun Belt. They played a really good Tulane team. That Tulane team had been good for a couple of years now with Michael Pratt and everything, who is a quarterback prospect in this draft. But Troy was a very good football team this year.
Yeah, he was one of their better players too. Good first step.
He was.
Really good explosive numbers at the NFL Combine. A little bit sawed off, so he's probably he's kind of like Mo Kamara, who went a little bit earlier. So you're talking about a guy that he's got a little shorter, a little squattier build, but a good first step. Surprisingly long arms. He almost had 34-inch arms though.
Oh wow!
For being on the shorter side of there, so not a bad pick. So more. I'm curious. More running backs come off the board. I'm kind of looking through. So picking in the wide receiver group. Connor McCormick. I went to high school with Christian Boyd. Was one of my favorite friends one of my friends on Coach Donahoe's teams before his battle with cancer. Favorite memory of him was when I ruined his backpack when I had food poisoning. He was clearing away. Oh no,
Connor, thank you for the super chat.
Hey Connor, I love talking to Christian Boyd for the short time I did. So it was just he was so excited, and the idea of being a Kansas City Chief and coming home was awesome for him, right? So he was over the moon at the idea of that happening. So that's someone I would love to see wind up in Kansas City, and it makes sense as a position of need for the Chiefs. A little bit on the older side, but man, he was outstanding as a player at the East West Shrine Bowl. He really helped himself, and I thought he would have helped himself even a little bit more than this. I'm not sure he's there by the time the Chiefs pick when they do, but if he is, man, I'd do it. I'd be all in on a pick.
Kent,
like
what
that.
round are we in?
We are still in the 5th round.
Wait, take a walk. Hey, baby Carter.
Started. Let's go.
Carter's balling out.
Man, took a walk. Good. Yep.
So-
This umpire is bailing on every pitch, by the way.
We've only got about 6-7 picks left in the 5th round before we move on to the 6th round. The Chiefs are going to be picking in the 6th round towards the end of it. They have 211, I believe, at this point. They pick number 211.
Yes.
And pick in the 6th round, which is towards the end of the 6th round, and then they have 248, which is towards the end of the 7th round.
And we're still in the 5th.
Yeah.
Okay.
We still have a few left. I think you talked about how the Chiefs have maneuvered the board. I think the picks that they've been able to get after maneuvering the board make you even more excited about what they've done. So getting a Jaden Hicks in the 4th round with that kind of value after, moving back and moving around to secure your top 2 positions in need, being able to come back and get a guy like a Jaden Hicks, that's huge.
Look, I mean, you guys had him at 50 on the top 300 board. I think a lot of places. I need to go look at Joseph Hefner is doing a really cool thing where he goes and he's got a bunch of them compiled. He did it for Hunter Norzad at pick 159, and he has basically consensus boards: Dan Brugler, Daniel Jeremiah, ESPN, NBC, Roto World, NFL, PFF, Sports Info Solutions. He has all of those boards, and he kind of compares where
Draws
they're
a
taken.
consensus. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. But he can just show you where where everybody ranks on some sort of player, which is a consensus.
That's a consensus. That's what a consensus is.
The consensus is that the Chiefs got a good deal. That's all I was trying to say.
Kitan Oladapo from Oregon State, the safety.
They got some wild names on that football team too.
And some beefy boys.
They got some. They were a beefed up team this year.
Their top running back just transferred out.
Yeah, that's a big one. I'm curious to see where he'll go.
Yep. Still looking for the next pick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 picks left in the 6th round.
We got a private
5th
tour
round.
going on back here. I think we do. I think it's a private tour going on. Maybe not. Maybe not private.
Saying hello to everybody. We got some tours out
Oh,
here.
no, it's not private. There's plenty of people over there. They've been rolling tours throughout today.
Yep, 7
At the
picks left in
Holiday
the
Distillery.
7 picks left in the 5th round here. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock. Seeing what they
Good
do.
shot. Good pick. Good shot. Yep. Okay.
DJ Waller. Nope.
Let's see. I mean, look, there's also tornado warnings around in the area. So if you are watching in the northwest, southeast Nebraska, southwest Iowa, northeast Kansas area, be safe out there. Please and thank you.
The New Orleans Saints have selected Pittsburgh wide receiver Bub Means.
Oh, Bub. He's going to pair well with Spency.
Spency Rat.
Yeah, so I was trying to think about who their quarterback is right now. They don't have
The
Jameis,
Rat
right?
Mom. That's another I think you should leave reference if you didn't know. Bub Means is a vertical player. He was 220 pounds when he was at 222 pounds when he was at the East West Shrine Bowl.
Beefed up boy.
Beefed up boy, let those quads out, was wearing short shorts the entirety of the day, which is why Matty Lane was so enthralled with the idea of Bub Means and watching him play.
Yeah.
Stretch player, operates on a vertical plane. I'm not comparing him to DK Metcalf, but if you're talking about just like a big downfield kind of guy, 6'2", 222 pounds, not quite as big as DK Metcalf, but similar kind of like how they get used and what they do. But he ran a 4.43 at 212 pounds, was back up in weight for his pro day, I believe, to like around 225, and that's what he played at the Shrine Bowl at 222. And he was noticeably bigger than all the other receivers that were out there. This is a big kid, and it's just a downfield kind of big X type player that you kind of throw in there and see if you can kind of do it. It actually is a good point, Tuck. I think he is a good fit with Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
I think that is a good fit for him. So I think that makes some sense.
I'm kind of looking at their draft too. Like, it's going to be really interesting with the Saints and their quarterback. I mean, they obviously have Derek Carr, and they've promised him a lot of money. Like, they've promised, I think, every single person that plays for them a lot of money in the future.
Every player in the Saints walks into the building with void years.
Yeah, so like, it's interesting how their like quarterback room is going to shake out. But they got Jake Hayner. They got Hayner last year in the 4th round. Nathan Peterman is also there. I'm not going to say that's going to take you from taking a quarterback, obviously. But Kellen Mond also there. So they got kind of a full quarterback room there with Derek Carr leading the way. I don't know if I'd be necessarily shocked if we see some Spencer Rattler.
That's the battle of mid.
It is not good. Yeah, there's not like great quarterback. Also, how does Nathan Peterman still have an NFL job?
He doesn't really, and that's the thing. It's like he hasn't actually. He's
I
not
guess it's true.
actually.
That's like a practice squad, right? He's a newcomer. He had to sign like a futures deal, right?
Yeah, like he's a camp body.
Yeah.
That's what he is.
How does he keep getting away with it, though? I could probably play quarterback better than Nathan Peterman. Sorry.
Sorry for cursing.
Sorry for cursing. But yeah. So back-to-back years, the New Orleans Saints take quarterbacks on day 3 with Jake Hayner, and then this year with Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler's a better player than Jake Hayner.
I will say that, and you know I'm a
Talent-wise.
Spencer Rattler hater.
Way more talented player than Jake Hayner. So if you told me that Spencer Rattler wins that job out, wouldn't be stunned. The Saints are a sneaky good spot for Spencer Rattler just because.
God, they keep tweeting about John Franklin Myers. I don't care.
You asked us to talk.
I know, but they just like keep tweeting about him to the Broncos, and I guess he signed a new deal too. A lot of money, more than I would have wanted to give John Franklin Myers.
What did they give him?
Got off the tweet. Sorry. $15 million deal as a part of the trade from the Jets. The deal will pay a total of $10 million guaranteed, including 8 fully.
Over 1 year.
It does not. That tweet does not say the year. Oh, 2-year deal.
So not that expensive at all.
Yeah, but I don't know.
That's what I thought.
Who cares?
New York Jets.
Jets is traded up. Yeah.
They traded up.
Jets on the clock.
They're on the clock, but I didn't think they traded up.
Yeah, 85 and 190 to Philly. Trade. Jets on the clock at 171, 85 and 190 to Philly.
Okay.
Per Tom Pelissaro.
Yeah, and the Jets selected Jordan Travis in the 5th round.
Now you got to get a quarterback for the future.
I
I don't hate it.
At this point you can't really hate anything.
He's got a broken leg,
there's
so
nothing
that's
to hate.
tough. But
This is a guy that was at the East West Shrine Bowl. He won a lot of football games his last year at Florida State. Definitely had that injury that kept him from doing anything. Kind of just participated and was part of the process at the Shrine Bowl. I didn't love. I thought that he was more of like a PF, a preferred free agent type player.
yeah,
Than a prospect. That's I think he really did a lot of letting his receivers do the heavy lifting for him, and it just felt like he was just their offense contained so much of him just trying to throw the ball up to those guys and letting them go make plays. And I didn't see as much consistency in the middle of the field. I didn't really see great arm talent, great arm strength, but won a lot of football games, and there's something to be said about being willing to give your guys a chance, and he was a little bit fearless there and protected the ball relatively well. So good on him getting drafted. A little bit of an older prospect, underwhelming arm talent, but just a swing on a quarterback prospect on a backup because, they just got rid of Zach Wilson too. So,
yeah. I mean,
they
got Tommy DeVito, I think, still in that. No, it's the Giants. Sorry, wrong New York team. Wrong New York team.
Take you anywhere. The only player I think on the consensus top 100 would be Christian Mahogany.
Interesting.
Well,
Why do you think he's sliding?
I have I have a feeling I don't think he was the cleanest off field. I don't think he was the cleanest off field. I don't know if it's entirely he did something bad. A unique personality, a very interesting, unique personality. If you listen to our podcast with Christian Mahogany when we posted it here on the KCSN content on the draft show stuff, you would probably get what I'm saying there. Just a little bit of an interesting dude. Not entirely sure if he, it didn't always seem like he was happy to be playing football the way he talked about it a little bit. So maybe there's a little bit of that there. The Chiefs brought him in for a 30 visit.
Oh, I know who we're talking about.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Who?
Christian Mahogany.
Yeah.
Yep.
The later he drafts, the less rich Mahogany he is.
I know you guys just got done talking about Jordan Travis.
Yeah. Trevor Keegan goes off the board to Michigan, another Michigan offensive player going off the board, another Michigan offensive lineman. Good for him.
Jordan Travis, everybody loves him. Another one of those guys we just got done talking about. Daddery and Taylor Dimerson. That was not. That was
Tiny Dinky Daffy.
Yeah, that was not me delaying before saying it. I remembered his name. But we talked about how those sorts of guys, people gravitate towards them. People really respect them and view them a different way. Jordan Travis didn't play in the East West Shrine Bowl because he was hurt.
Yeah, he was walking around in a boot for parts
of it. And yet still had the respect and adoration. You can
there
feel
in the room, he was a presence in the room. Yes, 100%.
I love that pick. I really do love that pick.
At this point, why not?
I don't know that he's ever going to be an elite quarterback or anything like that, but that is a guy you want in the room. That is a guy that you want in your quarterback room because he's that kind of guy, that kind of presence, that kind of commitment to that. If you can get the coaching staff and him to be on the same page, you can convey almost anything that you want to that offense. Coming from that organization, you might want a guy like that after what they're about to go through.
A little surprised that Michael Pratt, the quarterback out of Tulane, hasn't come off the board.
I know.
I was about to bring him
that
up.
one is a little bit surprising. I'm gonna have pizza here.
Okay. Yeah,
and then I'll just take the mic off every now and then.
I was going to try and delay as long as possible.
You were taunting. He was taunting me while there was pizza over there.
I was. Yeah, I was going to try and delay as much as possible. That way the Chiefs are going to be on the clock, and Kent would have had to wait some more. But I couldn't make that happen.
Greg, let's talk quarterbacks.
Okay, let's talk quarterbacks. That's my expertise.
Yeah. Would you be surprised at pick 211 if they come down with a Michael Pratt or a? I mean, there's not a ton of
who the Chiefs?
Here. Yeah, the Chiefs.
Yes, I would be surprised. I think they like Chris Olodokun. I think they are very happy with their current backup as well. I mean, it's Carson Wentz is a quality player to have as a backup. I think at this point you would be kind of replacing a third string quarterback. And I get, everybody wants to, do the whole Kevin Kolb thing and, Andy Reid can, convert a backup and now all of a sudden that guy, you can trade him for a third round pick. We haven't seen that sort of compensation for anybody in a very, very long time. The game has changed pretty significantly. A lot of the quarterbacks coming out of college are more pro ready than they were before. So bringing a guy up in an Andy Reid system may not be viewed in the same light as some of these other guys. So I don't think that it's as worthy as a stab on it as maybe it would have been even, 5, 6, 7 years ago. I think maybe you would have been able to find that. But I think that they're going to continue to bring in backups. I think they're going to continue to, to bring UDFAs in. Yeah. But I don't think that they're going to draft a guy. Honestly, and I'm not joking about this, I would much rather draft a punter than QB3 in this scenario. I think that they'd get more usage out of that pick in the future and in 2024 than they would with drafting a quarterback 3.
I need to double check on this. But so like the Chiefs, I think we agree.
To be clear, I would rather draft a defensive tackle or a wide receiver or anything like that over a punter. I'm just saying that's how far down QB3 is on the list.
That was going to be my point. It feels like the Chiefs right now are in a pretty decent position when it comes to just like positional wise. They've addressed the big positional needs that we thought that they had coming into this draft. So right now it doesn't feel like they're too pigeonholed into really anything. I am kind of looking at like linebacker because like Jalen Ford was a good guy. Like I liked Jalen Ford at Texas. I don't know how much he translates to the pro game. But Ken is
you can chill, buddy.
Camera. He heard me talking about linebackers, and I guess he wanted to come over and listen to me talk about Curtis Jacobs possibly falling or Jalen Ford to the Kansas City Chiefs. So
Jalen Ford would be another fun one. I actually like him a little bit higher. Are my levels okay right now?
You're a little soft.
I like Jalen Ford.
Wow, that's pretty good.
I think he's a good coverage player, or surprisingly good coverage player. That is one I'm surprised is off the board, or isn't off the board yet. Isaiah Davis going off the board here to the New York Jets is a good pick.
I like Isaiah Davis a lot.
This is a day 3 running back that I was quite interested in. This is a good size back, 220 pounds. He's not someone that has some dominant trait, I think, as a runner, but just does everything well. Good in pass protection. I thought he had pretty good vision, good patience, understood blocking schemes, and was really good within those. Watch him against higher-level competition against Iowa from 2022. I think you'll be really impressed with him. And now he had a really good offensive line in front of him. Like
he did.
South Dakota State's offensive line is better than like all but 20 in college football, period. They're going to have 3 draft picks on that offensive line. Well, 2 today and then 1 next year.
Yeah.
Good group.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think this would have been a really good role-playing running back for the Chiefs in their room. He would have just fit really nicely in their room. Isaiah Davis out of South Dakota State.
Yeah, a kid from Joplin, Missouri, actually. So local-ish kid, 6'2", 210. Really performed well. I think when you watch him, you just keep coming away impressed by what he brings there. Now, South Dakota State definitely run first offense. They're going to line up. They're going to try and run the ball a lot. But even the amount of passes that he caught, good hands on check down passes, he caught well outside of his frame. Good pass protector. The step up in competition was going to be a thing. Right? That was going to be a situation there. Was higher on the board. For in the KCSN draft guide than a lot of guys that have already been drafted to this point that are maybe, a little bit more, a little different fits or something like that. But again, big-bodied, power back. I think a short yardage runner or, a quality backup, he would have made sense. Like, he really would have made sense in Kansas City as a guy that could have contributed. But, goes off the board here. Good for him. Like he was one of those guys that was going to fly under the radar, like a UDFA guy that we would have been talking about tomorrow as being really excited for if he would have made it that far down.
He's a guy I probably would have targeted with the next pick.
You think so?
Oh yeah,
you would have been committing to it then.
That's one of the players I think I would have been bringing up as like, hey, this one round 7, round 6. Christian Boyd's going to be one of them. Isaiah Davis is going to be one of them. Mm-hmm. 2 of my favorite players in the draft. I'm trying to remember if I gave Isaiah Davis a my guy. I might have.
You did not. I'm looking at the sheet right now. You
I just-
did
yeah, I
not.
really-
I know you were on the French. Maddie also liked him as well. Was
Big
it?
fan of his.
Yeah, I was a big fan of his
So
as
it would
well.
have been, it would have been a fun day 3 running back to try to add into the mix.
Yeah,
Can I ask you guys another question about another position?
please do.
Edge rushers. Any edge rushers on the board right now that you think would be worth the swing for the Chiefs? I know that's kind of a position that you look at it, you could maybe you can always add another edge rusher, right? You can always add another pass rusher. But is it one of those positions where you're like, all right, we need to get Trejon Jeffcoat right now, or do you need to go get
Not him.
Dave Hall?
No, one of the guys that I'd be looking at, I've spoken about him before out of Texas Tech, Miles Cole.
That was where I was going to go.
It just screams Spagsy. Like, it really screams Spagsy. 6'6", 278 with freakishly long arms. Described him before, but for those who maybe missed some of that stuff on the lab, when you were watching Tyree Wilson last year out of Texas Tech, who went, top 5? I believe top 5 in the NFL draft. Very, very early. Went very early in the NFL draft. There was another guy across from him that was the same sort of build and maybe had a similar sort of first step. Maybe not an elite first step like that, but a similar sort of first step. Were a similar number, and with their font, like, you really had to pay attention between Miles Cole and a Tyree Wilson as to which one was lining up, because they swapped both sides and everything like that. Now, did not have a great year without having a guy opposite of him taking the attention away. So did not have some of the production in 2023. Only had 3.5 sacks, 6.5 tackles for loss. So, he kind of fell down the rungs a little bit, but a massive, massive player with a really filled out frame. He looks like a Spagnuolo. Like, if you had to describe a Spagnuolo defensive end, you would describe him.
Let me give you his measurables.
Yes, please do.
Okay. So he's 6'6", 278 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
He has 36 and 7/8 inch arms. He has nearly 37 inch arms.
He's got longer arms than Patrick Paul.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is like
correct.
Like, this might be the longest arms we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
At the edge position.
Mm-hmm.
He ran a 4.67 40.
Yeah.
He had a 35-inch vertical and a 10-foot broad.
Mm-hmm.
Ridiculous athletic profile.
Ridiculous.
Now it's very linear, but like that kind of size, height, weight, speed. That's a very intriguing player. It's like who's the Florida State edge that they took a couple years ago, the 4th round edge rusher.
Oh my goodness! Why am I blanking on this?
They
Holy
just
cow!
got,
We've had so many names flowing through our heads that we can't remember now. But yeah,
who's the 4th round Chiefs edge that was?
Just blanking. He's not on the team
4th
anymore.
round Chiefs edge.
No,
No,
that's
you're talking about
the chat is probably just screaming at us
Chat
right
might
now.
have it.
Sorry.
Joshua Kando.
Thank you. Goodness,
K name.
so many names.
That was what they were doing as a height, weight, speed type investment
Correct.
in a Joshua Kando a few years ago. That's what a Miles Cole could be at the end of the draft in the next, I mean, there's a long ways to go here. We got 40 picks before the Chiefs could pick, but like a Miles Cole.
Or I got another guy. If you want to, yeah, go ahead. Eric Watts out of Connecticut. Another defensive end, 6'6", 274 with 35 3/4 inch arms. So not quite a Miles Cole. Again, just a ridiculously freaky long player there. 4.67 40. Not really good explosion. 36.5. Not like super terrific elite. Very stiff. Ran a 7.59 3-cone. It's not quite Jalen Ferguson-esque. It's not an 808, but it's still a really,
I don't know if we can talk about that one.
Yeah, I know we can't anymore. But I'm just saying that's what everybody kind of holds up as like the high high water. If you cross there, that is what it is. Again, more of I believe in the KCSN draft guide. It even says, he's a first off the bus guy. He's the guy you trot out there and you say, okay, well, there you go. I like his competitiveness. Like he is feisty. Like he does not quit. Guy in camp that might start some fights. That sort of deal. Not like in a bad way. Just like he's always going to go. He's going to play through the echo of the whistle. Going to be a guy that pisses people off because he just won't go away. He's constantly fighting. So a couple of defensive ends that fit some of the hallmarks of Steve Spagnuolo there. Kalen Carson off the board.
Wake Forest cornerback Kalen Carson is now off the board.
About time.
Yeah, it is about time. I wonder what was going on with him. Goes at pick 174 to the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry's very excited.
I think BJ's son just did something big time in his baseball game.
He just took a lap around.
Did Carter hit a tank?
Caught a line drive at first base and doubled the guy off to end the game.
To end the game?
1 by 1.
Oh, wow.
1 by 1.
Big
Double
time.
play. Double play.
Attaboy.
Look at that.
But yeah, Kalen
Proud
Carson.
Papa over there.
Dubs all around.
Dubs.
Dubs
Dubs
in the
on.
chat.
Dubs on dubs.
Dubs in the chat.
Yep.
Drop your W's in the chat, please. For
Ooh, we got a little while before the Chiefs pick again.
That's why I'm eating pizza now.
oh,
Oh, okay. They're watching the video.
no, that's
I'm
good.
sorry.
That's good
I'm
stuff.
sorry.
That's good stuff. No, sorry.
But he keeps reacting to things
Yeah.
on mic.
So you said we got still 50 some picks.
It's a while.
Um,
It's not 50. It can't be 50.
40
It's
some.
40. I said 40 some.
Yeah. They're at pick 175 right now, and the Chief pick at
211.
211.
So
Yeah.
you're now looking at 36 picks left before the Chiefs pick.
Jason King, 3-star athlete from St. Louis, has committed to the University of Missouri. So
Cares. Do you remember when you asked me if we were done with the fifth round or the fifth round yet?
yeah.
We're still not
We're
done with
still
the fifth
not
round.
done with the 5th round.
Bro, what is
Yeah.
going on?
Yeah, the 5th round got real slow.
There's 2 picks left in the 5th round, and then you got these are where the compensatory picks start slipping in. So all those compensatory picks we were hyped about all season.
Can you not
this
say
is that
slipping in
time.
anymore?
Yeah, you keep saying slipping in, and I'm trying very hard not to laugh.
It's that stuff, buddy. It's that stuff.
I'm gonna get more pizza.
Okay.
'Cause-
Well, cool. So you can eat on mic some more? I'm sure the chat loves that.
I've been keeping it out.
All right. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock right now. We are approaching round 6 of the NFL draft. The Chiefs still have 2 picks remaining. 1 at pick number 211, and yet another one much further down the road here at pick 248. That is a 7th round draft pick. Not quite at the end of the draft, but yeah, we're going to have some space in between some of these. So we need to get those donations in. We need to get some more money raised for the Power Mizzou scholarship fund here. Again, $10. There's links in the description. $10 gets you a raffle ticket for Nick Bolton signed jersey, an MJ Melendez baseball, plus $200 in tickets for less vouchers. You can use that to go to a Royals game. They are super salty right now, and that's a great time to go out there and watch them. You got a L'Jarius Sneed signed jersey, a Trent McDuffie signed football, a Derek Johnson signed jersey, and you got a copy of Ebony Reed's new book coming out here that is also signed. Again, $10. The link is in the description. If you are not at a point where you can click on a link, but you can send a text. Send a text to 53555, and you will be able to get a response if you text to that number the word draft, the word Therese, or all one word, all juice, right here, like we got on our shirts right now.
And a few quick shout outs to people who have been donating. Brian Kelsheimer, we appreciate you. Sean Larson, appreciate you. Kathleen Bailey, thank you. Eric Hudson, Casey Reed, thank you all for your donations. It's going to a phenomenal cause to honor a phenomenal man.
Absolutely. So get those in. We are very close to being able to hit our next incentive here, and then we're going to have to come up with a great one for $9,000. Again, we keep saying Tucker. We gotta have Tucker do something. I don't know.
At $9,000, fine. I will finish the rest of that pickle cream cheese pepperoni pizza.
No,
over there.
No, that's not.
Listen,
No,
there is a
nobody gets a benefit from that.
You bought it for me. It is the I did not expect to like it as much as I have. 640.
640 Pizza in Weston.
640 Pizza in Weston, Missouri. They make this cream cheese pepperoni pickle pizza that I did not know I just needed in my life.
You know what I need in my life?
Beer.
You getting a stunner. I think that should be the 9,000. We can set up another camera. Tucker gives you a stunner. I think that is a worthy thing to happen here.
I just
Because
don't know if Tucker's arms can reach up enough to do it.
that does not matter to me. I'm curious to see if you were going to sell this. I will grade the sell.
People don't know. I have actually
sell for
been
me.
in a in a semi-professional wrestling ring.
Oh, is that
and
what
an amateur wrestling ring?
Is that what we send out? The link to you and your wrestling performance at $9,000? I have the link.
Yes.
$9,000. KC Sports Network post the video of me pro wrestling in college.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think BJ can hear you, but I definitely think that that's good to go.
I mean, that's a worthy one.
Fine.
I mean, we've been holding on to this for a special occasion for a long time.
I guess so.
I have had this. I have respected your wishes and held on to this for a very,
have done a
very
good job of
long
that.
time.
That was me. That was me plus 60 pickled pepperoni cream cheese pizzas ago.
I mean, we have a 2-part video, no less, but a
Yeah.
2-part video.
Yeah. I wouldn't.
That's not a bad one.
It isn't a bad one. Jalen Ford goes off the board, the linebacker to Texas, one of those players that we were talking about a little bit
Yeah.
earlier that I thought could make sense for the Chiefs as another linebacker depth piece. But, yeah, he's gone. I don't think he was going to wind up going, and I don't think he was going to wind up being available in the 6th round when the Chiefs got to him. I think I had him pretty high. I think he had been a top 6 or 7 linebacker, I think, for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no regrets about that grade. I
mean,
like him a lot. I thought
this
he had
linebacker class was a little bit again.
It's all
pick
over
your
the map.
poison. It's a pick your poison sort of thing. You know, I can understand how different teams would have different preferences there, but I think that more speaks to the quality of it. That there wasn't a guy that did everything well enough to where you were like, oh, that's the consensus number 1 guy that needs to go off the board. That's the consensus number 2, number 3. You know, we didn't have those debates because we didn't need to.
Here's my linebacker 5. I put a 4th round grade on him.
You know who really likes Jalen Ford?
Jalen Ford's mom.
Derek Johnson.
Derek Johnson
Yeah.
does? Yeah. I like him too.
Yeah.
I would have loved, I mean, yeah, the Chiefs would have had to take him in the 5th round if they were going to get him, and they didn't do that. So I don't think he was going to fall to the 6th. The funny thing is, so like I'm looking at my draft board. I think I have 2 linebackers that got round 2 grades. Junior Colson barely missed a round 2 grade. Cedric Gray, we saw him go off the board earlier today. He got a round 3. And then it's all 4s and 5s after that.
I mean,
I
to be honest, I
it's
love the
not-
consistency that you took over linebackers from me, and we still brought the hate the same sort
Yeah.
of way. That, I mean,
Yeah.
it was appropriate.
I had to do it.
Yeah.
I had to do it. Boy, the New England Patriots, like I know they just got Javon Baker and Jalen Polk, but that receiver group is still just terrible. They should go trade for Brandon Ayuk.
It feels like a team that should make a bigger trade or something like that. But why would they not? I don't know what's happening there.
They might
really-
still
are they
draft
Gonna,
another one.
they're going to trade a future pick,
Yeah, I don't know. They might. Well, you can't trade your one.
right? But why would San Francisco want that at this point? Unless they're
I do want to note something. We talked about J.C. Carlisle a little bit earlier. They have listed him as a linebacker. The Colts
Yeah.
have.
Interesting.
Yes.
I believe maybe the Colts might have listed who's the safety that they just drafted also as a corner.
Oh,
Taking a look at him.
the kid from
Hang on.
Auburn.
Yeah.
Jalen Simpson.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
They had him listed as a safety on NFL Network.
Yeah, they did. But our guy Zach Hicks has talked about how
They're going to try him at corner.
probably try him at corner.
Gotcha.
So
That's
yeah.
interesting. So they've taken 2 safeties, but have placed them.
But neither one of them is going to play
But neither
safety.
one of them is going to be a safety.
Yeah. So that's really interesting. But yeah.
Appreciate everybody hanging out with us today. We are in the middle of day 3 coverage. Would it make you feel better to know that we're basically not even halfway there yet?
Would it make me feel better? Yeah, because I get to spend more time talking football with my buddies. I'm not ready for this to be over like you are, bud.
You see, I would just like to just snuggle on a couch rather than this.
Yeah.
Do we need to get a couch moved down here next year? Do we need to have a couch for you?
Just
nap cam?
Just me
Nap
spooning Kent talking about the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Maybe. Here's a rare thing that doesn't happen very often. A Toronto Argonaut was drafted to the NFL draft. You don't see that happen very often, but this is an exception for Quantez Stiggers, the cornerback out of Toronto. He played a little bit of JUCO in college.
Yeah.
He's been through a lot, like with some family deaths and some family issues that have kept him from being able to kind of play to his full potential. Goes from essentially JUCO to a tryout with the
Toronto
with
Argonauts.
the CFL.
Yeah.
And not only makes the team, but is the defensive rookie of the year for the CFL.
Incredible story.
And so he goes from that to being a draft pick in the draft and a 5th round pick.
Yeah.
He's the last pick of the 5th round. And he's a New York Jet.
We got to see him at the East-West Shrine game, a player that grew every day. Like, we saw him get better and better every single day. Not that, he needed to do so. It wasn't like the floor was bad on day one or anything like that, but you could tell he was getting a lot more comfortable playing against that level of player. He was getting a lot more comfortable seeing the types of guys that he was seeing out there, and a smart player.
Yes.
Was picking up on tendencies and one-on-ones and things like that. Those are the guys that typically translate well when they have good weeks at some of these all-star games, when they pick up on those tendencies, when they learn from things that quickly. That tends to be a good indicator of that. And another East-West Shrine guy off the board here, offensive tackle Walter Rouse goes out of Oklahoma, goes to Minnesota.
First pick in the 6th round. One of the better interviews that we had as well at the East-West Shrine Bowl.
I liked it. He was fun to talk to.
So Walter Rouse is kind of a unique story. He started his career at Stanford, so he's a very smart kid. Very smart kid. And started his career at Stanford. As he was there, is kind of figuring out what, that he loved football, essentially. He kind of started to figure out how much he really loves the game of football. Decides to enter the transfer portal, is a very highly sought-after player in the transfer portal, and gets recruited by Oklahoma. So he plays last year at Oklahoma, starts at left tackle for them, performs pretty admirably.
Yeah.
Like, it's, he's not the best athlete. He's not the swiftest of feet. Technically, still has some work to do. Can get out over his skis a little bit at times. So just some overall balance issues.
For sure.
But
which can happen with a 6'6", 313 guy.
But a talented kid that has found a love for football, wants to pursue it. And it's not a newfound love, but there's definitely a level of commitment that has changed within him in recent memory that, he wants to go pursue this. He wants to go out and do this. And so,
And NFL teams look at that a little bit sometimes and say, does he really love football? Does he really? You hear things like that all the time, and that's reasoning why teams drop him. He was very candid about that in the interview, very candid about how, I found it, and I found my love for it, and I'm ready to go. Like, this is what I wanted to do. I wasn't sure if this is what I wanted to do. I wasn't sure if this was the full commitment that I wanted to put into this. So might be why we saw him drop down a little bit lower, because a guy with 35-inch arms, at his sort of height, with his sort of hype around him in the transfer portal after Stanford. I think I know that I say this a lot, but best football in front of him. Like, I really do think the best football in front of him, and no real pressure to come in and really perform at a high level for the Minnesota Vikings. Can just come in and be a guy that tries to learn and grow as a player.
He could be a swing tackle type candidate, but the fact that he's played a lot of left tackle, I think, is really good for him.
Correct.
That's always good to have the left tackle experience above everything. So,
Logan Lee, defensive tackle out of Iowa, just went off the board as well. There, yet again, we're in the shrine. We're in the shrine area. We're in the sweet spot.
Was Logan Lee? Was he a Chiefs 30? I could be wrong.
That
about
rings
that.
a bell, but maybe I'm thinking of somebody else there. But little stubbier guy. Yeah, maybe doesn't have prototypical size for a defensive tackle, but won a lot of one-on-ones at the East-West Shrine game. Really, lots of times that we see out of the corner of your eye, maybe you're watching another position group over here, and you can kind of keep your periphery on the OLDL one-on-ones, and all of a sudden you just see Logan Lee in the backfield. You see him very quickly beating some of the individuals on the interior. It really was. Yes, BJ.
Real quick shout out, a handful of donations here to the Paylor Scholarship through Power Mizzou, supporting young black journalists going to the University of Mizzou that have worked through Power Mizzou, something very important to Therese. Thank you to Sam Milliken, Tammy Searfoss for the $100 donation. Jimmy Peters, thank you for your donation. Shavar Gould, thank you for your donation. And Zach Eisen, thank you for your donation.
Ah, young Zach.
Love you, Zach.
Thanks, buddy.
How close are we to 8,000 Peach?
I don't know. I got 9,000 things going on. And
I
most
know you
importantly,
do.
Tucker's editing this video because it was in the wrong format. Really excited to show this.
I do have a video I'm working on getting exported currently.
I would like you to pronounce the 179th pick in the 2024 NFL
Oh,
Draft.
I've got the 180th pick. I can pronounce Marcellus Dial, who
That's not what I
cornerback
asked.
of the New England Patriots that went off the board. The 179th pick.
Do you need help?
Satoa Laumea
Just gotta wait for it to do its
out of
thing.
Utah, offensive guard.
Sasa Olamea? That's some of your best
Why
work.
did it go
Thank you.
twice?
Thank you. You don't know how much that means to me, man.
Good job, buddy.
Whew.
The good news for all of us here
It's flying off the board.
here in old Kansas City is that the picks are starting to just flow like wine, or in this case at Holiday Distillery, flow like delicious bourbon. So if you want to come hang out with us and see where the bourbon's flowing,
So yeah, the sausage is made.
Where was that going?
no, it's just BJ just goes.
You're just slurring your words. You want to know how bourbon is made.
Yeah, come hang out with us tomorrow.
Okay.
1 o'clock here at Holiday Distillery down at the event center. So come hang out
You
with
need to
us.
meet your computer.
We'd really appreciate
You need to meet your computer.
celebrating
Thank you.
celebrating the end of draft season, which is kind of the end of the season for us. This is it.
NFL draft.
It stops mostly for people in February, and for us, it's now. We are 2 hours away.
If it makes you feel any better,
Okay.
the draft is largely
the
stopped
sound
for a
out
lot of
the bottom
people
of it.
as well. they're not sickos and psychopaths like we are.
That's why we at KC Sports Network are here for every single pick
Every
of the
pick.
2024 NFL Draft.
If you guys were curious on why I was losing my mind earlier, big 9U baseball game going on today at Blue Valley Rec that I was living and dying on.
Yes.
1-run game, 1 out, runner at first base. My son is playing first base.
And that's
Ran
how
out
it
of
ended.
time. That's how it ended. Proud dad. That's why I was jumping up and running around.
Yep. He took a lap around the table. Can confirm.
Big team win. Big team win.
Attaboy.
Excited.
Let's go.
Don't like missing stuff, but
Let's go.
was locked in.
You were locked in. We got this, buddy.
Kamani Vidal is the
Carter.
pick for the Tennessee
Proud of you.
Titans. I'm
Now
sorry.
get back to the draft. Thanks
I'm
for,
sorry. I'm
Thanks
sorry.
for watching.
I thought there was
love
a
it.
pause there. My bad.
I love it.
We're proud of Carter, too.
Yeah, Kamani Vidal out of Troy, running back to the Chargers.
Some people, there's a varying opinion on Kamani Vidal, where some people think he's one of the 5 best backs in the entire class.
Karen Borgstrom, thank you for your donation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Really appreciate you, Bill. Really appreciate you.
What is happening right now?
I'm running on fumes, buddy.
2023 Sun Belt Offensive Player of the Year, running back out of Troy. I mean,
Good football team.
He's a squatty, dense running back, physical player, low center of gravity, a little bit of Maurice Jones-Drew vibes to his
Ooh,
game. A
I
little
like
bit.
that. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
I think he's a little stiffer than some players. Not like an overly he's pretty explosive player. But he led Troy in rushing for 4 straight seasons.
4 straight seasons. It had the Troy rushing record over 4,000 yards.
Jaquan Jackson is going to the Tennessee Titans as well, wide receiver out of Tulane. This is kind of a yak type player, so he's gonna get you some easy manufactured touches. A really good after the catch player, kind of a smaller slot type player, and he has some return value as well. So he's another one of those guys that has some return ability.
Yeah.
Picks are moving though. They should go ahead and just keep going. Chiefs are about 29 picks away from making a selection. So we're getting there.
No, interesting. Just looking at some stuff here. Yeah, we're getting really close to getting going here. This is the point of the draft. Like there are players that I would like. I mean, one went off the board in the 5th round, so I can't say that I can't have too much preference here because I obviously did have a preference. Let's talk a little Malik Washington. Why is he still on the board? Is it size?
It's probably size.
Because
tape's really good. Production's
really
through
good.
the roof.
That ran really fast at the NFL Combine. Like I think answered some questions about his long speed. That was one of the major things that was hanging over his head, and ran pretty well at the NFL Combine. Is it just speed?
I mean, I don't see why it would be, because speed's not the thing that like separates him from separates his game.
Settles into zone well, plays well within the structure of the offense, good spacing on everything. Understands really well how everything goes. Like he should be gone,
and he still performs well. I mean, he does well at all 3 levels in varying levels of success, but still has some success at all 3 levels of the defense.
We're about $7,600 right now.
Okay.
So we're about 1,600 shy of
Last
surpassing
year's number.
last year.
Okay.
And can't do the math, but close to some cool stuff. 10,000 is going to be the big one.
10,000 is going to be the big one. I don't know.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
That's
2,400 in a short amount of time is a lot.
Yeah, it is. It is a lot. But
Atta boy,
Way to
Tucker.
go.
People were telling me. People were just over here telling me that they didn't think we could do it. People were over here telling me that they didn't think that we could surpass last year's total. People were telling me earlier today that's a huge frog. Holy cow. People were telling me earlier today that they did not think that we could even get anywhere close to last year's total. Are you going to let the people be right? I don't think so.
I love that promo, Tuck.
Thank you.
I
got sidetracked by that.
I
You
know,
see that frog? You see how big that frog is?
I do.
That's
Oh,
a
there's
big,
2 of them.
There's
beefy
2
boy.
of them, buddy. Did you think that was one frog?
Well, yeah, that's probably, there's another big beefy boy like right in the middle of the creek over there.
We need frog cam.
You're in there?
Yeah. I'll take this camera with me. This is frog cam.
Frog him. Honestly, we should get some. Honestly, I don't think it would be a horrendous idea if we started just getting some random outdoor shots.
It's pretty good, right? Look,
Like
the
that
weather's
shot
gonna
of you
get
doing a
bad.
cartwheel.
The weather's gonna get bad here in a little bit.
What's your
That's okay.
Darius Muasa is the pick for the New York Giants. Linebacker, started his career at Hawaii. Pretty productive player there.
Hey, Atletico Madrid, Fernando Torres.
No. Golly.
He's making the selection for the Dolphins. I didn't say anything incorrect right
That's
there.
true.
Except for, what if no one's watching our screen?
What screen?
What if-
The
There, no
NFL
one's
Network
watching
broadcast.
anyway.
Draft? Oh!
Oh, there's Malik Washington.
I didn't mean. Sorry for yelling. Sorry for yelling
I'm
into
a
your
sad boy.
microphone.
I'm a sad boy. I'm not sure why he fell this far. I don't know if there's maybe some off-field stuff. There's certainly nothing that we heard about.
I don't think it was off field. It could be medical. And look, we had him 134th. Maybe just a little bit devalued compared to some other teams, but doesn't have the top gear. Had capable speed.
I hate that he's going to Washington or to Miami with all the space that's going to be in the middle of that field.
I think this is a exceptional pick.
Crap.
I
I hate that.
He makes he makes some really impressive catches up up at the ball. So he's a surprisingly good ball winner despite being shorter arms. The most productive led college football in catches last year.
Yeah.
Some after the catch ability. Would have been a fun ad. It would have been a fun guy
I
to
would have
maybe
been excited
get.
about it.
But the Chiefs weren't sniffing him. They're 27 picks away. They are 10% of the draft away from drafting Malik Washington because that's how far away from the Chiefs' next pick we are is 10% of the draft. Yeah.
Once this group passes, I'll go try to grab a picture of the frogs. I tried to take a picture of it. Blake Batman. That says Batman. Blake Batman. Thank you for your donation. Tucker's my spirit animal. Dude is all juicy. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Tucker really is all juice team.
I can't.
He's
I don't
all
think so.
juice, everybody.
He's
I don't think I am, but it's okay.
You want me to throw out a name? that we haven't talked about much.
Booker T.
Matt Bonner, former three-point shooter for the San Antonio Spurs.
Not Booker T. We're just somehow less random than what Ken said.
I said Matt Bonner, the three-point shooter from the San Antonio Spurs, and Tucker said Booker T.
Tell where my brain's at.
Yeah.
PJ, name someone.
Anybody.
Name a person.
Well, no, he said the 1, 2, 3 kid.
The 1, 2, 3 kid.
Oh,
We haven't talked about him either.
We haven't talked about him in a while.
Yeah. No, I was going to list a football player
Ooh, that's
that.
Ronaldo.
No.
he's at KT Leviston.
Oh, did the Eagles take? Oh,
he just followed it up with KT.
Gotcha.
Got it.
No, wide receiver that we haven't talked about much. The Chiefs have brought in on some visits. We know that there's some stated interest in this individual, Ryan Flournoy, out of Southeast Missouri State. 6'1", 202, 31-inch arms, but went to the combine, which coming out of Southeast Missouri State, that's a big deal. Like you got to be doing something right there. Ran a 4.44 40 at a 39.5-inch vertical jump and an 11-foot broad jump with 19 bench reps. We know the Chiefs were a little bit interested in a guy like that, at least at one point. Don't know if they are anymore, but they want a bigger wide receiver with a little bit of speed. Maybe they see this guy as a Project X. I know that did not get a write-up in the KCSN draft guide, but
I think there was I'm trying to think if there's another guy that they brought in from Missouri State last year.
Ty Scott.
Ty Scott? Yep.
Look at that pull. Still got it, kids.
Flournoy.
Still got it.
Ty Scott was an older prospect. Ryan Flournoy is too. He turns 25 during his rookie year.
Gotcha.
So he is kind of he's an older guy, older prospect. So
just thinking.
Johnny Wilson. This is look, the Eagles just doing social media drafting again.
Oh gosh.
No, look, this happens a lot.
You hate them.
What is your take on the Eagles?
I think Howie Roseman gets credit for taking all the players that we always like, but doesn't always succeed.
No rings.
So we're gonna sit here and go.
They literally
did have a ring. No, and it's not that. Look, it's not that it's wrong to have opinions on players and all this stuff. Like I do get a little bit annoyed specifically with the Eagles because Johnny Wilson's been getting like day 2 buzz from some people, and so now we're gonna praise Howie Roseman for taking this guy in the 6th round when the rest of the NFL didn't like him either.
Yeah.
And that's all. And this happens a lot. It happens with medicals. It happens like with, falling players that maybe the consensus was a little bit higher on than teams. And the Ravens just wind up doing it or the Eagles wind up doing it.
Sorry to interrupt. Blake Batman's in the chat. He's an Idaho Vandal. I'm jealous that he gets to go to the Kibby Dome every week.
Oh, my gosh.
We love the Kibby Dome. KCSN is a very pro Kibby Dome podcast and network.
I think very pro is an understatement.
Yeah, we love the Kibby Dome. He's an Idaho Vandal. Any input on Hayden Hatton being a UDFA prospect for the Kansas City Chiefs?
Maybe as a UDFA type player. Measurables are not going to be kind to him, right? Like he's just kind of an undersized kid. So I just don't know if he's going to get an opportunity to be drafed.
For those who don't know,
do we have any? Sorry. Yes.
Wide receiver out of Idaho, 6'1", 209, 30. And 30 3/4-inch arms there.
I'm going to get a frog picture. I'll bear back.
Thanks for going to do that, Tucker. I really appreciate that. 39-inch vertical, so a little bit of explosion there. But, yeah. So anyway, just wanted to rectify that for people who didn't know maybe what position Hayden hadn't played.
It's just, it's the athlete. Did I say size earlier?
No, you didn't.
Okay.
It's okay, bud.
It's late.
It's not that late.
It's 3:30.
It's actually 2:30, but...
Testing wasn't great for him. That's just one of the things. Is like the athletic testing didn't go particularly well for him. I think he ran in the high 4s or 6s, if I remember, something along those lines. So that's where it's going to get tricky.
Yeah.
Casey Washington.
Yeah, well, we missed one. Jace McClellan.
Jace McClellan.
Running back out of...
Bama's running back. Big running back. Middling athlete. Yeah. Limited vision.
Yeah.
Don't think you're missing out on much. Casey Washington, another one of those receivers. He was at the East-West Shrine Bowl as well.
He was. I actually liked him more than I thought
Definitely
I was
more
going
of a slot type player.
Yeah, after we watched him there at the Shrine.
Yep.
Yeah, both of those are back-to-back Atlanta Falcons picks here in round 6.
I think some other team. I think the Texans might. Do the Texans have back-to-backs?
Yes, they do. Coming up here at pick 188 and 189.
That's got to be fun.
What, to go back to
Go
back?
back to back. Oh wait, the Chiefs did that in the Super Bowl. See,
I think that you are the reason people don't like Chiefs fans. I think you are the reason.
look, I know my audience.
That's fair.
That's
I
all.
think you are the singular reason why.
I don't mind being a generational hater to the biggest haters out there.
That's fine.
So the Bengals.
That's fine.
I got a good picture of the frogs. I'll put it up on stream.
And like the funny thing is, I love a lot of Bills Mafia, but they've been
we have
telling on
dedicated
themselves.
more time to the
People
frogs than we did to Jace McClellan. So,
Frog chat.
frog chat.
Look, people have asked for the frogs, so
I think no, honestly, I think we
not.
should. BJ, can we get a nature cam?
Oh, that's. I don't know if I have an HDMI
like the-
long enough. Truthfully,
Looks like the Detroit Lions may have just traded up instead.
Well, who have the Houston Texans taken?
Well, they have not selected yet that I have seen, but the second pick looks like
Hell
the
yeah.
Detroit Lions have traded up.
Yeah.
Oh, BJ is literally working on getting us a nature cam. The Serenity.
I am apprehensive about this, but we are going to do it because it's day 3 of the draft. We have been streaming for 5 hours, 2 minutes, and 10 seconds, and we need to do something
Don't
else.
tell Kid that. Don't tell Kid that. You
And we
just made
still
him
have-
switch off.
We
We still have 2 hours left.
Love
we
it.
still have nearly half the picks.
I wish there were another 10 hours.
No, you don't. Shut
Craig
up. Shut
lives
your mouth.
for this. He lives for this.
Yeah, he's loving it. He's doing a tremendous job.
Built different? Question mark?
No.
Let me know. Let me know in the chat if you like the draft tracker up there. I guess it would help if I would move the draft tracker.
Oh, yeah. That's that would be good.
Make sure to smash that like button and make sure to hit that subscribe button as well. We'll be live tomorrow. I don't know if you guys talked about that. We'll be live tomorrow at 11
We'll be
a.m.
live tomorrow.
11
Oh, yeah.
a.m. That link I do not have made yet. I will make the link after that, but we will be live.
After what?
After that.
He said just after that.
After that, I will.
After that.
After that.
Well, BJ has entered the chat.
We are now.
I don't think you guys
listen.
appreciate what's happening behind us. BJ might fall in the creek.
There you go. Let's go full screen.
We're going to go full screen.
Yeah.
It's black.
Well, it's not working out very well, actually.
This is great content.
Yeah. Well, hang on. I for sure at least have a picture of the frog, so that's not really working out very well.
Do we think? Can we ask? Does the chat want us to?
it's like black.
Does the chat want to see frogs?
I mean, the chat did mention frogs one time, so I think that means.
Are you overstating how much the chat actually wants to see
Well-
linebacker Jamal Hill out of Oregon?
Nick just said he saw 2 mentions of frogs, so that's perfect. I think that's all I need.
Nick,
Jamal Hill-
Don't help him.
Let me try it again. Okay, I think we're back in place.
There's BJ Kissel. Hey!
I think he scared away the giant frog.
We can't hear you. Sounds like Eric Galco on day 2 of the draft.
Dunking on Galco.
Galco catching strays here, dude. Holy cow.
Yeah. We should try to get Galco to jump in.
You'll see.
Yeah.
He won't.
Text him. I text him. He can come on and talk about Hunter's Norzad.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, BJ. What if we tried to see if Galco wanted to come talk about Hunter Norzad?
Sweet.
I don't know where he's at. I don't know if he's in Detroit.
Look at us trying to offload content here.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, this is nothing new for kids. This is a Wednesday.
Yeah. That's when the lab happens.
This is a Wednesday episode of the lab.
I'm laughing because it's true. I think we should get the interview with Hunter Norzad uploaded too.
Buddy, we have not edited it. It is still in the. Oh, I have the audio of it. It's been posted on.
What if we did the audio, but also the music and the highlights of Xavier Worthy that you had running earlier?
Let's layer them over the top of each other.
Oh.
And people can donate to the Therese Paylor Foundation to make it stop.
I appreciate your optimism, Bearcat. Bearcat says we're about to go off the rails, and I said about to, and he said, well, we're not fully off yet. And I said, well,
I don't think that's right.
I appreciated his optimism is what I said.
That's why I wanted to keep going for another 10 hours.
My ears hurt.
That's true. I haven't hit the seltzer chugging phase. I only did one seltzer chug. We did pull that out.
We pulled it pretty
early.
quick. We pulled that out pretty quick, if you ask me.
Oh, I got it. I got the picture of the frog now.
The Eagles have made 9 trades in this draft. The Detroit Lions.
Oh,
Cool.
there goes
Look at these
Makai
frogs.
Makai Wingo. There's a picture of one of the big old
There's
beefy
2
boys.
frogs there, Kent.
Oh, I see the second
You and
one.
Tucker did the same thing. Do you guys not know what frogs look like?
No.
I'm concerned.
I only know cartoon ones from
I took that
TCU.
picture. Yeah.
Makai Wingo
No.
going off the board here at 189 is interesting to me.
Straight.
Yeah.
You could just shut up, Tucker. No, but he's more of like a. The frogs are still on the TV. Makai Wingo.
People want to see the frogs.
Tucker had 2 people mention that they'd like to see the frogs, and so now this is just going to be the stationary image for the rest of the draft.
Kind of
This
frozen,
does
though, so
look-
that is
Did
interesting.
your computer freeze?
The computer said,
Or is it stuck with the frogs?
No.
"Look at those gams."
I know. I see
That's what
those.
somebody said. That's what somebody said. Shout out Todd for that.
Is
it frozen?
No, I got it off now.
Oh, my goodness.
Anyways, Makai Wingo.
Whatever. Shut up.
Frogs are more interesting than Kent and I anyway.
Talking trash on my frogs back there.
You guys could take over for a while. No? Okay. Makai Wingo. Sub 290 interior defensive
Yeah.
lineman. Probably more of a pass rush juice guy than someone you're going to trust to play the run a ton. So Lions looking for maybe a sub package defensive tackle
Right
with a
place to
really
take
good
one.
first step.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the talent to be a productive pass rusher, but the path to success, you've got to show some pass rush productivity or you're not making the roster
Yeah.
at this point. And so I would bet on that productivity.
You know what? You know who Maddie just mentioned? This is a good receiver. Again, one that we should have been talking about. This is why
Brendan
Maddie-
Rice?
No, not Brendan Rice.
No, he's fine.
We don't need to talk about Brendan Rice.
He's whatever.
Cornelius Johnson out of Michigan would make a lot of sense with the way the rest of the wide receiver room is. Oh my God, BJ turned him into frogs. So that was one of the chats. I'd love that. But yeah, it would make a lot of sense with the way the rest of the wide receiver room is constructed. Bigger guy.
Take that, Kent.
Get up and
Can we put the frog back on real quick? Because I have a name. I have a name for him.
this is going to be bad.
This says Tucker
were-
will catch the wrestle the frogs for a $50 donation. I will attempt to catch one. Super chat for more frogs. Get those super chats in, and we will give you more frog pictures.
This is
We've had frog content. We had 9U baseball highlights.
Yeah, I mean,
what other
did a
draft show is
cartwheel?
giving you this kind
I
of
did do a
content?
cartwheel.
I would like to name that big old beefy boy
To the left or the right?
Jared Wiley.
Jared Wiley. That's Jared Wiley. What do you think?
Don't clip this. Don't tag Jared Wiley.
Take the frog off the screen.
Good picture of a frog, though. Some are saying.
Please.
That's just my-
Center Dylan McMahon from NC State off the board to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Any relation to Vince?
No,
Okay, I was
and he's
curious.
probably glad for that.
he actually is related to Vince McMahon. He's one of the McMahons.
Is he?
No.
Okay, good.
I think he's one of the kids. I think Dylan McMahon had a short shuttle that
Hang
is
on.
predictive of
Hang on.
success. So he's one of those guys that did have a high level short
Thanks,
shuttle.
Gabe.
Oh, hey, Kent. Actually, you were right. He is one of the McMahons.
Thank you, Julio. It is a big frog.
It's a big frog.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what
Nobody
they said
around
about
here
Jalen-
thinks...
That's what they said about Jared Wiley.
Kingsley Zissou.
Okay. Thanks, Brent.
I like that.
Get Tucker in touch with National Geographic. He's a natural. Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm saying. I took a good picture of a couple frogs. Screw the 40 times on the frogs. The broad jump has to be impressive.
Explosive.
That's true. They're very explosive prospects.
I think
know what?
as
But
much
they
as
don't
Brent-
have the right length.
Honestly,
Like,
as much as Brent Shepard's donated, he should get to name the frogs.
That's true.
that's true.
We should let him name the frogs. And he says
Kingsley
Kingsley
Zissou.
Zissou.
I like it.
What's the Zissou part? Could somebody?
Steve Zissou.
Huh?
Steve.
Wes Anderson.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jason Schwartzman.
Bill Murray.
Tim wants to know how their
Yeah.
swim moves are.
you
That's a man after
we should
his
let
heart.
Chet
know
take
the
over,
thing about
you know?
the yeah, like, why haven't you been doing this longer? The
I'm
thing
just
about
reading the chat.
the frogs, like they technically, to play in the trenches is a little bit interesting. They all play from a 4-point stance. And so, like, that's gonna if they ever, that's a little.
He was talking about frogs.
He is.
He is talking about
is.
frogs.
I know, but
There's
like,
a
I
literal
can't-
frog stance that Derek Nottie implements
Yeah,
regularly.
but it's not as funny.
Shout out James Smith, Matthew Flippin, Scott Foster for your donation.
Thank you guys.
Thanks.
Seriously appreciate it.
Really,
all
seriously.
that money is going
I know,
to Trez Paylor Foundation.
I know we're being silly right now, but that
I think
money matters.
It's the Power Mizzou scholarship.
Power Mizzou scholarship.
Yes.
No foundation.
You're on camera right now.
I just felt like that needed to happen.
Oh, you're gonna see my face of being like, not the Trez Paylor Foundation.
Tejuan Palmer.
Tejuan Palmer. Tejuan Palmer out of UAB wide receiver goes to the Arizona Cardinals.
UAB.
Yep.
Height, weight, speed guy.
University of Alabama, Birmingham didn't have a football program for a while. Brought it back when I was in college. They brought it back, actually.
Now Trent Dilfer's the coach.
Trent Dilfer is the coach.
Good
My advisor is one of their big boosters, actually. My college advisor was a big UAB
Really?
booster. Yep.
Interesting.
For the UAB program. I just want to thank everyone who didn't leave when we started posting pictures of frogs.
Well, I mean, there's a good chunk that left. But thank you for staying.
Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. We're just, like the day 4 vibe or the day 3. It's day 4. The day 3 vibes are just.
It's not day 4.
Yeah,
That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. Can't wait to do this all over again.
at the Holiday Distillery.
Let's break down UDFAs. Every team,
Party.
one by one, when they sign, in order.
Yeah, Ken, I don't know why you're so rushed to get out of here. We got to wait until all the UDFA signings get done, too.
Yeah, it's going to be like another 10 hours.
I don't want to be around anymore.
You guys put this out for Sam McDowell, changing subjects a little bit. Sam McDowell, Clark Hunt spoke with the media.
Yeah, I did see this.
Clark Hunt says Chiefs and Royals, after conversations with John Sherman, Royals owner, will, quote, work independently as they pursue their stadium futures.
Probably a good idea.
It is a good idea.
I think that's where this was all heading. DJ James off the board to the Seattle Seahawks.
Cornerback out of Auburn.
Nobody needs stadium takes from me.
I kind of think that's where we were heading, and I'm not sure that's not where the Chiefs didn't want this to head. Candidly, kind of feels like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if,
Yeah.
So,
Oh, man, shout out Lightning KO. He said, this is fun. I'm having a good time. And then he says, I've paid attention to day 3. So appreciate you hanging out with us.
boy, I'm sorry. This is the most.
Tad wants to know, does anyone miss Matt Lane more than Kent right now?
Yeah, no. Kent wants nothing more than Maddie to take over and talk about prospects for like 15 straight minutes.
Yeah, Maddie would have like
Maddie
really
probably wants to
strong
do that,
takes
too.
on Tajuan Palmer.
Do you want a break?
I'm good. Do you want a break?
I'm good for now.
We need more
complaining.
beers.
I'm not complaining. I'm just slap happy. I'm having a good time.
Complaining is Kent's brand.
You better get some. Yeah.
We're vibing.
You're about to go chase some frogs around.
I know.
I'm just
All right, we're waiting
authentically
for
saying.
the New England Patriots to pick at pick 193. The Chiefs are now within 20 picks of being able to pick again. So
Patriots. This is a fun one.
Is it?
Why don't you report it?
According to Ian Rappaport, the Patriots select another quarterback. They take Tennessee quarterback Joe Milton at
No.
193.
Cannon. Tennessee Cannon, not a quarterback. He is a cannon, a little cannon.
He is one of the freakiest. I mean, he's basically Anthony Richardson last year from a height, weight, speed.
It's a jugs machine.
He is a jugs machine. You're absolutely right.
It's
yeah.
ridiculous. Like, he is a freak athlete. He's a monstrous human. He's not a good quarterback. He is a kind of a sporadic thrower. It's more just general.
Just not.
He's
good.
not.
He's not.
He really isn't, though.
He really is. Yeah, like, Tucker's laughing,
not
but
good.
I mean, seriously, he throws one of the prettiest deep balls. Like, it comes out of it just explodes out of his hand, and it's
he throws like a. I mean, there's no anticipation to how he throws.
What?
he's got one speed.
He's
Yeah.
a one-speed thrower, and he doesn't really throw with a ton of anticipation. And yeah,
It's my own scouting report.
We got another pick here. Man, I don't like how good the Bengals draft has been.
yeah.
I really don't. The Cincinnati Bengals take tight end Tanner McLaughlin out of Arizona, another move tight end. This is a really good value for him.
Chiefs were sniffing around on him a little bit.
Yeah.
I believe he's a little on the older side. Started his career.
He's a
Utah
worse tight
State.
end than a Jared Wiley, to be clear here. But still really good. Was like one of those, if the Chiefs missed out on some of those other move tight ends,
Yeah.
I would have been excited about a Tanner McLaughlin here. This is really good value. Bengals
this-
have,
From
70s.
Canada, by the way, and he started his career at it was Southern Utah,
okay, gotcha.
which
We're
is an
up to
FCS.
$7,700.
Let's go.
Thank you, everyone, so much for your support.
This isn't Royals, this is Royals based. This isn't Chiefs based. But I just saw this tweet that sources near the Chicago White Sox are saying that Chris Getz is considering a managerial change, and he's considering former Royals manager Mike Matheny for their.
Please,
Don't they have like 700 former Royals?
Yes.
His whole thing is he wants to make them like the former Royals, but then everyone's like, why? We're not good.
we're not any good.
Yeah, but so he's gonna hire Mike Matheny. Yeah, Christian just asked how far we are from mustaches.
Right.
We did just cover that.
Got
A lot of issues. But I feel
next.
like
Steelers on the clock at pick 195.
Then the Rams.
Then the Rams.
Then also the Falcons after that.
How upset are they that they didn't get Joe Milton?
Yeah.
Joe Milton is actually older than I'm pretty sure Kirk
The
Cousins,
Falcons.
so-
The Falcons don't think that Joe Milton can play quarterback.
Oh, yikes. Big yikes. Ooh-wee.
The Falcons think Joe Milton's a tight end.
Brett Veach is wearing an all-juice hoodie in the room right now in the Chiefs war room. They show a picture of it. I know that that's a tradition for them. Again, that's a testament to Terez's legacy in Kansas City. We talked about that to open the show. If you missed that, please go back and listen to it. It was the best moment of this entire live stream, honestly. Yeah, and then the cartwheel, Tucker. The cartwheel second, but
it's not.
pick us in for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And-
It is
ooh.
Ryan Watts, cornerback safety out of Texas. Tier 1 CBAT off the board. There's only one remaining now.
And he's
And he's probably going to be a UDFA. Might be a 7th rounder. You never know. But a guy that I was a fan of because of his versatility. Some of the overlap went away a little bit with the Hicks signing, because you want to get as many guys on the field as possible with some of that. But yeah, still a tier 1 tester. Shot for the Pittsburgh Steelers to get a guy that contribute at pick 195 in the rookie deal.
yeah, chance to contribute. I like to
Thank
take
you.
better than this.
Thank you, Colin Allen, for your donation of $15.87.
I love it.
That's awesome.
I love it.
Do you get it because it's Patrick Mahomes and 87 is Travis Kelce's
Thank you
number?
for explaining it to Kent.
Yeah, I had to make sure Kane got
He's
it.
been a little, based on his reaction to the rest of the jokes today, taking a
Put
good.
the camera on you. We need a Tucker cam.
You need a
All right.
vibes cam.
I think you should sit in the pond and do it.
Listen, right now on the stage in Detroit are a whole bunch of what appear to be rescue shelter puppies.
Large rats. Oh, that's
Not
puppies.
large rats. What's wrong with you? What, have you been talking for 5 hours or something? What's wrong with you? But yes.
Bourbon.
Ebony Reed, very excited. Thank
Great.
you.
That's
for
great.
everybody that's making
Awesome.
donations.
Awesome. Yeah, keep in mind, this is not just, it's a thing that helps KCSN. There are major ramifications for this. You are helping people. You are making some very special people that the entire city of Kansas City cares about. Very, very happy right now. You're helping out a lot of really quality people. So please donate.
Please do.
Link in the description.
I'm working on, so I'm trying
Text 53555. Text draft to that number, or all juice, one word, or to Rez, and you will get information as to
Or
where
just
you
go to
can give.
or Venmo. Just
Or
look at
Venmo.
KC
I keep
Sports
forgetting
Network.
Venmo. Thank you,
It's
BJ.
the one that most people use.
Okay, well, I'm forgetting the one that's easiest for everybody. Yes, Venmo that money. And to KC Sports Network, $10 gets you one entry. Whole
So
bunch
we're
of
about
great.
$300 short of $8,000. Should we do Tucker Cartwheel Seltzer at 8?
to. We're shaving our mustaches at 8.
Mustaches.
Well, then draw some attention to it.
Okay.
You don't seem that excited, but you don't seem much excited about anything. right
So this from what Blake Batman said. Someone needs to spike Kent's bourbon with a Red Bull.
Yeah.
now. Oh, this is from Ebony. She said, "Please tell everyone I send my love from my book promotion travels, and I'm so grateful."
Love it.
So she is in Atlanta right now.
That's great. That's great to
Doing
hear.
great work.
We're gonna try to get this thing up there as much as we can, Ebony.
Look at Matt Reeves. Matt Reeves says KC is on the tracker.
I think some caffeine's a good idea.
Just so everybody understands,
We're actually shaving our faces here.
this is a razor
Oh.
for here. I have it here right now. This will happen during the stream if it happens. This
On
isn't
camera.
a future
We
thing.
need $300 more dollars. For this to
We
happen.
need
That's
$300
okay.
more dollars. This is
Presumptuous.
happening. I'm not joking about this. It's right here. I brought this on purpose, knowing that this could be the case. We talked about this a little bit. I don't want to do it. Kent doesn't want to do it. You can force us. Okay, how about this?
Does Tucker get to
I'm
shave
fine
it?
with it. I'm fine with it.
No.
Kent does not want to do this. So donate your money right now. If you want to change things for it, donate your money for that. I have this right here. We will make this happen. This is not an idle threat or something that will happen later. It will happen on the stream while it's going on. So, yeah. All right. We got on the board. Maybe
We're going to wait 5 minutes, and no one's going to do anything to say, how about Tucker chases a frog?
And then I know
$9,000.
exactly. Like
Okay, there we
What's
go.
gonna be?
Brian Emerson, thank you.
Thank you, Brian
All juice,
Emerson.
baby. Do some seltzer chugs. $100 donation.
See, really what it is people just want the seltzer chugs.
This is not
true.
you, Tucker.
They do. They do.
I get.
Can you confirm?
I wish that we had a wireless mic so I could sit back there and I could talk to you guys. Back there.
Vibes. Tucker
Look at
produced.
him. Fully leaned back.
Look at Bear. Oh, the worst kept secret
Hey,
in social
don't draw
media.
attention to it.
He doesn't even
Look
care
at
at
this
this
angle
point.
for a minute. Shout out Julio Gadro. Blast from the past. What's up, man?
Hey.
I went to school with Julio. I'm assuming
Nice.
that's the same Julio. $10 all juice. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Joel Penfield. I cannot wait to see Mustache Kent and Craig tomorrow at the holiday party. Well,
You can't even see my mustache. That's the problem.
here's
Just
the
trust
thing,
me.
Joel. Right now, we're not going to be Mustache Kent and Craig.
We're $190 shy because that was a $100 donation.
Oh, thank you so much. Holy crap. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, another $20 donation from Duncan and Glenn.
No, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
It's not happening yet.
Coming in quick. That's
Not
what,
happening.
130. We're 170 shy.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Again, Kent does not want to do this.
Don't give.
don't
'cause I'll be
pretend.
mad.
Don't pretend.
Can shave in any kind of mustache.
No. No. I do have a mustache that is outlawed, to be clear here.
Stuff.
There's one mustache that is on the embargo list. You cannot do just one specific mustache.
Oh, that. I didn't get
I
it.
think Charlie Chaplin. I think that's the one we're talking about, right?
Yeah, we're talking about
Yeah, Charlie's. Yeah.
And it's not going away after this. Like, I will commit to I'm going to wear it to work on Monday if this happens.
And then you're gonna get to talk to Broncos fans about how they drafted a quarterback as old as they traded for one.
I have important
Yeah, they're gonna make
meetings
fun of
on-
you. You're gonna be like, your face, and be like, Bo Nix.
Nix.
Yeah.
$20 from Steven Wilkinson.
Thanks,
Just
Steven.
says mustache.
Yeah, I love it.
I mustache you to donate.
I have important meetings on Monday that I'm
I-
going to show up with a mustache for.
$5 donation here from I can't read that. I'm too far away from the screen. Jacob LaRue.
Tyler Davis, Clemson defensive tackle, in for the Los Angeles Rams. Did we miss any in between there? Nope.
Feels like they've been real slow lately.
Yeah, the
They're
Rams were
just
really slow on that one
trying
because we
to
had the
kill
Ryan
them.
Watts one a long time ago.
It's worth noting these are donations to the 501c3, so Christian Gumminger will be sending you
Yes.
a receipt that you can get a tax deduction
Yes.
for your donations.
Yes, thank you, BJ.
For
Yeah,
this.
that is very important. It's not just like, oh, you're throwing money at it's a tax deduction as well.
It's
So
not a personal Venmo account. Don't worry.
yeah.
Karen Borgstrom, another $60 to go to the 40 from earlier.
Woo!
Total of 100. Thank you so much,
Holy
Karen.
cow!
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zion Logue, out of Georgia, defensive tackle.
I thought you were about to say Zion Logue donated to the Paylor Foundation. I was like, thank you,
Let's
Zion.
draft that
Let's
guy.
go.
Yeah.
Zion Logue, 6'5", 5'8". That's big for a quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons.
314-pound quarterback.
He led all quarterbacks with 2.5 tackles for loss in 2023. Is it time?
No.
Oh.
Just saying. It's here. It's happening.
There you
If
go.
the good people do.
Matt, chill. By the way, chill in the chat. Holy cow!
We got
I'm not
a
massaging
lot of
any
payments.
frogs.
There's a lot
Holy
of payments coming in here. Duncan Anglin, the $150 donation.
Thank
I
you,
did put us
Duncan.
over the top.
Let's go.
Josh Coburn paid with another $20, so we are over $8,000.
Let's go. Let's get over. Let's see if we can get over. Let's see if we can get to 10K.
Here's a $20 super chat from Reef for the mustache boy.
Let's go,
For the
Reed.
Mustache
Thank you.
Boys.
Well,
Patrick McMorris, thank you for donating and being drafted by the Miami Dolphins with the 198th pick in the draft. You want to go first? Or you want to
I'll
say?
go
Hey,
first.
Duncan did $20 and then another $150.
Wow. Thank you, Duncan.
Duncan Anglin.
Oh wait,
Thank
you're not
you.
gonna do it on the camera?
I don't think that I don't think Holiday wants us
Was
to
that
do
Thunder?
Little Thundy.
Percat, I have headphones on.
That's just Lou Dort locking up.
I have headphones on. It's okay. I forgive you.
So Craig is going to go shave right now.
Next time you see Craig, he'll have a mustache.
And next time you see me, you won't even notice I have a mustache because this is just bleached blonde. It looks darker. It looks it's lighter than it looks right now.
little baby hairs.
Little tiny baby hairs. Kind of like yours. Are you going to shave down to a mustache?
No, I don't have.
You've done enough today. So anyway, what are we going to do for $9,000?
Oh yeah, I guess we do have another step before 10. What should I do for 9,000? You guys are doing this for 8,000. I should do something for 9,000.
I think you should try to catch a frog.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's a great idea.
I'll try to catch a frog for 9.
If you slip and fall in, I think the stream may break.
That's a good point.
All this and the Chiefs are on the clock in.
Joel Penfield, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Joel. Thanks,
Thank you,
buddy.
Joel. Eyebrows for 9K. Eyebrows take too long to grow back.
No. I'm not doing that.
I'm not doing that.
I can't do that. This is already. My wife is not gonna like me walking in with a mustache tonight.
Hey, never mind. Oh yeah, the wrestling video was definitely
Okay.
9K.
Yeah. We're
releasing the wrestling video.
We'll release the videos of me wrestling.
Oh. Yes.
It's going out from the KCSN Twitter account too.
Okay. The one that you showed us,
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if you want to see Kent and
Jake Stack
Jake Stack, yeah.
of the KCSN Draft Guide and Packer Report. Pro Wrestling in College.
Shout out.
How long does it take to shave on a mustache? Craig? Boy, this is a mistake. I don't care.
Have
Thank
you guys
you.
had the opportunity Sorry, you were gonna say some.
Whoa. Okay. Steve Fitzpatrick, thank you for your donation of $62.46. Said it's 50 British pounds from the UK.
Love it.
Loving the day 3 coverage. Thanks all.
Whoa, Christian, $170 super chat. All right, it's mustache time, is what Christian Muley says. Thank you, Christian.
Love it.
Christian, speaking of Christian Boyd is the 199th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. Good for him.
Good for
Kansas City
Christian.
kid.
Casey Kidd would have loved to see. He gets to play with Colin Saunders, who we comped him to in the KCSN draft guide.
Wait, so he has to play with another team with another team's tattooed on him?
Yes.
That's
Wouldn't
fun.
be the first time.
That's true.
But we got
Shane
some
Ray
Chiefs
did
down
it.
there.
Shane Ray did that.
Swanson still down there?
Yeah, I think so.
Tyron.
Tyron?
Yeah.
He's probably pretty excited to be
Gay?
playing.
They got basically the whole Chiefs offense or defense from a couple years ago.
Ooh.
Can confirm.
Oh, no,
Craig
Mr.
is
Officer.
great.
Don't pull me over.
That was fast.
Oh,
Ken
no,
did nothing.
Mr.
Look
Look at this
Officer.
guy.
Look at this guy.
Mustache!
Look at this.
Look at this man.
Get
All
right
right.
up in that camera.
You're right up in it.
I'll go.
Right up in that mic right there.
Honey, I know you're watching right now because I got a text from you while I was in there shaving the beard. I saw it on my wristwatch. Yes, goodbye to the beard. I hope the kids don't hate it. Thank you for donating $8,000. That's what happened for that. Next, we got to figure out what we're doing for 9.
No, we're releasing Ken's wrestling video on the KCSN.
Oh, that's right. That's right. On the KCSN YouTube page. I love that.
I think
Twitter,
Tucker
yeah.
should do another cartwheel.
I'll do
Seltzer chug.
I'll do
I also
something.
think we should do that too. Yes. But
I'll do
You
some
wanna do it?
outdoor activities.
holy cow. Yeah, I could do
You're going
it.
to chug a seltzer and do a cartwheel?
Maybe. I'd think about it. I'd do it with Tuck for the good people.
Oops.
I feel it's cold. Did you guys
I'm
notice
really
how
excited
cold
to
it
see if
got
he
right
comes
now?
out. He's going to be in there for like 4 hours.
Yeah, he's going to be in there for 4 hours. He's going to try and make it perfect.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Gosh, it's been a little while. Holy cow.
Since you felt your actual chin, is what
Yeah,
you're saying?
yeah. It's wild. Anyway, yeah. Let's talk about NFL players.
Let's talk about the draft.
Yeah.
We'll talk about how excited you are about what the Chiefs
Holy
have done.
crap, Christian Boyd went off the board while I was in there
Yeah.
to the New Orleans
We got
Saints.
done talking about it.
Man,
He's with all the
I love
former Chiefs.
Yeah, I love Christian Boyd. Makes sense. It fits really well with what they got going on over there. A powerful player, one track. Yeah, I would have really liked to see him in Kansas City.
He's
Not
fun
just-
to talk to at
he
the
was,
Shrine
He
Bowl.
was great, yeah.
Yeah. You guys talked about it earlier. He's excited to talk to you.
Yeah, very excited to talk to us, but yeah.
I was just hoping we get another Shrine Bowl interview guy. The Hunter Norzad sit-down interview that we did at the Shrine Bowl will be posted later tonight
Yeah.
on the KCSN YouTube channel.
Guys are still available. Christian Mahogany that we talked to a little bit there.
You got a lot of takes on him.
Garrett Greenfield. We also talked to him. Carson Steele, running back out of UCLA. Also talked to him.
Okay.
Frank Gore Jr. also talked to him.
I liked him.
Yeah, so we got quite a few. Chiefs have dipped into the East-West Shrine. He looks like he's always had. And thanks everybody. I appreciate all of that. But it wouldn't be the first time the Chiefs have taken a Shrine Bowl running back, and it's worked out for him. Isaiah Pacheco was a Shrine Bowl running back, and that's honestly when we fell in love with Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah.
When the streak started of
Yeah, it really was.
350 players and
But,
you do 20 interviews. And
Yeah,
you get
we
a handful of
asked
money.
Isaiah Pacheco what his favorite play that he had in college was, and he described a pass protection play. Yeah,
It's meant to be.
meant to be. So, yeah. Anyway, very, very excited to see.
We're
who
not the
they
only
land
stream getting
here.
weird.
Yeah,
Ian
I was gonna.
Rappaport's holding some sort of.
No, man. Like they have
Animal.
zoo animals picks on NFL Network and ESPN. They're holding. Ian Rappaport's holding
a
a dog
dog in a
that's
mane,
wearing
yeah.
a lion's
Going after a dog
mane.
is not weird for Tucker to be chasing frogs around.
No,
in the
it's
creek.
not at all. Not at all.
I almost brought my dog.
How many of them do you think
Shamar?
are shaving
Maybe.
shaving their beards off, changing their facial hair midstream? None of them, right? I mean, come on. It's the kind of content you get on KCSN.
You get to honor our friend.
Quality content there.
I'm going to say that like the KCSN Foundation's a part of it because it's just like a way station for the money. It just
It
comes
is.
in and comes out.
For sure.
Turn around
Yeah,
and
I know.
transfer all the money to Gabe.
Correct.
There you
correct.
go.
Yeah.
Let us know the next scholarship they give out. There are 3 or 4 students that have already gotten the scholarships that are starting to go through and cycle now that the money's caught up. So We'll have stories in the future.
Yeah.
We'll talk to those kids.
I'm going to be so excited to kind of have the follow up for some of that, because as Ebony has described, like, it mattered to her. It was a significant thing that was a big part of her life that helped change her life and her growth path, throughout her career. So we want to keep that rolling for all of those types of individuals.
And I love the fact that everything that we do with the foundation, for the most part, there's a lot of foundations, there's a lot of phenomenal organizations around KC that give a ton of money, that do these huge things to help mass amount of people. And it's just, for us, we're not a huge network, we don't have this huge reach, but we have a core group of people that care about the same things that we care about. And if we can affect the lives of just a handful of people in a very real way, in a very tangible way, then that's exactly what we want to do. And so we're doing all of this stuff to help a small number of students, get college paid for and get an easier path to the things that they care about and the things that were important to Therese, for the people that were important to Therese, and giving them opportunities. And that's what this is all about. And if you look at a lot of the things that we do at the foundation, the My First Game campaign with the Boys and Girls Club.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
My other favorite thing that we do, in partnership with Tickets for Less, promote and advertise on our network, and we use the value we get for that by getting an allotment of tickets that we use most of which to send 4 kids to Arrowhead for every home game that have never been there. So at the end of the season, you have 15, 20 kids that got a chance to go to Arrowhead Stadium for the first time. And compared to other foundations, other things that are going on, there's so many, again, great organizations doing millions and millions of dollars, helping thousands and thousands of people. But for us, those 20 kids getting to walk into Arrowhead for the first time, getting to see those pictures is awesome. Speaking
Here comes Hollywood.
of awesome, he looks the exact same.
He does kind of look the exact same.
All right,
I see it. Thanks
Big
for coming to
reveal.
talk about
Big
it.
reveal.
Yeah. So,
I have some quotes from Keon Coleman if you'd like me to read them
for Keon Coleman.
about Keon Coleman that Keon Coleman said.
Can't even tell I have one on.
You can.
A little bit. You do look mostly normal.
It just, it's just I
You
don't.
look good, bud.
Thanks. So this is it.
Get right up in that camera. Right up in there.
Shot.
Looks like you still got a 5 o'clock chat.
Well, lip curtain.
A
So
little lip curtain.
where did I just put your razor?
It's right here.
Okay.
But I would like to read this quote
Can't tell.
about,
Please do.
like Keon Coleman said, he spent 30 seconds in the stadium, and during that time, he scored 3 imaginary touchdowns, and it's a record given the time, he says.
Imaginary touchdowns like imaginary.
Rings.
Shout out Chad Pedig for your donation. Same thing with Jordan Armand Jordan. Is how it's said in here. I'm sorry. Just supported the campaign. Thank you so much for your $200 donation to the Trez Paylor Memorial Scholarship Campaign. We appreciate Alex Mitty.
They
we
want
appreciate
that
you that
video.
will came. And right off the press, Cody Samuelson. Thank you very much for your donation. We
Thank
appreciate
you. We are not done, Kansas City. We are not done. We will keep giving you guys more things. We've got – what's up next, Tucker? You're in charge of our
9K is the video of Kent wrestling that is going to be tweeted out from the KCSN Twitter account, and then after that is a group chug. I'll probably do something else at 9,000. Probably try to wrangle
Let's
some
come up
frogs.
with that. Come up with that.
I think
Wrangle
you
I don't
frogs?
think, I don't think it should be 9,000. I know we're moving goalposts here.
We are.
I think it should be 9,200. That way it's surpassing last
Okay,
year.
no,
We did
I like
90
that.
We did
No, no, no.
9,100 last year.
Honestly,
That's fine, yeah,
that's
that's fine.
not moving goalposts the way that I thought you were going to move goalposts. This is to try and beat what we did last year. Yes, absolutely, I agree with that sentiment.
Keon Coleman said that he was also at a Waffle House so much that he had the cook's number pinned in his messages.
Brian England, thank you for your donation.
Thank you, Brian.
I think the Chiefs have already won the trade.
Yeah. That's imaginary touchdowns is something.
He scored 3 of them in 30 seconds, so I mean...
Yeah. Well, the Chiefs scored a field goal in 13 seconds.
That's true. That's true. Listen, 21 points is hard
What's
to
up?
overcome in
I
30
love that
seconds. though.
mustache.
though.
I'm
Right,
sorry.
that's
I
right.
just
Oh,
I love
yeah,
when
my
you do
bad.
this.
Can you just
Officer Stout.
I only do it for KCSN related items.
That's true.
I never rock this. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. Anyway, so let's catch up on some of the players that we got. The Colts drafted Chris Ballard is breaking trends right now. Drafted Micah Abraham, cornerback out of Marshall. The reason he's breaking trends, it's a 3.7 RAS. Chris Ballard usually only takes stabs at super athletes and things like that. Oh, my goodness. Tuck, we got to step our game up. They are literally rating the dogs that they are holding on NFL Network right now. That's how far down they are. And kicker Will Reichard. Thank you. Reichard. I'm sorry.
You gotta be careful with that one.
Out of Alabama.
We're at $8,700.
We're at $8,700.
$500 more dollars. Breaks what we did last year, which is our most ever.
People said we couldn't do it. People were saying out there that we couldn't break the record. People were out here saying that there's no shot that
Throw
we
the camera
could.
on yourself while you're cutting this promo.
They're saying that there was no shot that we could surpass last year's total. They're saying there's no shot that we could help people. They were saying that there's no shot that you would donate and have an opportunity to win all these amazing prizes as a KCSN benefit raffle. People were saying this. You could prove them wrong. We're so close.
Thank you, Tuck. Thank you for that, buddy. That's exactly what we need. First kicker off the board, though. Would you like for me to have the same sort of kicker breakdown that
I would love nothing more.
I can't remember. I need to scroll down here. It was a real fight for me who kicker one was going to be, and I know that sounds very silly to say in the draft, but it really was at this point. I can't remember if Reichard. No, he did not make it in my top three. He was number third. Number three.
He was number third.
He was. Yeah, he was number three. Cam Little was number one. Cam Little out of Arkansas. Joshua Carty out of Stanford. I was a big fan of.
I think he got a pretty big leg, though.
Yeah, he does.
Big leg.
Really, really big leg. Lots of experience. I really liked him as a prospect. It was one of those that when it came down to it, I just liked some of the consistency a little bit more. Those two players.
What does that say?
Belisarius.
Belisarius asks, is Brendan Rice still available? Go get him, Jeeves.
He is still available.
I mean, I am not a Brendan Rice fan, but at this point, like he can X for the Chiefs. Like he has the capability of doing so. I know that he's got a lot of hype because based on who he's related to, Jerry Rice. But
wait, really?
Yeah, for real life. Anyway,
did you know that Brendan Rice is Jerry Rice's son?
Yeah. So I mean, like, and when you watch him, it shows up. There's lots of technical aspects that there's to like there, but the athleticism isn't there, and I think that's why he's down here at this point right now. I think maybe he got the hype around him was built because he was Jerry Rice's kid.
I think he's a vertical stem X receiver.
Yeah,
with a limited route tree. He's just more of your prototypical X but he doesn't have a ton of athleticism. He's not a he's not a guy that's going to go run past anyone down the field. So your vertical comeback. What is?
Oh. Welcome to day 3.
Doing?
A streamer has the ability to play background music. No,
I just thought it was in my headphone, and I was like, I don't know where that's coming from.
No,
I
I
just
just
want to welcome you into day 3 of the 2024
I just scrolled down and
NFL
it had
Draft.
background music, and
You
this one's
are
called
watching.
Feeding the Ducks.
No, let's feed those ducks. Let it eat.
Thank you, Marcy Shelby.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcy.
Tyler
Really
Grable.
appreciate
Ooh.
Let us know
Tyler
in the
Grable's off the board.
Let us know in the chat if you
Tyler
love
Grable's off the board.
background music.
Tylen
Grable. He's able.
offensive tackle,
Went to UCF.
going to the Buffalo Bills.
Going to
You
the
are
Bills.
listening to KCSN's draft coverage on the KC Sports Network YouTube page. My name is Craig Stout. I'm here
People
with
at
Kent
the tour,
Swanson,
so confused.
BJ Kissel, Tucker, D. Franklin.
We're getting to that.
Yeah, you
Tyler
know what that
Grable
D
has
means.
27 starts in his collegiate career.
Why is he
He's
trying to
pretty
rap it?
thick.
I know. Like Kent's on a different vibe for me right now.
Has something in the rear. The pick is in.
We are 6 picks away from the Kansas City Chiefs on the clock.
Oh yeah, then we have the whole rest of the
Draft.
We have the whole rest of round 7.
Fear not,
to go.
there's 51 picks remaining in the 2024 NFL Draft.
Shout out Jordan Foote, $10 donation.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thanks, Jordan! We are 80% through the draft.
It is very cold.
It has gotten some tornadoes coming for sure. And
Does that mean an Iowa State Cyclones being drafted by the Chiefs soon?
too bad TJ Tampa's not on the board anymore.
You got taken one pick before. Do you think the Chiefs would have taken TJ Tampa if he was there?
I'm going to die with this mustache.
I don't even think about that.
Well, somebody look up the weather.
It's okay.
Are we out of it?
It's going to rain.
Houston Texans.
205. The Chiefs are very close to, ladies and gentlemen, the Kansas City Chiefs are on the ticker.
Yeah, somebody else already put that in the chat.
I got him again.
How? At this point,
How does that happen?
At this point, they could trade up, and I wouldn't believe you anymore.
Hey, listen. So we're reduced down to mustaches, and we've seen a little or an increase in people that are hanging out with us. We've been live for the entirety of the 2024 NFL Draft.
Yeah,
we are going to be here for every single pick. We are through 80% of the draft now. We're trying to raise money for Therese Paylor's scholarship program at Power Mizzou. We have achieved nearly $9,000.
We are shooting for $9,200 right now because that would break what we raised last year.
Yes. And so this year, so right now at $9,000, we will release
$9,200.
No, but listen, at $9,000, we will release the video.
That's at $9,200.
No, it's not.
9,000 is the video. 92 is me getting frogs.
Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood everybody.
At $9,000, we will release the video of me wrestling an amateur wrestling match with me involved in it from like 15 years ago onto the KC Sports Network YouTube.
I have it. I can confirm. It is wonderful.
At $9,200, Tucker Franklin's going to wrestle a frog.
They're big frogs, too.
And
if you don't
probably
believe me.
lose.
No, we don't need to see the frog picture, Doug. Don't throw the frog picture up on the screen. Please, God, there's the frogs.
That is Jared Wiley, the TCU Horned Frog out of Texas at a TCU.
Jawar
Jordan, the running back out of
running back
Louisville,
out.
has been off the board.
Houston Texans, yes.
A little bit of a feast or famine type running back going to the Houston Texans.
But please continue with the donations.
So, there's links in the description to donate. KC Sports Network's Venmo, givebutter.com/KCSN. If you text Therese to 53555, that is in Therese, Terez, to 53555, you can donate that way as well. But we are just trying to raise as much money as we can for the Therese Paylor Scholarship. And we are doing ridiculous things like shaving down to mustaches and exposing our deepest, darkest secrets.
The Jet has said they want the music back.
I'd be fine with it for a little bit.
Shout out Marcy Shelby for the donation. Shout out Wesley Lance.
Thank you,
also
Marcy.
for the donation.
Thank you, Wesley. We're getting closer. We are getting closer. What's our total at right now? I know that you just gave it, but for people. But for people.
How much money do we have?
Okay.
Yeah.
BJ is still calculating.
I just want to thank everybody for joining us on day 3.
Yeah.
It might be day 3, but you're our day 1s.
I'm gonna change to the different track, okay? This one's called Night Driving.
Welcome to Stranger Things.
I'm just waiting for the beat to drop. And then we're gonna kick in. Yeah, don't you know anything? Yeah. That's right. We are in day 3.
Yeah, we are.
KCSN's coverage.
We've been through a lot together.
John Frisbee, thank you for your donation.
Thank you, John.
Matthew Kralhoff, thank you for your donation. I'm
Thank
sorry
you,
for
Matthew.
butchering your last name.
It's got some stank to it.
It did have
Like the
TH
song.
in there. I didn't know if you were supposed
Mike
to pronounce TH or not.
Jarrell out of Findlay.
So you want to know my scouting report on Mike Jarrell out of Findlay?
It's that he's from Findlay.
It's that he went to Findlay.
Yeah, that's right.
There's 2 R's and 2 L's.
I know.
2 R's and 2 L's in his name.
We are.
How many draft picks have that?
We are.
Pharrell. Neil Pharrell.
Yeah, he definitely does have that.
The Chiefs have one.
The Chiefs have one. Good work. We are 3 picks away from the Kansas City Chiefs being on the clock in the 6th round. Kent, at this point, I'm not asking for a player name. I'm asking for a position. What do you want?
We probably should. We could go back to the music. We'll go back to the music in round 7.
We will. No.
After the Chiefs get done picking,
the
we
Chiefs get done
will
picking.
go back to the music. We have to do a serious podcast, though.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
This is the most fun I've had in a while.
I just got a message that said it sounded like NPR bump music. So
Listen. I just want to say these are the default like tracks loaded into StreamYard. Like, these are like very generic,
and very sexy. Like, to be clear.
very sensual music.
Yeah.
And we love it.
Interesting.
We love it.
Want to go to Romans? No. Hymns? No. KCSN Draft Show? Yes.
Christian Mahogany, Miles Cole, Carson Steele, Garrett Greenfield. Do you go back to the offensive tackle? Well, I think I probably don't at this point.
Honestly, no, I wouldn't hate that.
Would you not?
A Garrett Greenfield? No. I think that's a fun prospect to add this late in the draft. I think at this point, Leonard Taylor, there's very obviously
Dylan Lobb.
Dylan Lobb
Out of New Hampshire, running back, goes off the board to the Raiders. That's the second running
That was
back I've
Lobe.
taken. Was it Lobe?
I'm pretty sure
It's Laube. I'm not sure.
I thought I saw a pronunciation guide that was
Hey.
Lobe.
I believe you, buddy.
Lobe
Rhyme-
man wins.
Rhymed with
Anyways,
Wowby.
he's a good route runner for a running back. So, he can play in the slot a little bit too. If you ask him to.
okay.
And
That's what I was
so
gonna say.
When
I
he was
thought-
at the Senior Bowl, they asked him to play in the slot a little bit.
Yeah.
So interesting. And if you're jumping back in because the Chiefs are about to make a pick, yes, Craig and I have shaved down to mustaches because we are raising as much money as we possibly can for the Paylor Foundation.
I have breaking news. We have raised $9,250.
Let's go!
We have surpassed last year's total.
Oh! Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
$750 shy of $10,000.
We are $750 away from 10,000.
People said we couldn't do it.
We're going to make a big push for 10K here in a little bit. The Chiefs are about to be on the clock, but I do want to just say to everyone that has been watching, supporting, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We really appreciate that.
Even more money. Even more money than last year.
That's so incredible.
My goodness.
So we really do appreciate that. The Kansas City Chiefs are about to be on the clock, though, and so we will kind of get this pick done because I know you guys are going to want to do that.
Russell Carew, thank you for your $100 donation.
Love you. Thank you, Russell.
Keith Phillips, thank you for your $100 donation.
Thank you, Keith.
It's 10. I added an extra 0. Sorry, Keith. Didn't mean to panic it. It was just
Sorry, Keith.
Oh, man.
it happened fast.
Oh, there's Joshua Carty.
Joshua Carty does
kicker
go off
out
the
of-
board here.
How does it feel to know that
Correct,
people are going to see
burgundy.
you in your amateur wrestling video now?
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I'm okay with it at
Does
this point.
Joel have the link?
I'm not giving the link.
I will send it.
Okay.
So this is something that not very many people have been privy to.
Rock'em Sock'em. Thank you for the $20 donation. DT wide receiver offensive line with these next picks? Question mark?
DT. I would like DT. Again, Leonard Taylor's on the board. There has to be something going on with
And that's
him
why
right
I think
now.
at this point I'm
Yeah.
okay. I'm just like,
I
you know what?
I
At
understand
this point, if you take
passing
the swing,
on
I
it.
know what you're doing,
Yes.
but we all know why he's fallen this far.
Correct.
The Chiefs are on the
Absolutely.
clock.
Yeah.
Hang on.
So we are getting ready for doing that. And the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock at pick 211. This is the 6th round. What's up, everybody? Kent Swanson, Craig Stout hanging out here, having an incredible time trying to raise as much money as we possibly can for the Power Mizzou scholarship for Paylor. And we have already exceeded last year's total, so thank you for that. We're going to continue to do that. And if you're listening to this afterwards, please consider donating because we want to continue to support Therese and his legacy. But the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock in the 6th round. And, I think at this point, some of the players that you might be naming specifically, maybe, there's probably a red flag there.
Yes.
There's probably something. So, I don't want to get too locked into players, with great talent. Christian Mahogany does go off the board right before the Chiefs make their selection.
Okay.
That was a player that the Chiefs had in for a top 30 visit, and he's an interior offensive lineman, but I don't know if they would have been taking Christian Mahogany anyway because, they had already taken Hunter Norzad just around earlier. So there's still plenty of interesting options for this team. I could see him going back to the well of wide receiver potentially. There's a couple prospects out there. Like we've talked about, like a Brendan Rice at this point if you want to try to throw
Cornelius Johnson. I would be very excited about. There's a couple guys like that. If they want to go to the edge route, Miles Cole makes some sense. A guy with a lot of length that they want to add to that. I don't love the defensive tackle depth all of a sudden now. They could still take a guy that could be a contributor. There's still a couple of guys out there, but they kind of missed the pocket on that, and that's okay. That's absolutely okay. They've got guys that they can play on the interior. That was more of a 2025 pick. If you went to the defensive side of the ball, corner. Are we going to look at corner? All the tier 1 testers are gone. Do they take a look at another guy that's maybe doesn't have the same athletic profile as some of the other guys that they pick, but maybe is a better scheme fit that they feel more comfortable as a depth piece to Joshua Williams and Jalen Watson? Like, what's your vibe there?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of flexibility that the team has at this point. Like I don't feel like they're gonna. Oh, they have the pick. We do have the pick. It's Tennessee cornerback Kamal Hadden.
Yes. So they do go with a cornerback there. That is now the lowest athletic testing cornerback that they've taken since Rashad Fenton there, but still a good football player. Has a lot of size still. He's 6'1", 193. A little bit shorter arms, despite having that sort of length. Not terribly slow. At 4.5 40, they're going to be able to protect him with some of these safeties that they have added over the past. But the scheme makes sense. He was one of PFF's highest graded corners in last year, 5th highest amongst all qualifying corners last year. So scheme fit does matter. That's what we were just saying before this happened. It really does matter. Yes.
And this is a scheme fit player.
It is. Yes.
It's not a swing on an athletic profile. This is it's a more specific scheme fit type player. And it's kind of like similar, like what we had with Rashad Fenton. He's not the best athlete, but he did fit the scheme.
But it was perfect scheme fit.
They got production out of him. It's kind of funny because Maddie Lane tweeted out 24 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Kamal Hadden.
Of course he did. Of course he did. He's ahead of all of that. But, he makes sense. He was the number 178 player on the KCSN draft guide and a player that, we liked quite a bit there. But, again, 25th corner on there. You're taking a pick in round 6 here.
This is the sweet spot where the Chiefs have had a lot of success drafting cornerbacks.
Correct.
So, they're continuing just to take swings on players that, that might fit what they want to do. And so you're getting a guy that can play in a press alignment, and he's one of the more physical cornerbacks.
That's the physicality that matters.
And I think he's really good at using his length, his size. He's actually maximizing the profile that he has to be able to redirect receivers and be physical at the line of scrimmage. That's what the Chiefs team MO has been with their cornerbacks, and this is another guy that kind of fits their ability to do that.
And I do want to go ahead and say here that, while his athletic testing may not have been impressive, he's also coming off of a season-ending injury. So he was recovering. He was trying to put some of this stuff on tape. He might be a better athlete than we have seen. So maybe the Chiefs have a little inside line. This happened with Brian Cook as well.
I think
injury.
It's one of those, the tape's better than the tape. The athletic profile on tape is better than what you saw in the athletic testing.
Correct.
But he was a highly productive player before, and a really successful player. He had 3 interceptions, 8 pass deflections this season.
Correct.
A lot of ball production.
Yep.
And
we know how Steve Spagnuolo likes that. Physical with ball production. Yeah, that's a guy that fits. And a top 5 coming out of high school prospect. So they're banking. They're banking on the growth. They're banking on some of this. We have seen this before with other players that they have drafted at this point in the draft. Feel good about getting a guy with a pedigree, a little bit of a pedigree, but again, the scheme fit matters. That physicality, the athleticism does show better on tape than it does with the testing. And again, by all the advanced metrics, people loved him. People loved what he did from a targeting standpoint, from a completion percentage standpoint. He's been a very productive corner in his time in Tennessee.
It's kind of funny because he has size and physicality. The length isn't ideal. It's sub 31-inch arms, which is probably another thing that might have knocked him a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
But down here in the round 6, that doesn't matter. You can take some swings on players like this, and the tape was really good. And I think that's probably something we're going to hear from the scouts here in a little bit whenever the pick is made or when the pick is announced. We just liked his tape.
I want to say this here. quarterbacks completed just 12 of the 33 passes thrown at him last year, with 6 of them being broken up and 3 of those passes being intercepted. I mean, that's absurd.
Yeah.
Like, that's absurd. And again, that means he wasn't targeted very often. Again, only 33 passes thrown his way.
Team staying away from him. Yeah.
Team staying away from him. And when they did target him, they weren't able to complete passes. So banking on recovering from an injury here. He's been injured a couple of times in his career, but banking on recovering from injury, banking on the scheme fit, this checks a lot of boxes for Dave Merritt and Steve Spagnuolo.
Curious if curious if the Chiefs are interested in him in his special teams value. That's always going to be something interesting to hear, especially with the Chiefs cornerbacks. Like that's it's been one thing with their their swings in the bottom of day 3. Like there's even the Joshua Williams, the Jalen Watsons of the world have had to play special teams for the Chiefs recently last year.
Yeah.
And Nick Jones was another one of those players, some interesting, an interesting player that they liked, had some inside-outside versatility, but the thing that kept him around and earned him the opportunities was he was earning the trust on special teams. I think that's probably going to be the same path to success for Kamal Hadden, too. He's going to have to be a special teams contributor in year 1 in order to earn. It's like we talk about earning the right to rush the passer with Steve Spagnuolo, in early downs. Well, these cornerbacks have to earn the right to play defense by contributing on special teams early.
Yeah.
So, Craig, I want to go and do this. Why don't we go ahead and why don't you give me a grade for Kamal Hadden out of Tennessee?
I'm going to go ahead and say, again, I'm going to go with the Matty Lane grading scale, where you're taking an appropriate value player, you're taking the right thing. That is a C. I'm going to go a B- in this scenario here. It's hard to get really mad about it. A 6th round pick. We'll see what happens coming off of injury. I'm curious if once we hear from the scouts about this pick, if they really feel good about it. If we come back and we hear, oh, he's way better athlete than this. We love what it is here. He's going to fit into special teams. He's going to be another rotational piece. I think this paves the way for a Joshua Williams and a Jalen Watson to start. So, I mean, maybe that's some of my trepidation here is that, you're not maybe getting the same sort of ceiling, but we'll see. We have seen those guys pushed in camp. There's no reason that Kamal Hadden can't come into camp and push one or both of those guys. So a B- in the end.
I think it's like a C+ for me, and it's not like I'm not disappointed in this pick at all. There's no disappointment here whatsoever. It's not that I'm not overwhelmed by the pick either. I think this is an appropriate value 6th round pick. The Chiefs are taking a swing on a cornerback when there's really not a ton of cornerbacks, kind of especially outside cornerbacks that are really
for sure
worth them taking a look at right now. Like this is one of the better options for them when they're looking at outside corners in round 6, and so I think this is a completely acceptable move for them to try to take a swing on this guy. I'm not like over the moon for it. I'm not underwhelmed by it. I think this is a very solid pick. So I'll go with a C+. Adding another player to this room when they need to continue to take these kind of swings because they've been very good about identifying players that they really like at the cornerback position. Their hit rate has been remarkable. Even looking at Najee Johnson,
yeah, oh absolutely.
Just a couple years ago, he was getting opportunities to play as an outside corner. Matty Lane giving it a B++. Matty Lane was very excited about this.
Yeah,
one.
he was.
He tweeted out 25 minutes before the pick was even made that he wanted him. So, but no, this team has had a lot of success picking cornerbacks, specifically outside cornerbacks.
I know.
I
would say Kamal Hadden's tape is better than a lot of the outside cornerbacks that they've taken recently. Yeah. So, I mean, keep that in mind.
That's true.
Yeah.
And maybe doesn't have ideal length, and he's coming off injury, and there's some question marks there. But
that's why he's here.
Mm-hmm. Probably goes a little bit earlier if he doesn't have that season-ending shoulder injury, and maybe who knows what his testing looks like if he's getting to kind of go through the entirety of the process. So I'll give it a good C+. I'm totally content and happy with this pick, and it's not changing my overall grades of the draft in any way, shape, or form.
Fits right in.
Absolute banger of a draft continues for Brett Veach, selecting cornerback Kamal Hadden out of Tennessee.
Okay, I want to get into some other stuff about Hadden real quick that we have here in the KCSN Draft Guide. If you have this already, you know this information already because you're able to go here. You're able to take a look at it. He's 23.
Yep.
So
just turned 23.
Just turned 23. So it's not like he's an ancient quarterback, but he's a little bit older. Has only played right around 1,100 snaps. That's really low for a prospect that it's at age 23. Again, those injuries caught up. The lack of length really shows up when he's trying to tackle. Like we talk about arm length and why that matters for cornerbacks, and a lot of people think of the catch point and all of that.
Yep.
You should, because that's super important. Haddon misses some tackles because he has a little bit of a lack of length there as well. So those are things that we're going to need to see cleaned up in Kansas City because, he's going to – thanks, Zach, Deputy Craig. We're going to have to see that improve both in special teams and on defense there, But, again, we have looked at a lot of guys in this area of the draft that the Chiefs have drafted that were defensive backs in recent history, and they've consistently gotten better when they've gotten to Kansas City. They don't stay the same. A lot of the UDFAs. Echo Boydo came out of nowhere last year. Again, a player that we liked in the draft, but it was like, okay, cool. He's probably going to be falling out of the draft. UDFA, no big deal. But turned into a really quality player, really contributor for this team in special teams, and got to kind of mix in a little bit. Was pushing guys in camp. Come on ahead, and is better on field than a lot of those guys have shown. So I'm curious to see what we see out of him once we get to training camp and what Dave Merritt's able to get out of him.
For sure. I think it's a good swing, and we had a high fit for him in the KCSN draft guide.
Yeah,
is that all high fits again?
No, I think it was a
Norzad?
medium fit. Norzad didn't get a write up, did he?
Maybe not.
Yeah.
One medium though.
I feel like there was one medium that was
Okay.
in there, but I mean, hey, went for the draft guys
That's
there.
normally
But,
what we do. I
Yeah,
mean, there's-
normally what we do there, but
Medium fit for Wiley.
That's what it
Jared
was.
Wiley.
That's what it was. Yeah. Again, blocker. Yeah, there's a part of that.
We're almost done with round 6, and we'll be moving on to round 7 very quickly here. And the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. We can catch up on a couple of the picks that have happened since the Chiefs have made their selection of Kamal Haddon. Yeah. Thank you all so much for joining us today.
Got my number 1 kicker in the KCSN draft guide, Cam Little.
Do you like him a little bit?
I liked him a lot of bit. Going to the Jacksonville Jaguars,
Going Cam Little.
Jordan Whittington, Texas wide receiver.
You know what they say about Jordan Whittington?
What do they say?
Really high character player.
Yeah,
One of the most beloved players
going
in the Texas program.
to the Los Angeles Rams.
Probably going to play little special teams.
But I'd like some information, or give you some information. Kansas City, per our friend Matt Reeves in the chat, is not on the tracker right now.
Kansas City is confirmed not.
I can't do that voice for very long.
Cedric
I can't.
Johnson.
I can't do it.
You guys should just talk normal.
I
Like,
did. I can't. I can't talk normal with that music bed underneath me there.
This one's called daydreaming, by the way.
Okay.
I'm daydreaming about Cedric Johnson not making the Cincinnati Bengals. Because that's where he's going.
Yeah. Ole Miss edge going to Cincinnati.
Do you know what the Bengals daydream about, Tucker?
Rings.
Rings. They should probably start with ring because they don't have one.
Like that you really strung that out. Ring.
Ring.
San Francisco 49ers on the clock. We are getting close to round 7.
I got the tracker on the board for us now.
Yeah.
So you guys following along in the chat. Let us know what your favorite pick of the draft has been. Not necessarily
like
doesn't have
that.
to be a Chiefs pick, but his favorite pick overall in
I
the
like
draft.
that,
Let us know in the
yeah.
chat.
Tucker Franklin will start sharing.
Yeah, pop those up. I think that's a great activity. I'm glad that you didn't think of that earlier because we probably would have done
Just
that
been
much
leaning on
earlier.
it the whole time.
Yeah.
When do the Chiefs pick again?
At 248. They won't be taking Jared Kingston.
Oh, Micah Hayes with some fire. Harrison Mevis greater than Cam Little. Shut up, guys. Wow, watch your
Ooh,
mouth, Micah.
Harrison Mevis was my number 4 kicker. Again, this was a really good kicker draft right at the very end of the draft. Yeah, and a lot of good SEC kickers as well. We got to see Harrison at the Shrine game.
Shrine Bowl. And so, he's got an absolute cannon.
Yeah, and he was unleashing them there at the Shrine game too. Like he and looked good.
He did
doing
look
so.
good. The one thing I would wonder, The one thing I would wonder about Harrison Mevis's projection to the NFL and why the other tackles have been or other kickers have been taken.
Yeah.
And Tucker, you've watched every kick of Harrison Mevis's career.
Yeah, probably.
Do you think he comes in low with his trajectory a little bit more than other kickers? And so part of me wonders if there's just a little bit of concern about the ball trajectory off of his foot, because he does have a tank of a leg.
He does. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And
Ryan
that's just
Flournoy, who we mentioned earlier, just went off the board to...
Marcus Baker with a little bit of piece here. Indy Community College alumni. Come on.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was a part of that.
Is he in the
last year.
documentary?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know about
He's
that.
probably too young for
Yeah, I was going to say, that didn't they...
That was a while ago.
Is it, he's only 23.
Wes
kid. He's
Burns.
not that old.
I was there for Mevis game winner against K-State. Best kick I've seen in person.
Oh, it was an
Absolute
absolute missile.
And it was pretty low.
Yeah. Well,
And
at
even
that
when
one,
we-
I get that.
when we were
like,
at
I
the
get that.
And we were at the Shrine Bowl. That was one of the things. But like, I get here's the thing.
From
like,
that range, you have to kick low.
right?
to
But
be
even
clear.
at the Shrine,
Yes.
there was some lower trajectory kicks. I'm just
for like
wondering
a 30-yarder. Yes.
I'm just wondering if that's something that teams are taking into consideration and why the guy that has the collegiate record for the longest field goal isn't the first kicker off the
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
That's all.
I get it.
Matt Lane, Patriots landing May, then drafting Polk and Baker for him was dirty.
That is like the most Matty Lane draft of all time.
It is.
Yeah.
He loved Polk. He loved Javon Baker. Yeah.
I like to think Matty is at a
Kid's birthday party.
kid's birthday party right now.
I like to think that he like they had a Chromecast on the TV and he casted it up to the TV.
And then
was
saw
like,
us catching frogs and said, I
gotta watch it."
can't do this. Bo Limmer, the center or interior offensive lineman out of Arkansas, has gone to Los Angeles Rams. I've kind of liked what the Rams have done. They've just,
they've had a pretty
they've
solid
had a
draft.
Pretty
yeah.
solid draft here, I think, today.
I saw somebody say Ben Sinnott, going. That's a really good pick. I like that one. We were talking about it a little bit last night when we were done with the draft, and we were driving to go get food. That's one of those that I really liked. I like that fit. I like the weapons around him. I think that him as a guy that has some athletic ability can really help unlock and give a nice stable presence, a consistent presence within that offense. So I like that one a lot. Yeah.
I don't know if we said this. I think you guys were in the middle of the podcast when this donation. We had a $500 donation come through.
Holy
He's
cow.
got a bunch of updates. BJ guys has a bunch of them. We'll have Haddon highlights here in a second. You guys can talk about as soon as I get those up. Yeah, but there's good updates coming your way. Just know that. I just want people to know that.
Wow. Awesome. Yeah, who else you got from a pick perspective? I saw Real KB. Shout out for you, joining us here. Kingsley. Was one of those. It's a lot of them. I've gotten several messages, even throughout today, like as people have kind of been absorbing the rest of the draft, seeing where some of the offensive tackles are landing, that have said, man, that really was the sweet spot. Like that was a great kind of pick for that. Again, I already mentioned our buddy Nate Tice, friend of the show. Really liked Kingsley. Really liked Jared Wiley. They sent me several things that have just been like, man, really like you guys' draft this year. So
I'm glad.
Outside of Xavier, he didn't like it.
He didn't like Xavier.
He's gonna get used to. You can
can
dislike Xavier. You can doubt Xavier Worthy. You can dislike Xavier Worthy. You can disrespect Xavier Worthy. You're gonna have to deal with Xavier Worthy.
have to deal with
And the Baltimore Ravens are gonna have to deal with Devin Leary in training camp. He's been selected by the Baltimore Ravens.
See, you can't help but slip into that game. I'm trying my hardest right now not to do this.
Do we have to?
Let's stop using the verb slip, all right?
Especially with this music, buddy.
Is that a verb?
Yeah.
It's a verb, yeah. It for sure is a verb. It's not a noun.
Unequivocally a verb. What did you even mean?
I don't know what you're talking about, kid. There is no such all right, let me get
Nouns,
some
am I right?
Haddon highlights up here.
Is Haddon a noun?
Quick. It can be if you want it to be.
It's going to be hard to find Haddon highlights. He's not targeted very often. Let's see what we got.
Can we
going
keep the
here.
music going?
Yeah, music's rolling, man.
Excited.
He's excited.
Juice guy, you know?
All
Yeah.
juice. Yeah.
Competitor.
Look at him.
There's against Spencer
Look
Rattler.
at that play.
Pick.
Throwing it. Pick six.
Nice.
That's the 5th round pick of the Saints right there. This quarterback will never be drafted.
Yeah, he's really an insurance salesman.
But his dad played. It's a good play by. Come on.
Yeah, look at that physicality. Like that's what you're hoping for out of him
Falling
in the
off to make a
draft.
play
Like
on
that's
ball carrier.
that's incredible physicality there from a press alignment. Spags is gonna love that. So yeah,
Pick is in for the Bills, by the way. Just thought I'd keep you in the loop.
Look at that pick.
Dude, I mean, he's got ball production.
Yeah, he
got
does.
really good ball
He
skills.
really
absolutely
does have
does.
a lot of ball production there. So,
yeah.
yep. I mean, that's part of what is so appealing about him.
I know.
How did you say he was 23, Craig?
He's 23,
He's
turned 23 in
just
January.
turned 23
Just
in
turned
January.
23.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like he's that
Fairly-
old
No.
or anything, but
Fairly
it's,
young.
Regularly drafted prospect.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not one of the super seniors or anything like that. So
I mean, the Chiefs have
Oh, that's a good stick.
that's a good stick.
That's a good stick.
the Chiefs
the
have
shoulder in it.
the Chiefs have stayed young with their draft picks.
They have. Yeah. I don't know. I want to see the last pick before I make this final assessment. Is this better than 2022? Your vibes. I know that it's hard to take
No,
2022 out
is
of
it the best draft in the history of the Chiefs franchise, other than the Patrick Mahomes? No.
Yeah, I need you to quit forgetting
No,
about
I
2017.
don't think that this draft is as good as 2022, and it's not this draft's fault at all. It's really, really, really freaking good.
Yeah.
That draft had a lot more early draft capital, and so that skews it a little bit.
It does.
From your perspective.
It does.
I like this draft not infinitely. I like this draft a lot more than I liked last year's draft.
And that's not even to say last year's draft was bad.
Correct.
We were
It's
okay.
just-
We understood the last year's draft. As a matter of fact, some of those pieces of last year's draft may really be coming into their own.
Exactly.
Felix
So it's like I'm not
Anudike-Uzomah.
really beat up.
Yeah.
It's just I like this. I like the value the team got. I like my opinions of these players heading into the draft more than the opinions I had of the players heading in, from last year's
For
draft.
sure.
That's
Yeah,
all.
I get you.
It's not a knock on that last year's class because I mean they got Rishi Rice. It got a potential contributor on the offensive line at Wanya Morris, and we'll see what happens with Felix. But it gets Shamari Connor too.
Yeah.
I like how I felt about this draft that we've experienced today better than the one that we had last year, and that's not a knock on last year's.
I would agree.
They continue to draft well.
I wonder, and again, we liked Joshua Williams. We liked Jalen Watson in that draft. We really did like both of those guys. But I do wonder
Pacheco.
if we've got a little bit. Now Pacheco, I definitely was super on board with. But I wonder if we had a little bit. If there's a little bit of being tainted by the fact that they came in and played immediately. Like, I think we felt good that they were drafting more corners, that we were giving depth. But from a tape perspective, Kamal Haddon's got better tape than Joshua Williams or Jalen Watson, correct?
Yeah, that's about right. That's about fair.
So, I mean, it's something to kind of keep in mind here. I know it's hard to remove what we have seen on the field for the past 2 years because that definitely matters. It's hard to put yourself in that. I just wonder if it's closer to that than maybe we're giving it credit.
Tuck, I think it's time to change the tune up.
Okay. You want a different vibe?
Let me share some updates.
I'll give
love
a different
that.
vibe. I'll give a different vibe for this.
We've had a few. All right. Where do we start? Jack Dooley, $20. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Said Mason Dixon line DB with a question mark. James Smith paid $10. Wasn't sure how to contact winners. We'll let everybody know when we pick tomorrow. It'll be a live show on the YouTube channel. We'll contact all the winners through the medium in which you paid. So whether it's Give Butter, Venmo, whatever, we'll contact the winners that way. Trenton Riley, thank you for your $50.
Thank you, Trenton.
All right, Steve Cadera, thank you for your $50 donation.
love
John
it.
Bax,
I love it.
sorry. Richard Fan, $150. Thank you for your
Thank you,
donation. James Smith, thank you for your donation. Trenton Riley, thank you for your
thank you,
donation.
Trenton.
Jeff Owsley, thank you for your
Jeff.
donation. Matt Hughes, thank you for your donation as well.
Thank
and
you.
then going back to when you guys first started that podcast, Michael Fisher donated $500.
Michael Fisher.
Stan Struther donated another $50.
Thank you, Stan.
Thank you all so much. So many payments to catch up with, which is awesome. I will get a total for you guys here in a second, but you can find highlights of Kamal Haddon on the YouTube channel now.
Yeah.
Want to bring them into the stream?
Oh, we already did that.
We already did him.
We already talked about it. He's a good hitter. Plays the wood.
Good hitter, good ball
Wants to
production.
play physical.
He's physical.
He's a good football player.
He can catch the ball.
Thanks, BJ.
He can create turnovers. I had a question. Oh, what time is the close?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. Also,
Still got time to get us up.
about 2 hours.
Yes.
I got a podcast to do real quick. We'll get this 10-minute podcast on Kamal Haddon out, and then we'll
Yep.
get a total on the old.
I appreciate that, BJ.
We have a gap.
Thank you so much.
What-
We do
how-
have a gap. We got a
okay.
gap.
We got time. Elijah
What's
Klein
going on?
will not be a Chief.
Because
okay.
he got drafted by somebody else. Not because there's anything wrong with him. He's alive. Everything's okay.
The character concern is that he's a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
I gotta. How do we feel about the dance pop track?
No,
It's
this
a
one's
little-
bad.
It's not my favorite.
It's not the right
Next.
vibe.
Let me turn it up.
No.
No, that's the opposite thing of what we needed to do. What's wrong with you? Ladies and gentlemen, we are. Oh man,
I do have an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen,
we are in round 7. That's
We're
what I
in.
was gonna say. You cut me off.
I thought you were just like an open-ended, like, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
Ryan Dahlquist, thank you for your donation.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you so much.
What do we think about this one?
No,
Okay.
we're stumping the truck today.
So
I love every time Kit says no, Tucker turns it up.
this was
Oh,
daydreaming.
no, this is
Yeah.
We already did daydreaming, but
this is
we
good.
We can go back to daydreaming.
It's like
There's one I wanna
slow
pl-
motion.
There's one more I want to play you before we go back to this.
Okay.
This one's called Lo-Fi, which I have high hopes for this one, truthfully.
Sounds like my computer's starting.
What kind of computer do you have?
Sounds like I don't know.
Almost.
Oh, this is from our guy, Charles Golden. Patriots wide receiver KJ Osborne flew in to keep new Chiefs cornerback Kamal Haddon company and calm while he waited to be selected in the 2024 NFL Draft.
Kind
The
of
two
weird.
grew up in the same hometown
Makes
in Michigan.
sense.
That's cool.
Okay. That
Thanks,
makes
KJ. That's awesome.
that makes sense now.
What if he just wanted to do it because he didn't have any prior relationship with it.
He's like got a big randomizer, like 350 prospects, and it landed on Kamal Haddon. He's like,
That's what I
looks
gotta
like I'm
go
going to
for.
Michigan. Yeah.
So this one is, I had high hopes for this one. It's not my favorite. This is Into Space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yup.
All right.
Vibes.
I can get behind this one.
All right. Round 7 of the NFL Draft.
Let us know in the chat which one you like the best.
We'll kick off with the Buffalo Bills, who feel like they're perennially on the clock.
Do you know who doesn't
this
like
year.
it? The 200 people that left in the last 10 minutes.
Don't draw attention to that.
All right. Tucker, freestyle.
Micah says, "Hey guys, why didn't we draft Toronto Argonauts cornerback Quantez Stickers?"
He
came off the board before the Chiefs had an opportunity.
I think that was in the big gap.
They
right?
probably weren't
Yeah, it
prioritizing grabbing a cornerback when he went off the board. I think he was like in the 170s.
Yeah.
And so that was where one of the Chiefs' gaps was. So they would have had to take him at 131.
They wanted to make sure they addressed interior offensive line,
Yeah.
tight end,
Yeah.
and
Or
safety.
159.
Obviously, they felt like they got crazy value at safety. So,
Yeah.
I don't think they disliked Stickers. I
No,
think
they
they
brought him
really
in for a
liked
30 visit.
Yeah, I think they really liked him. But
He would have been a fun add to the room. I would have
Yeah.
liked him more than Haddon, I think, personally. However,
Haddon's tape is better.
yeah, he's literally playing a different sport
Yeah.
because the CFL is different.
Yep.
This sounds like it could be a Phil Collins song.
This is Feeding the Ducks, and it seems to be the leader in the clubhouse.
Do they have a feeding the frogs, Tucker?
Sadly, no.
Well,
Nothing
Tucker's
about
going to be
frogs.
feeding them frogs
It's
later.
raining outside. I didn't think about that.
Well, I did.
Makes the frogs come out.
You're right. Actually, let me go check on the frogs.
All right, please do. Positional value standpoint. Again, I don't think the Chiefs need to take a running back here or anything like that towards the end of the draft. defensive tackle is really the only position that I feel like they didn't come out of this draft with that I would have liked them to.
And maybe they don't feel like they care.
Right. The value.
They already used a 2024 draft pick on a defensive tackle when they traded for Neil Farrell. So maybe that's just like them saying that's our defensive tackle for this year.
And they've got an Isaiah Buggs on the roster. They've got Derek Nottie. They've got Turk Wharton. There's lots of guys that are there. I don't like what's happening right now back here.
You were giving Mose vibes, cousin Mose vibes.
But yeah, I can see that being the case. I would have liked to swing at a defensive tackle, but in that same vein, I don't like.
You guys ready for a conspiracy theory?
Is this InfoWars?
So the Bills just selected someone from the International Pathway Program, and he was just
guard Travis Clayton. Yep.
Guard Travis Clayton, who just happened to be ready to walk onto the stage. Seemed a little suspicious. First pick of the 7th round. What do you think?
I don't know.
Just feels like maybe that was a little coordinated.
Well, I mean,
Probably
listen,
was.
the Chiefs added an offensive lineman from the International Pathway Program, and they won a ring. But maybe the Bills are pulling out of the stops here.
Micah, I don't know if Cody Schrader's getting picked, buddy. I know we love Cody. I just don't know if he's gonna get picked. I think he's a priority UDFA.
And that's what I was trying to get to before you decided your conspiracy theory, which was very relevant and topical at the time. So I get it. I was getting ready to dunk on you, but
Michael, you did miss
the right
frogs,
time.
by the way. No frogs were missed.
But the spot where I would have been really happy with them taking a defensive tackle, the value just wasn't there at all. So I'm fine with that.
They missed Christian Boyd by 12 picks.
They did.
And so that's probably there's our big our big boy.
Our big beefy boys.
There's Jared Wiley.
The running back position right now, I think that you can play in the UDFA market. I'm not sure that we see a ton of them come off to the board. That
they have 3 rosterable running backs.
They
right
do.
now.
They do. But I think
so
that
it's
they
like,
need
what
a
are
little
we?
more.
I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with you, but also like, hey, maybe they like, Deneric Prince a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. They had 3 guys that they kept on the roster last year that are back on the roster.
But that's what I'm saying. Those are really the 2 positions that I would have been okay with them walking out of today with, that they didn't. And so top to bottom, Brett checked a lot of boxes.
Oh yeah, I think
I'm very, very
there's
happy
no
about.
off the wall position where like, I don't think they should have done that.
Mm-hmm.
And like, there's no criticizing to be had down in day 3. Day 3 is weird.
No.
Day 3 is always going to be weird. I'm curious what. Clyde Edwards. Oh, you know who else is in the Chiefs running back room? Keontae Ingram.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Luis Rees-Sammet.
Right. Keep forgetting about him. I'm more chalking him up as a kick returner right now
6'3",
than like
194-pound running back.
expecting that he's going to play a ton of offensive snaps.
Hassan Hall too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's probably your answer. Is they just said
they like the volume that they have there already.
That being said, there's one more pick left.
Mm-hmm.
Cornelius Johnson would be a fun one. Miles Cole would be a fun one.
I would like Miles Cole.
I would too.
I would really like Cornelius.
What about
Johnson.
Marquand McCall again?
We're just going to draft
from
Marquand.
2022.
You mean Miles Murphy, who probably is available?
Yeah.
North Carolina.
Philip says, "Hey guys, can you recap all of our picks and what is left for us?"
Yeah, gladly. Kent.
Just run through the picks.
Pick 28 is Xavier Worthy, wide receiver out of Texas. Pick 63 is offensive tackle Kingsley Suamataia. That's the pronunciation. Suamataia.
Mm-hmm.
Pick 131, tight end Jared Wiley out of TCU. Pick 133, Jaden Hicks, the safety out of Washington State. Pick 159 is Hunter Norzad, the interior offensive lineman out of Penn State. Pick 211.
Correct.
Cornerback Kamal Haddon, Tennessee. And they have one pick remaining. and that is at pick 248. So we are here in about 26 picks. We will see the final come off the board for the Kansas City Chiefs. And we got a little. This is gorgeous out here. It feels good out here. Feels really good out here. Marvin! Make it 2!
I think my glasses over there.
Uh-huh.
We don't. Why is he? He doesn't need to grab new glasses. Your glasses right here. What are we doing to this man?
Why are you putting the sun on our? Like, why are you shining on our faces even more?
You know, something I'm sure that somebody online has already kind of put together here, but it just dawned on me because we have been live for a little while here. Jaden Hicks, Jalen Watson had some overlap at Washington State in 2021.
Okay.
Jaden Hicks did not play very much, so it wasn't something that was. I believe that was redshirt year for him. I think even, but. Yeah, Jalen Watson was probably a leader in that DB room. That two of them probably, two of them have some familiarity with each other. So, that's a nice little connection.
That is cool.
There.
That's really cool. That's really cool. We are 25 picks left until the Chiefs make their final selection.
Look at how gorgeous that is behind us.
It's beautiful, man. I love this place.
Man.
I take deep breaths out here. That's one of the best compliments I can give this place. It's like I take deep breaths out here. It's just relaxing. Thanks, man. Aww. Ooh.
We are over $10,000, ladies and gentlemen.
We did it.
Thank you so much.
You did it.
Every single one of you, every little donation, every big donation, whatever it is, thank you so much. Over $10,000. That's incredible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hell yeah.
Take a shot.
Thank you, guys.
Over $10,000. Ooh, buddy.
So much. Thank you. Really do appreciate you. That means a lot. Yeah. That really means a lot.
It does.
I know we're like somber now. We should probably be playing like some positive music and stuff, right? But thank you so much. That means so much. It's been such a it was an emotional start to the day, and to see it end like this is pretty cool. So we really
it's not
appreciate
over.
It. It's not
She's
over.
got another pick.
And if you want to keep that number going so you make next year more of a challenge, we would totally appreciate that too. But I can tell you, I think about this as you've donated. If you're listening now and you've donated, think about what BJ Kissel telling Therese Paylor's fiance, Ebony Reed, that we eclipsed $10,000 today. Think about that. That's what you helped do today. Think about that. So, pretty special moment. This is like, I think this is an equally thing. Like, I think it's healing for some, right? When this happens, and I think it's healing for you guys too sometimes, just to hear the things that you guys say about Therese too, right? I think the thing is like, we all know like the impact he had on us, but there's an impact that he clearly had on every single person that followed
the entire
him,
city
listened to
of
him,
Kansas City,
watched him, read him, right? And so thank you for, I think this is healing for everyone continually, and it's a way for all of us to, honor and appreciate someone that meant a lot to this city. And like, he's irreplaceable. I mean, that's just the truth. There's a Therese-sized soul in this entire space in Kansas City. And no one's really going to be able to replace it. But we can all move forward together, and we all are moving forward together, and we all did that together today. And you all did that today is really what it is. You guys did that. So thank you all so much for what you have done to help support the Therese Paylor Scholarship at Power Mizzou. We are over the moon that you stepped up to help us do that.
it is never not rewarding to get to do this with these guys.
Don't.
Today is even more so. Thank you.
Okay. Tucker plays some stupid music.
Look, we did say when we get to 10,000, we got to do a seltzer chug. So
Okay.
I
We
need
do
you
have to do a
guys
seltzer
stop
chug.
crying
God,
and chug some seltzers.
Oh, man.
Let me
We
go
got to get the
grab
whole
them.
crew in on this.
We do. It's
we gotta
everybody.
get the
It's
whole
everybody. I'll
crew.
zoom
Everybody
out.
that's here. Everybody that's here. Everybody that's here. Thank you. Yes.
And it's lightning.
Yeah.
So we're going to get some seltzers together.
Yeah, we're going to get some seltzers together. We're going to do a
celebrate.
chug. Thank you so much, every single one of you here. Okay. Because I want to stop doing what I'm doing right now, I want to read out some more names. Javante Jean-Baptiste, edge out of Notre Dame. Are you a little surprised that he made it all the way down here into round 7?
No.
He had some production, though.
No.
Anyway,
He stinks.
Trey Taylor out of Air Force. Won, oh gosh, I forget the name of the award, but
He
Nation's
won
Best DB. Yeah.
He is the, what is that award? It's the award, I can't remember.
The Jim Thorpe Award. Is that right?
Might be the Jim Thorpe.
Yeah.
It's the Thorpe Award.
Yeah, it's the Thorpe Award for the nation's best DB safety out of Air Force. We got to talk to him at the East-West Shrine game. He goes to the Raiders. I'm excited to see him go into his NFL career. Really high-character individual. Like talking to him. I think he's going to wear number 7 over there. Dejon Anthony, safety out of Ole Miss, goes to the Cincinnati Bengals at pick 244. And a guy that we've been talking about for a little while, Brendan Rice out of USC, wide receiver, stays in the AFC West, goes to the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah. So he gets to stay close to home.
Yep.
Stays in LA. Ex-receiver. We've kind of talked a little bit about him. More of a vertical plane type guy. Not overly explosive, but has a little bit of ability being a physical player at the catch point. So Justin Herbert can put a throw on his body kind of like a Mike Williams, and they're not the same player, but just stylistically a little bit similar. We're now 22-ish picks away from the Chiefs selecting.
Are we ready? Are we ready for a chug? Where are we doing this? We're going to do it right here? All right. I'm going to take off my headset.
Okay.
I've never cried and chugged a seltzer.
We've
Within the
shaved
span-
down the
within a
mustaches, and
short
Tucker
period of
Franklin's
what?
going to go catch a frog in a tornado.
All right. We're gonna do this. Cheers. We're going to get it going.
So Joel and Nick.
Nick said he wasn't going to do it.
Oh, okay, I could do that, I guess.
All right.
you
Everybody
go.
here. Thank you so much to $10,000. Thank you. Every single one of you. Thank you all so very much. Let's do this thing.
Just take one. Just go. Come on. Get in. Joel, get in here. You do this. I'll just sip on this. It's fine.
All right, now next time someone makes fun of me for doing it. We've lost our signal in the draft.
Oh, God.
Okay, so Tucker just scared us for a second because we thought we lost our signal entirely.
You weren't scared. You were fearless. Fearless. You know what you're going to be scared of? This tornado you're about to encounter while you're wrestling frogs, dude.
Hey, Beej, do you think we can get that beautiful camera shot we got earlier, but now it's just Tucker in the rain trying to catch a frog? Because he has to do it.
We have one more pick left, though.
But the draft's over basically after that pick. You got to do it before the pick. I like how this kind of just turns into like a
Thank you, Robert.
Therese
Stucker.
Paylor-thon. I do love that.
Thank you, Robert.
Robert Stucker, for your $100 donation.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
$100. Keep it going. Make this difficult next year for us. Man.
Oh, yes, Tucker.
Oh, it's raining harder
You
out
shouldn't have
there now.
procrastinated, Tuck.
The look of fear in this man's eyes. I've got a perfect visual right now. It's wonderful.
Oh, it's gorgeous out here, though. We are having a great time.
Temperature's perfect.
Jaden Davis.
Jaden Davis,
Cornerback.
corner out of Miami.
out
off
of
the board.
Miami.
Let me look at this Arizona Cardinals draft. I know that we talked about it a lot. I'm just they really handled things well over there.
I think they did a good job. Yeah,
I want to look back over these day 3 picks. Dadrian Taylor, Demerson, Xavier Thomas, Christian Jones, Tejuan Palmer, Jaden Davis. Like that's a really good day 3 too.
Yeah.
To cap off the other two. Man, that's good. Let's look at some divisional rivals. What's up?
I was going to bring something back up about Terez.
Yeah, please
I
do.
wanna say
This is way more important than what
I
was doing.
I can't tell you how much it means to all of us. I know because we're on the same, trying to articulate it. It's so important to all of us. And we talk about doing cool stuff with our friends and the spirit of KCSN and why we did all this. Like, it means so much that we do this with people that care about the same things and that we're supported by people supporting our network who care about the same things and that our people are our fucking people.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah.
And that makes me more proud knowing I'm surrounded by like-minded people that if you're in our circle, you're in our circle forever.
Yeah.
And I'm proud that Terez's circle is big enough that we're able to raise $25,000 over the past 3 years during the draft.
Insane.
Thank you guys so much. My feels. Oh,
Okay.
man.
You want to dunk on some division rivals? Let's talk about some drafts.
The
All right.
Raiders.
I'm going to start with Denver because they're first up on here. We've got Bo Nix at, pick 12. I want to dunk on him more for that, but again, you go get your guy. Probably they didn't have a second-round pick. I understand it. I'm going to dunk on him when I'm there. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's still going to be dunking happening. But Jonah Ellis in the 3rd round, Troy Franklin, Chris Abrams-Drain, and Audric
Estime.
That's what I thought it was. You corrected me.
I
earlier.
said esteem just because, like,
Okay,
self-esteem.
gotcha.
It's like a joke.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's like a...
Listen, I pronounce so many names wrong that when you correct me, I just naturally assume you could really be.
It's a pun. I shouldn't have
an
assumed that you
asshole to
knew
me.
that I was just being silly.
Yeah. So, what do you think about that? Nix, Ellis, Franklin, Abrams-Drain, Estime. They still got 2 picks left here in the 7th round, but
Yeah, they've done a decent job, I
with
think.
limited capital, yeah.
Like, it's just...
I don't see anybody on this list that I'm like, oh man,
They're just...
that's insane.
They're so far
Yeah.
removed from being anything.
Right.
And they just lack talent.
They do.
And they lack top-end talent.
And it's entirely because of the Russell Wilson trade and the Sean Payton trade. Like,
Right, and they just continue to decimate their assets. And they don't really have any players that are really worth paying outside of Patrick Surtain.
Right.
So they're going to pay Mike McGlinchey. They're going to pay, or they paid Mike McGlinchey. They, I don't know. They still are a long way. Miles Harden has come off the board to the Cleveland Browns.
Okay.
Nickel, kind of a nickel cornerback. Had a lot of he's an inside-outside guy, but I think he might wind up playing in the inside at the next level. But pretty good athlete, some ball protection. I think he was a first-team All-American in 2022.
Nick Samak,
Michigan State.
Center going to the Ravens here.
So
okay.
the thing about Nick Samak is he is a center that is 6'4", 307.
Los Angeles Chargers
takes.
went Joe Alt with the 5th pick in the draft. Ladd McConkey traded up for him. Junior Colson in round 3, round 4. Justin
Igwagi.
The defensive tackle out of Alabama. Tarheeb Still, cornerback out of Maryland. Cam Hart, cornerback out of Notre Dame. Kamani Vidal, running back out of Troy. Brendan Rice, USC wide receiver. They've got one more pick left. How do you feel about the Chargers
They
draft?
did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
I think they're just continuing to stack and build and try to build that team in the image of Jim Harbaugh. Kamani Vidal's a fun little running back to add into that mix,
For
though.
sure.
Like, I just think that is kind of a player that fits the mold of what they might want to try to do. A little short, squatty, tough runner running behind Joe Alt. Can't even find him.
A Junior Colson makes a lot of sense for them.
Junior Colson.
Especially as how often they're going to have to be in
you
sub packages against the Kansas City Chiefs.
When you talk about culture, too, just getting in a guy that has an idea and a feel for what Jim Harbaugh wants to do from a cultural perspective, it's always good to kind of grab guys that might be part of that.
Yeah.
Or can you hear that on the mics?
I think so. Shout out Brooke Stevens for another $100 donation.
Oh, my goodness.
Thanks,
Brooke,
man.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. But, No, I think that makes sense. The Chargers have really struggled with linebackers for a long time outside of Drew Tranquil. Trying to fix it there it makes a lot of sense there. Love the Alt McConkey start. Like that's a really terrific start.
There is some like buzz that there might be some medical on Aladdin McConkey, a back injury potentially.
Yeah,
and that's something worth paying attention to too.
Okay,
so
ready for the Raiders?
Yeah,
ready for the Raiders. Pick 13 in the draft. They take Brock Bowers,
big
tight
slot.
end, out of Georgia, big slot. Jackson Power Johnson, a really good value center in the second round there. Get offensive tackle Delmar Glaze out of Maryland in the third round. Might be a little bit early for him there, but run on tackles kind of necessitated that. DeCameron Richardson, a tier 1 C-bat guy in round 4. Tommy Eichenberg, linebacker out of Ohio State in round 5. Dylan Laub, running back out of New Hampshire in round 6. And then Trey Taylor, safety out of Air Force, and the pick that just came off the board here, MJ Devonshire, cornerback out of Pittsburgh. I really liked MJ Devonshire.
We got to see him at the East West Shrine Bowl. As another guy we got
competitor,
to get eyes on.
Real competitor. Love to compete.
Good athlete.
This draft falls apart after the first 2 picks for me. I like DeCameron Richardson. I think that's a worthy swing on a guy in round 4, but Eichenberg, Delmar Glaze, I think that's a little bit early. The value of Jackson Powers Johnson is really nice. They're still, they still need a quarterback. It's Gardner Minshew and Aiden Hutchinson over there.
I don't think that this is a team that's really trying to compete this year.
Yeah.
And I think
this is more of a foundational.
The moves that they have, and it's kind of like, you can call it year 0 for them, where it's not even like, it's like a transition year. Tom Telesco just gets in. They're having to kind of redo some stuff.
I hope they give Antonio Pierce the amount of time it takes to build this. I just think that he's going to go after his guys. He's going to try and build this organization in his image. We saw a little bit of the players that responded to that last year and made them a competitive football team by the end of the year. It's not going to matter. They're still going to lose to the Chiefs. But
I'm okay with them giving as much time as they want.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I'm an
Antonio Pierce fan, but we'll see. Okay, that was the division. Did the Chiefs have the best draft of the division?
Yeah. Easily.
I think so too.
Yeah.
And I know that we're obviously very partial, but
I think the Chargers can make an argument because Joe Alt's a really good offensive tackle.
Correct. Yeah.
Like I'll hear the argument on the Chargers, but I feel like the Chiefs have been able to do a lot of really good things here today. And so
Michael Juergens, center out of Wake Forest, goes to the Minnesota Vikings.
Did you know that he started all 12 games of his season?
Did he?
Yeah.
That's an interesting
That's a thing I knew off the top of my head.
I'm glad that you knew that. Did you know that he was pick number 230 in the 2024 NFL draft?
Do you guys know music?
Tugger's fed up with our...
He was nearly 6'5".
Nearly.
Not quite. No, not all the way.
I really like that MJ Devonshire pick. I hate that it went to the Raiders.
Yeah. I don't think there's like anything on the board that would just get me like overly excited. I had marked Miles Cole as a player I would like to see the Chiefs draft. Cornelius Johnson's probably another one I think I'd be in on.
Honestly, if they drafted either one of those two guys,
that would have been. But Miles Cole,
Miles
Cole, yeah, sorry, I meant Miles Harden. No, Miles Cole, and Cornelius Johnson are two players. I'm very much in on
A+ picks.
Yep. I'm surprised Miles Cole hasn't been picked yet.
Just the production was not there.
But it's a super unbelievably rare athletic profile. And Tyree Wilson had that, and he got drafted in the top.
How many edges? How many edges really went off that? Like, we haven't seen.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I'm scrolling down here. We got one edge in round 6. Okay, I'll be up there. Sounds good.
Also, while we're talking about housekeeping matters, there is currently a tornado warning in Weston, Missouri. If the sirens do come off, we do need to take cover, and if the sirens go off, we are ending the stream.
Thank you for letting us know that, Tucker.
Just a heads up.
Cool. David Thomas,
I
Austin Booker.
have the place we need to go for cover. But
Okay.
Just so we know, we're still going to be live streaming until
We're okay.
the tornado hits us.
We're okay.
It's good to be prepared, is all I'm saying. We're prepared. So,
Yeah, we're good. It's a tornado warning for Weston?
it is a warning,
So,
yeah.
and if you
I'm
want to
seeing a
know the
watch right
difference
now. That's why I
between
was
taco
curious.
watch or tornado watch and tornado
we don't.
warning,
Gosh,
a taco is the ingredient. A taco watch is the ingredients of a taco exist, and a taco warning is a fully formed taco exists. So those are your
It's good,
differences.
man.
I've still got a watch on here, Tuck. That's why I was
Okay.
curious.
Yeah, no, I mean, BJ just got a text from somebody at Holiday letting us know. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
That's nice.
Tad says, "Can't I hear a siren? We're done." Saying that you want to be done with the streaming.
No, I want to finish this thing. Are you kidding me?
You sure that's not your brother?
We've,
You're surreptitiously
Sure it's not my
texting?
burner?
Yeah.
we've gone this far already. We've been live for 6
No, there's
hours
no
and 50
chance. There's
minutes.
zero chance I would not want to finish this thing out. Are you kidding?
I mean,
Let's have a good time. We're having a good party.
let's have a good time out there. Yeah.
I'm going through, Eric Watts maybe. Another player I don't
Eric
think
Watts.
I'd hate.
Same thing with Miles Cole. Just your
Garrett Greenfield. 233 the pick is in.
okay.
So we're working to confirm per sources. It's Levi, Drake, Rodriguez. Oh, wait, no, we have a couple picks here. 231, the New England Patriots take Jaheim Bell. Fullback tight end thing.
Yeah. I get it.
Kent, the Chiefs are on the ticker.
Okay. Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
Nice try. I got him 3 times today.
You did.
You're so funny.
I love that he censored himself in the middle of that sentence.
Cowboys have taken Nathan Thomas, the offensive tackle, out of Louisiana. Levi Drake Rodriguez went to the Minnesota Vikings. He's 6'1", 200.
Nathan Thomas,
69 pounds. He's nice.
all Sun Belt.
Yeah, he started 25 of his 33
Great
career
conference.
games, and they were all at left
Great
tackle.
conference. What's your favorite part of the Sun Belt, Tuck?
Wow, it is basically a mini SEC when it comes down to it. I really do think it's the best power or group of 5 conference. Lots of powers coming from it. The Troy head coach actually just went on to James Madison, who was a
Perennial powerhouse.
Ever since they came up from FCS, they went into the Sun Belt. They've been dominating it, even though they weren't even allowed to dominate it. They were still dominating the Sun Belt. But it's a very good conference. It's one of my favorites to watch, just in general, because I got a lot of good teams in the Sun Belt.
Colts are on the clock. Pick 234.
I bet they drafted an athlete.
They did not draft an athlete at cornerback just a few picks ago, Tucker. It was like the most anti-Chris Ballard pick ever.
Who was it? Did I miss that?
It was, I can tell you.
I need to mark them on my sheet.
I can tell you. Yeah, how's your sheet doing, buddy?
Where's the music?
Leonard Taylor's still on my sheet.
Leonard Taylor is still on the board.
Is he really?
Yes.
That's not a good sign.
Nope. Micah Abraham out of Marshall, cornerback.
Micah Abraham. There's many sons.
Let's try this one. It is called
Jesus
Rock.
has-
It's called Rock.
All this Michael Pratt talking. We're going to get 4-5 quarterbacks drafted? Nope.
You guys thought the highlight music sucked. That one is bad. We're just gonna do Feeding the Ducks again. Feeding the Ducks is a good. We're playing the hits at this point, you know. Play what everybody likes. But I did see somebody, I can't remember who it was, in the chat say, "We don't like it. We're just still watching."
Please, that's the best compliment. Is this like a Hallmark movie now?
Legarius Sneed.
Come on, Colts. Get this thing in here. We don't need to be dilly-dallying anymore here. It's time to go.
Can we auto draft? Can the Colts auto draft?
I hope so.
Ooh.
This is the most day 3 round 7 stuff.
Honestly, Tucker, if we can get a day 3 draft out of context thread later tonight.
Okay.
It's just going to all be frogs. Why are you asking her to do this? It's literally just going to be pictures of frogs.
Because that would be fun. I would just like to have a recap of it. That's all.
I would put this on there, but there's a lot of context for this.
There is a lot of context.
Not everyone's going to know it.
We got some cleaning up happening over here. What's happening?
We just need to tidy up because there's a sewer potentially coming into here.
Oh, gotcha.
Ooh.
Because there's some things you cannot do on a tour when it is tornadoing out
Yeah, that makes sense.
of a distillery.
Really glad that we have all the fine workers around here.
I know.
Helping to clean things up. Well, Kent and I get to sit here, and Kent gets to look pretty.
I'm just looking.
Look at him.
Literally all I'm doing right now is looking.
Look at him.
Oh, man.
Look at this. Just gorgeous.
Hey, Royals are winning.
Yeah, Royals are up 2-0. Don't you dare, Springer. Someone tried to throw a football at us. I did not appreciate it.
I heard. Seriously, the Colts just sitting on this pick right now.
It's probably one of those international players that they staged. Yeah, it literally is. They're calling someone is coming onto the stage to announce this pick.
It's MJ Devonshire.
No.
The pick, they've already announced the pick. Oh, it's Jono Laulu from Oklahoma. Jono Laulu, the pick for 6'5", 292 pounds, 6'5", 292, and a 4.96 40-yard dash.
That's a big defensive end.
And now somebody
It's for the Cowboys pick. That
is
was before
dressed
this.
in full garb.
What kind of garb?
Are they wearing thigh pads?
I think they're wearing diapers.
It's a big wet diaper.
I like that. That's like the 5th time I've done this on this live stream over the past 3 days.
People who don't watch, I think you should leave are so.
They're like, what the hell's happening right now?
Pick 235.
Laulu?
That's 234. The Devon Villay, the wide receiver out of Utah,
For the Broncos.
is picked by the Denver Broncos out of Utah. He's a bigger kid, so he's more just like a athletic prospect. 6'4", 203.
Yeah. 4.47 40 at 6'4",
These are the kind.
That's moving, man.
These are the kind of swings you take down here.
Yeah.
So why
No,
not?
I like that for him. I mean,
I think like a Miles Cole, still Cornelius Johnson.
how is Cornelius Johnson still on the board?
You never know. I mean, this draft has been weird.
It has.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure. Like, there's not a ton of teams that have double dipped at wide receiver either, right? So at some point, there's just
The
like
San Francisco 49ers have.
they like triple dipped.
Yeah. You can't triple dip a double dip.
You can't triple dip a double dip, Lloyd. We're getting really close to the Chiefs are on the ticker.
I already told you that, though,
Could be
Kent.
more on the ticker. Could not be any more on the ticker.
I don't know if you guys can see that.
Not all the way yet.
But the power is flickering.
Ooh. And still alive. So all the power went out here except for our show.
Not all the power. Just briefly.
Just most of the power.
Just briefly dropped.
Yeah, hey, so if you're watching the stream and listening to us, we might lose power at any given moment.
We are in an active tornado.
We're in a tornado
We are
warning.
not- are we?
Or watch.
They have warned
I think
us.
it's a warn. I think it's a watch. Miles Cole just went off the board to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I feel like
We're on a
it
flood
feels like
watch.
the Jags do this a lot to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
It feels like it's almost like Doug Peterson was as an Andy Reid disciple.
Not a tornado warning.
But it just feels like this always happens to the Chiefs where interesting players that might. I mean, we're only a few picks from the Chiefs selecting.
Lights are flickering again.
So if we lose you, we're
If we
sorry.
lose
Thank
you, if you lose you, we're packing it up. I'm sorry, everybody.
Golly. Oh, it's cold.
Thanks for
Thanks for sacrificing
Greg
yourself.
Baker. Shout out. Thank you for your donation.
Thank you.
Ready to freaking plow says thanks for sacrificing yourselves for the stream.
Sorry, what was the name of that person again, Tucker?
Ready to freaking plow. What's his name? I'm sure he means farming.
I hope. I just
Kyler, Veach did not mess this draft up. Don't stop that.
Who said that?
Some dude named Kyler. Veach
kind of
missed.
You-
I mean, it depends on what you view of Kingsley
Suamataia.
and Xavier Worthy there. Like, if you're not high on either one of those prospects,
Depends on if you like good
Matt Lyons,
players.
thanks for your donation.
thanks for the donation. But I know I just love that Tucker threw that comment up. Did not read the.
No, I didn't. I
did
didn't
not
even-
read the name and then threw it up. It was like, well, I got to read this now.
Ready to freaking plow.
All right.
We have officially been live for 7 hours. Thank you.
Matt Lee, the center from Miami.
What do you
You
know- what
are
do
a
you-
Cincinnati Bengal.
What do you know about Matt Lee, the center of Miami?
He
4-year starter.
yeah. He's 6'4", 301.
Um,
And
what was that camera?
go back. That was Coors Cam. Go back to Coors Cam.
Oh yeah, I was gonna chase the frogs, and then
Yeah.
I forgot to change.
And then
the
a
camera.
tornado
And then
happened.
the tornado did happen.
Are we seriously in a warning, or is it just
No,
a watch?
it's
Because
it's
okay,
I was given false information. I was fed false
I
lies.
like that he immediately throws people under the bus. That's my favorite part about Tucker.
It's never my fault.
One of Maddie Lane's favorite running backs in this class is still available, Dylan Johnson.
Yeah.
So
Ooh.
Injury. Injury.
Injuries are probably what is pushing Dylan Johnson down the board a little
Very,
bit. But
very
like
much
if they
so.
took him round 3 or if they took
Round
him
3,
day
yeah.
3, round 7, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're
No,
talented.
I would actually be pretty excited about Dylan Johnson.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that like really
Home run worthy pick.
Xavier Worthy.
No, home run worthy pick is a Dylan Johnson or
Well-
Cornelius.
Yeah, I meant to say like what would a Dylan Johnson pick right here? Would that automatically qualify the draft as a home run draft?
I mean, I would think so because the Chiefs wouldn't want to take a guy like that they didn't think was going to recover somewhat medically. Like, they are very careful with medicals. So if they vetted him here, this would be more like, again, different sort of player, different sort of ranking pre-injury. Would be kind of a similar sort of thing with Trey Smith, where they felt comfortable with the medicals. They knew that they needed to address it, and they were able to wait and collect value. I don't know. So can't wait to see him go off the board here to Houston with the very next pick.
Can you put Shelby Myers' post up real quick, Tucker? Her comment.
Yeah.
Shelby Meyer asked the question: are the frogs okay?
We got a suggestion for more Coors Cam because it's peaceful.
It really is.
Peaceful Coors Cam with the music in the background.
I think we should make it holiday cam.
Yeah, we'll just flip it out.
I'm gonna do this.
It's a
Hold
pretty
on.
easy
Watch
thing to
this.
do.
Perfect.
From at Power Mizzou.com on Twitter, incredible. Thank you to all who donated to KC Sports Network for doing this. For a third straight year, the scholarship fund should be at more than $95,000 after
Wow.
this. The goal is to get it to hit $100K this summer. Look, I mean, if you want $5,000 more, it gets $100K. So if you could raise $5,000 more, that'd be pretty cool. People said we couldn't do it. Oh gosh, I would get a tattoo for $5,000.
What?
You like getting tattoos.
You get it for free.
That's not a thing. And I don't know.
Within reason.
Uh,
It has to be of a beaver building a dam.
where?
Not specific at all.
James Perry says.
Where?
James Perry says.
Where?
If the mustache is still on your face, then the wind isn't strong enough.
That's true.
Did you finally crack open the YouTube chat?
Yeah.
7 hours into the last stream.
I did.
Can't finally open the
I'm doing
YouTube
your job
chat.
now.
Thank God.
Someone has to.
Yeah.
Kyler's mad that we only got one wide receiver.
I get it.
Well,
Like,
there's still another pick.
I get it. Cornelius Johnson here, I'd be very excited about because I don't think he's a normal round 7 wide receiver.
I think that's fair.
Per BJ Kissel. I'm not going to say it's per BJ Kissel. Yeah, I know. He said they could just go sign Tyler Boyd.
Why not?
YOLO.
I'm okay with their wide receiver room right now. I would just like another young player, cost-controlled talent that they have because Hollywood Brown's on a 1-year deal.
So the Carolina Panthers have made a really intriguing, smart pick.
No more picks.
They've taken linebacker Michael Barrett out of Michigan. Now, Michael Barrett, he's older than Craig Stout. However, he's a special teams maven.
I'm going to look at the frogs.
They can't be
He's
the
a
case.
dog. He's an absolute dog on special teams.
He did finish his career with the most games played in program history. He played 64.
He played
co-league.
700 games.
64 games.
He played against Woody Hayes and for Bo Schembechler. But
We say that Solomon Byrd, edge out of USC, went to the Texans before that, and Josiah Ezerim from Eastern Kentucky, offensive tackle, was a defensive lineman,
and
moved to offensive tackle.
Played Shrine. He was at
Correct.
Shrine Bowl as well.
Yep. He moved over. The New Orleans Saints took him. So, yeah.
All right, we are in the same. We're in the vicinity, folks. We are in the 240s. The Chiefs pick in the 240s. 241 now. We're getting to 248. And we will we'll see what happens here. Give us a name that you want to see the Chiefs
Ooh, I like that.
pick with the 248th pick in the draft.
Let's crowdsource this a little bit. Maybe it's a guy that you really like.
Probably
unfairly being overlooked.
$300 shy of 11 grand now for the KC, or not the KCSN, the Terrell Paylor Scholarship
We're
raffle.
all incredible and amazing. human
Evan
beings.
Freeman says Frank Crum or Jalen Coker.
Frank
Ooh,
Crum.
I actually like
Taj
both.
Washington.
Taj
Yes.
Washington's still on the
Would
board.
take that.
Would, yes.
Taj, Frank Crum.
Christian Stafford said Troy Franklin, but he is not there anymore.
He's Frank Crum.
Frank Crum.
Did we interview Frank Crum? I don't think we did.
I don't think we did.
I haven't
Cornelius
my lips
Johnson.
something
Did we interview Cornelius Johnson?
We talked to Taj Washington. I do not think we talked to.
I didn't think Cornelius was on our list and we didn't get to because that was a very busy session.
T. Smith says Hugh Jazz could be someone that the Chiefs could look for.
That is Leonard Taylor.
Yeah, Leonard Taylor.
That's Leonard.
Hugh Jazz. Yeah.
That's Leonard Taylor.
Crystal Lee says Leonard Taylor and Cody Schrader. Eric Watts thrown out in the chat.
That's a good one. So that's one I have starred. I have Garrett Greenfield starred.
Curtis Jacobs.
Special teams.
Oh, Christian.
Plus.
He corrected himself. Not Troy Franklin. He did comment T. Franklin, and I assume that was Troy Franklin. He actually meant Tucker Franklin, which is me, and that's a bad pick. I would think that would be an F- for the Chiefs if they made that. That'd be a bad choice. We'd question Brett Veach for years to come.
What about Austin McNamara?
Honestly, no. You want to know something? Honestly, Tucker, I think if Brett Veach drafted you, I actually think people would be okay with it because the Chiefs have won back-to-back Super Bowls.
fair.
And if they're just like, let's take a kid that looks like Creed Humphrey,
It would be that.
but
Me?
isn't.
Tucker,
Oh my gosh, I just got drafted.
Tucker, what number would you wear?
69.
I know you would.
that's the easiest.
I would buy a jersey.
Do you remember when Kyle Long was on this team?
I do. I remember when Kyle Long was like
Was he-
a first wave free agency
He
signing.
was never on the team. He didn't even suit up.
Well, he had a jersey number and it was
They
69, and it was
they
long
paid
69.
him. They paid him.
Taj Washington's off the board.
Oh, Taj is gone. That was somebody who Frank Gore Jr. That's someone from the chat.
No,
Miami added
He gone?
2
it's
Washingtons,
not good.
two Washington wide receivers,
Malik and Taj.
And Taj.
We talked about wanting to do that,
Yeah, we did.
and then the Dolphins did it.
Damn it. Both of those guys work really well underneath. I really hate that they are supplementing their speed with that. That sucks. James Williams out of Miami, safety going
So
to,
he's a safety, but he's not because he's bigger than all the linebackers in this draft
he's
class.
231 pounds.
He's
and
like
6'4".
Yeah, so
Tyler Willis says Trajan Jeffcoat, and I don't know if that's a callback to me saying Trajan Jeffcoat for the past 3 days, or if he wants Trajan Jeffcoat. You shouldn't.
I
but
think it's a callback.
I hope it is. I don't know.
Hey,
if
back to
anybody
Bourbon
wants
Cam.
him. Okay, Bourbon Cam. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that camera 1? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
no.
know.
Get us out of this tracker real quick. Let's let the people have a little.
You guys deserve this.
Why did you demand this?
It's peaceful.
See what we do? Like Kent just snaps his fingers, and Tucker jumps to it. As much shit as Tucker gives, Kent,
He does it.
he still does it.
Well, because I kind of think Bourbon Cam's a good idea.
What's fun?
We're losing followers left and right.
All right, go back. Bring us back. People probably
ruined.
coming in for the pick because
Yep.
we're almost there on the clock.
We are.
We're ruined.
We're not on the clock, but we're there.
Let's see who else.
Thank you to 800 people hanging out with us right now.
Andrew Coker from TCU. We had a chance to sit down and talk with him.
Yeah, we did.
Jalen Coker.
Jalen Coker
Jalen
was mentioned
Sundell.
earlier. Do you want to talk a little bit about Jalen Coker from a special teams perspective? He
Yeah,
make
you
some
can.
sense. Big wide receiver, tough wide receiver. We liked what we saw on tape. Operates well in the middle of the field. Slot guy, big power slot.
Just a big slot.
Big slot.
Huge
Just
slot.
a huge slot.
He had the mentality of a guy that knew that he was going to have to play special teams.
Yes, and so that's what kind of brought that to the forefront of my mind. I liked what he kind of did in the middle of the field on tape. Was that the Hula Bowl before he came to the Shrine? Was that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe that was the case. And, got a little dinged up at the Shrine. So we didn't get to see very much of him competing there. But, special teams. Why not?
Matt Derrick getting closer. I'm going to take it down here. Matt Derrick says getting closer to the Chiefs' final pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. Running back is the one need they haven't hit. They've shown interest in Missouri's Cody Schrader
Well,
and UCLA's Carson Steele.
I'd be okay with either of those picks.
I'm going to tell you something.
The fastest left is Blake Watson, who ran a 4.440.
I like Blake Watson, too.
I'd be okay with those.
Carson Steele. Would that make me the new Mahomes of the draft? Nobody has ever picked 3 picks in the draft. The most ever is 2.
Craig, are you in a commanding lead now?
I can't be caught.
You can only be tied by Jake or Matt.
Who does Maddie still have?
Your mom.
Oh, that's going to be a tough one for him.
Maddie does not have anybody. Jake does not have anybody left, so I win. So,
I can't.
I'm just saying, I can still, if a Carson Steele comes off the board here to the Kansas City Chiefs.
You want to be honest with you?
Yeah.
I want Carson Steele.
I liked him.
I think he would be a really good fit for this group.
Not as dynamic as maybe some other running backs that could run, line up and run a little outside zone, be a little bit more effective in some of the concepts that we've been begging the Chiefs to get more effective at, that they continue to run. But simultaneously, a guy that, I heard somebody join in.
Guess what, fellas?
Uh-oh. Is he
no.
back?
Guess who?
Is he back? Look at this man.
Golly.
What's up, guys?
Golly, Matty Lane.
You came back for the round 7 pick.
For the very last
Yeah.
pick.
You degenerate.
Riff Ram Bazoo, lickety lickety zoo 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 wah wah zoo, give him hell TCU.
Look at
Shout
that.
out Jared Wiley.
Yeah, you guys didn't get to hear. I knew this. What Maddie had showed up to the draft with. Maddie, would you like to share with these other individuals? I didn't want to spoil your fun.
No, I brought all my college shirts, and every time the Chiefs drafted a player, if I had a shirt, I was just gonna put it on live on the show and just become a fan of that college every single time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have used it until the Jared Wiley pick, though.
Yeah,
it wasn't going great for my college wardrobe collection until then. So
Much like the draft.
Listen, I got on the board, unlike you, buddy.
Craig might get 3.
If I get 3, I become the new Mahomes, Maddie. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules.
Yes.
I won
don't make the
back-to-back
rules.
years. That's
Yeah.
not.
No.
No, we tied last year, to be
That's
clear.
a win for me.
Okay, so I would
Tying
win.
Craig's a win for him.
I would win back-to-back and
You're-
post the best singular draft in the history of the game.
You get
Yeah.
30. You get 44% of the draft
You went
picks.
4 years. You went 4 years without getting a single one right.
Listen, man, I've been a Chiefs fan since birth in 1983. I am okay with waiting a little while to be very successful at this.
Ugh, it's all right. I'm glad I just wasn't shut out. That would be embarrassing.
Someone in a Favre jersey has just selected Michael Pratt for the Green Bay Packers.
Hey, you know you gotta look ahead.
Dude, some people were like,
for
"Oh,
Jordan Love.
Michael Pratt's going
3 more picks.
3rd round." He didn't.
Who do you guys want them to take?
Carson Steele.
Carson Steele for the draft purposes. Cornelius Johnson, I
Garrett-
would really like.
Garrett Greenfield. Dylan Johnson.
If it's
Dylan Johnson would be
I feel
nice.
like I really might be pulling the strings again.
Yeah, a little
If
bit.
it's Dylan Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, the Haddon pick
That's
and Dylan
true.
Johnson here. Yeah, we would definitely be in Matty territory here.
Those would make sense. Eric Watts. You got some names?
Blake Watson, the running back out of
Yeah.
Memphis, also makes some sense. A little bit more third downy, like pass catcher. He's a little older, but he's electric runner. It's a lot of fun. Fabian Levette, love it. The defensive tackle out of Florida State. They had him in for a visit.
They did have him.
They
for
did.
that.
haven't
That's right.
pulled in a D tackle yet.
I
He's
forgot
got like
about
really
Levette.
long arms, incredibly long arms for
Yeah.
a nose tackle type. So that's another guy. That
No,
kind of makes
that
sense.
actually that might vault to the head of the pack for me. I would like that one. Just give another bite at the apple at nose tackle.
Chiefs are on the tracker.
Maddie, how much of the frog bullshit did you watch?
I didn't get to see that. That's something I missed. I
That's
missed
a good
the
thing.
frog shenanigans.
I have a picture to show you.
I saw.
Why did I set this up again? Why did I go back to the well here?
Yeah, I would love to see a picture.
Guys,
you go.
the Chiefs are on the clock.
I like these frogs.
Almost. Yeah, it's good
They're
frogs.
big frog
What's-
boys.
What's wrong with the frogs, Craig?
Nothing's wrong with the frogs. I've just seen that picture of those frogs about 83,000 times in the
Yeah,
past hour.
I only have one picture of the frogs. I didn't give multiple pictures.
So Houston's pick is Houston's on the board. Maybe already selected, probably.
You can put it on the
Hey, Tucker, you can probably go ahead and kill the music.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Thank you.
I think we need to see the frog again to see if it was a horned frog.
It's not a horned
It
frog.
was actually Jared Wiley sitting in the background. That's all it was. I know, like it
turned it up again. Every time he's been asked to turn off the music, he turns it up first.
Thanks everybody jumping in as the Chiefs are about to make their final pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. We've been hanging out this entire time, having a wonderful time. Only 11 picks left. We have been here for every single pick of the draft.
We've been live for 7 hours and 18 minutes today.
7 hours, 18 minutes today, on top of over 7 hours total between the first 2 days. And, oh, by the way, thank you all so much for helping us raise nearly $11,000 for Therese Paylor's scholarship. Yeah, Maddie was like, oh, hey, yeah, we're just telling Maddie this now,
Yeah,
too.
by the way, we almost $11,000.
Craig has a mustache.
I have a
Yeah, we went down to
Craig-
mustaches.
You're loosely using the word "we."
I know. I've maintained this. I don't have it in a lot of ways.
buddy. You do have it.
Anyway, so Houston's pick has not been reported in. We still don't have the Buccaneers pick, but it does appear that the Chiefs are essentially back on the board.
You
Let's go.
Final selection in the
Great time.
2024 NFL Draft. Man.
For the
we have-
Chiefs, not the entire draft. You guys
That's
get to
true.
hang out here live for a while still.
Yeah, we do. It doesn't shut down, Kent. We still have another several picks after that, but
I mean,
we are going to record a podcast about the 7th round draft pick.
We are going to try.
We're going to try.
If we don't know anything about the 7th round pick,
That might be a little tough.
I made it deep into the 6th round where I text you guys.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Like, there's if if the Chiefs take Nick Gargiulo, the South Carolina center, how many minutes can we do on Nick Gargiulo?
Well, I think we can do at least 13 on how to pronounce his name.
I think Matty's got some nick in some of that in his bag. I think Matty's got some.
He's got some nick in his bag.
Yeah.
That's
It's a nick in the bag.
Oh, right.
Still waiting to hear
Chiefs
some of these last two picks.
Chiefs fans would really love Cody Schrader. I don't know if I love the move, but like I know a lot of Chiefs fans would really like a Cody Schrader pick here. So like
Chad
everybody
loves
seems to be
Cody
in on
Schrader.
running backs.
It's not
I don't
Devin
know.
Culp, though, because Devin Culp's a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just more that I've been talking about running back all day. I think another body in the room would be fine. Kent kind of ran through their depth chart, and I'm like, maybe I'm overvaluing that position a little bit more. Yeah.
Marcus Harris to the Texans.
All right, so the Chiefs are on the clock.
Hang on. Okay, go.
Thank you, everybody that's hanging out with us today. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock with the 248th pick in the NFL draft for this year. Final pick scheduled for the Kansas City Chiefs, sitting at 248. Their pick is already in. They are ready to roll.
Brett Veach is done.
Running back still available on the board out there, and that's really the last. That is kind of one of the last few things that they really haven't touched on. That we probably would have said, like, hey, would they go here? Would they do this? Couple running backs. They brought in Carson Steele for a 30 visit, I believe.
Yes, they did.
It looks like Andy Heck's on the phone, which would tell me that they are about to take an offensive lineman.
Yeah,
and if that's
no.
the case, Garrett Greenfield.
That would make some sense. I would like a Garrett Greenfield, maybe an Aneem Dankwa if they want to take another
Aneem Dankwa.
long offensive tackle.
I'll tell you what, if it's Nick Gargiulo, I'm gonna lose my mind. It's C.J. Hansen.
Oh yeah,
the guard out of Holy Cross.
Yeah,
that's another player that they had in for a 30 visit.
Yeah.
What do you know about C.J. Hansen, Matthew Lane?
He's he played versatility. Woo boy.
Versatility.
He was up and down the offensive line there for them at Holy Cross. The Chiefs brought him in. I think he's a guy that, shows some good movement skills. And we kind of talked about this. When you're looking at a later day 3 offensive lineman, you're just kind of looking for a singular trait or skill that pops. That just looks different because that's what you're going to bank on. You're going to bank on your coaching to come through and fix that. I think he kind of has that short area movement ability that is a little bit different than a lot of other guys that you're looking at in this range. So you get that into the room. That gets you impressed. You bring him in, you see if you can coach him along to turn him into a developmental kind of backup utility offensive lineman.
Yeah, a guy that was a captain, 3-year starting guard at Holy Cross. There's a level of competition there, but really looked like he displaced defensive tackles really well. Again, that short area stuff that Matty's talking about there, has some power, has good punch, has the ability to move a little bit in a phone booth. Maybe not a guy that's going to be a tremendous puller, but a guy that they obviously, this is a focus, interior offensive line. We talked about how they may not have a whole bunch of guys in 2025 on the roster. The Kansas City Chiefs is another swipe and another interior offensive lineman to try and insulate some of the losses they might see.
As we were going through talking about some of the scenarios and like stylistically how this team could approach the end of the draft, one of the things we said is maybe they just throw some more numbers at the offensive line. This is what they do. They get the 26th best tester since 1987 from an athleticism perspective.
Yeah.
So, 6'5", 300 pounds. So you're getting a bigger interior offensive lineman, but slender offensive lineman that tested through the roof. And you're getting a guy that played a lot of football, granted at a lower level, but 38 starts in his career. 0 sacks allowed in 2023. C.J. Hansen is your new Kansas City Chief, the last pick of the draft for the Chiefs, the guard out of Holy Cross. So now let's do this real quick. We'll grade the pick, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll grade the pick real quick. Maddie Lynn, give me a grade for the 248th pick in the NFL draft.
I like how Craig took my job and said that, a C is exactly adequate value for what you're looking at the last time you guys had to grade a pick. And with that in mind, I give this a C+. I think the athleticism can get it to the plus. I think they drafted a potential versatile developmental reserve interior offensive lineman. You can't reach at this moment in time. I don't know if there's an insane upside there, but he at least has, like I said, I really like his short area kind of has burst to that movement that he has. So there's something to work with there. I give it a C+, especially at this point in time in the draft.
Yeah, I give it a strong C. They needed more interior offensive linemen. I think some of the things that we've talked about where maybe one of their tackles kicks inside if they don't work out. Wanya Morris is your swing tackle because I don't think you take another interior guy and add it to the roster here if you don't feel comfortable about Wanya Morris being an offensive tackle for you. So it's just one of those things that kind of helps us give a little bit more clarity. A Hunter Norzad, now all of a sudden you've got a CJ Hansen that you're adding to the room. They needed some new blood, a new interior offensive lineman. So, I like the move. I think this is appropriate value for it, and we'll see where we go from here.
Yeah, if you look at the Chiefs' depth chart too, like they just don't even have great bodies to throw into the to their rotation.
Starters are great.
Starters are great, but as far as like depth and competition down there for rosterable spots, they really just didn't have a ton yet. I think that's the one thing is like just continuing to feel and what the Chiefs have done from an offensive line perspective largely today, like they've taken or just this week is they've been really intentional about taking some really strong athletic profiles with Kingsley Suamataia and CJ Hansen. These are both two developmental type players. But, I mean, Hansen's a guy they've done a lot of work on here.
Yeah.
This is a guy that they've spent a lot of time doing work on because they had him in for a 30 visit. And, sometimes those 30 visits can be to try to recruit players to come be undrafted free agents for you. That's one of the tactics that we use. And I've seen some names that have gone off the board here at the end of the 7th round that are players that the Chiefs have targeted as, maybe undrafted free agent types. Like I saw Jawan Briggs going off the board here a little bit earlier. And I'm sure you'll sweat out some players like a Carson Steele here in a little bit. Maybe hopefully he doesn't get picked in the next few picks, and the Chiefs can recruit him to come be
for sure
some of those type of players. But no, I like that they've just continued to add bodies to the line or to the offensive line room just to continue to give themselves depth and competition in that room. So. What does CJ Hansen have to do, really, I think, Maddie, to earn a spot on this 53-man roster by the end of the year? What does he have to show this team?
I mean, I think he has to play far above what you would anticipate a 7th-round draft pick playing like in year one, right? I mean, this is probably a guy that's competing more to make sure he gets to be on the practice squad.
Yeah.
If I were to guess, I don't know where the Chiefs have him, but I would think that this is a pick that the Chiefs are making here. They probably have a handful of players left that they all kind of like, that they want to bring in to compete for roster spots, for practice squad spots, but this is a guy that they really want to bring in and make sure somebody else doesn't sign him as an undrafted free agent. This is a guy they don't want to get into the contract, the negotiation war. That's what this pick's going to be. So whether or not he makes the roster or not, I don't think it matters necessarily. This is a guy they probably want to keep around for long-term development. If he makes the active 53-man roster, that's going to be super impressive, especially coming from Holy Cross. Have you guys watched that offense? Yeah. I don't even know. They barely have a forward pass in the playbook. So this guy doesn't have a lot of experience. Doesn't have a lot of experience with pass sets, right? So it's probably going to be a little bit of a journey for him to get there. But if it happens quickly, then that's good news.
Yeah, absolutely. And at times, watch a little bit of Holy Cross because we watch a little bit of Jalen Coker as well, but watch a little bit of CJ Hansen. But saw some times where he lost where there were strength issues and power issues. Those are not getting easier in the NFL. So I think the thing that we really need to see out of him in camp is a play strength thing. I think if you can live with the play strength, you can grow with him as a player. I think that's his easiest path to that because there is some athleticism there. He does have a really strong punch, but the ability to anchor against bull rushes, the ability to move and really push people around against an NFL level defensive tackle, that's what we got to see. But hey, 7th round draft pick, give that guy a whirl. Obviously, Andy Hex, they really liked him. So the Andys get their guy.
Tucker D. Franklin has a question here.
Yeah, I got a question to ask you guys. This is a 7th-round pick. You guys did mention usually these picks are used on guys that they want to prioritize, maybe in UDFAs. that they don't want to get into a bidding war with. How surprised are you that it comes to with this position, right? With the offensive line, we've seen them spend some capital in the offensive line this draft. Are you more surprised that it comes there, or like doesn't come to a running back maybe that they could have potentially got into a bidding war with in free agency?
I think that they feel comfortable doing the making that kind of move with the running back because they did it last year.
Yeah.
Offensive line with that kind of athletic profile, I get wanting to get out ahead of that, and also making it a cost-controlled situation because sometimes players that are higher priority free agents wind up making more money than, guaranteed money than they would have if they were a 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
So sometimes, it's cost savings. If the number's just getting too outrageous, then they might as well just draft you, because at that point you might, there's some undrafted free agents that will make more guaranteed money than some of the kids that were drafted at the end of the 7th round. So
I think it's a lot harder to ensure that you're going to get the 26th most athletic interior offensive lineman as an undrafted free agent than it is if you can just draft him, right? Like if you're looking through this and you're going like, hey, why would we go with this position and versus, something else that we maybe have a bigger need at given they've already drafted a guy, but you can only get so many like athletic offensive linemen are kind of hard to find. So if you're looking at one in the 7th round, just skip over the negotiation aspect, bring them in now. You can go negotiate with 5 different running backs that are probably at this point in time, just kind of like throwing darts at a wall to see which one is going to have like just that natural feel once you get to the next level.
And the Chiefs probably have a pretty good feel for that market already and knowing what player they need to take and what player
they've been
don't.
They've been talking to UDFAs for a little while now.
While we've been surviving a tornado, chasing frogs, and chugging seltzers, the Chiefs have been calling undrafted free agent targets, trying to secure them.
See, you make it sound like what we do is not as important as what the Kansas City Chiefs are doing there. And, well...
Wait.
Picture of the frog.
Picture of the frog.
CJ Hansen's the pick for the Chiefs from Holy Cross, elite athlete, interior offensive lineman. Congratulations to him on being the final pick of the Chiefs 2024 NFL Draft.
Whew.
We are so close, folks.
Let's hope they don't trade back in. Bo Peep Keys. Just call him the last pick.
Yeah, that was way earlier last time they did that.
I know.
Do you guys think that his career would have gone different if he would have gone by the proper name of Thacarius?
Thacarius, maybe.
The key.
I mean, are you going to throw, like, are you going to target Thacarius or are you going to target Bo Pete? Like, that's all you know about them. Which one are you trying to target?
I mean,
it's a great point.
Like, why are we dunking on Bo Pete? I like that.
He's in I believe he's in the UFL right now. I can't remember what team he's on, but he is definitely on a UFL roster.
So, who's on an NFL roster? You want to know who's on an NFL roster? Is Ladarius Henderson out of Michigan.
What's Jarius Monroe up to, you think? What do you think he's doing right now?
I think he's talking shit to somebody right now. That's what I think Jarius Monroe's doing.
and beating them in Madden.
Yeah.
Sanusi Kane from Purdue, the safety.
Oh, can you tell me about him?
Also on an NFL roster.
He's a safety out of Purdue.
Yeah. Tatum Bethune, the linebacker out of Florida State. Oh, no! The Chargers just took Cornelius Johnson.
Of course they did. Of course they did. Jim Harbaugh gets a guy that played for him in the 7th round.
He's better than Brendan Rice.
Whole lot of fun.
What'd they end up with on Michigan players? That's what I need to know now, actually.
I think it's just Cornelius Johnson and Junior Colson.
Yeah, just
that's it?
Yeah.
Ooh, hitting the hard under.
But yeah, Cornelius Johnson would have been a guy I would have been calling immediately. Well, okay, here's the thing. This is a very deep group of players. Is a large pool of players, not a deep group. This is a large pool of players that is going to be competing for spots on the active roster. And so if they aren't like trying to completely overload the receiver spot, I kind of get it because like they probably like a little bit of a Nico Remigio. They want to give a Justin Ross a chance. They have Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney on the roster currently. So like I get why they didn't draft another receiver a little bit. And
it's out of focus.
Yeah, it is.
Put your hand in front of it.
I wish you would have set it up for the frog cam.
Well, this is the bourbon cam.
Yeah, this is.
I got that.
Yeah, Cornelius Johnson going here is just one of those that, like, it would have been nice as a UDFA, but yeah, we'll see. I'm not mad at the Chiefs wide receiver room.
Did you see Tucker's face?
Yes, I did.
Why is this so close?
I love it.
That's what makes it.
I like that your chain's popping out too.
Yeah, I gotta let him know. Gotta let him know.
I'm
kind of
Hey,
Let him know
hey
what.
Tucker, can you switch to the camera real quick?
Which one? This
I
one?
have, yeah, your cam.
Yes.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Did people think that we were going to do it? Or did
They didn't think it could be done.
yeah.
They doubted us. They didn't think it could be done. And we did it. And frankly, they're sick. And they're tired. And they're fed up with us continuing to win and continuing to do everything that we said that we were going to do.
You can doubt the live stream.
No, Kent.
I know you guys are tired of talking about real draft stuff,
I
but
am
like
tired
I'm
of sitting.
I'm surprised Thule Griffin's still available. I'm surprised with all the new return rules, the fact that Anthony Gold
Yeah.
Tulu.
as he did.
Tulu or
I'm
Tulu?
surprised that he is still available. Tulu Griffin out of Mississippi State is still available because he's arguably the best return man. You know, he's right up there with Gold, who everybody kind of crowned as that. That was one that kind of sticks out to me.
I think the one that surprises me the most that nobody really took a shot on, even with character concerns, is Leonard Taylor.
And Leonard Taylor is the 254th pick in the end. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I just like the fact that he's still available right now. Like again, we sat and talked to Leonard Taylor. I like talking to Leonard Taylor, but man, there's got to be something else there because the tape does not align with him completely falling out of the NFL draft.
Everyone knows that one.
Yeah,
This is a guy
so
who
obvious.
the 4th ranked player coming out of high school. He's a 5-star recruit, the 4th ranked player in the country. And it's not like he got kicked out of school. It's not like he had a season-ending injury. He just wasn't as good his junior year, not his super senior year, his junior year at Miami. And
after they asked him to
undrafted.
put on weight and play nose tackle. I mean,
Right.
yeah.
Was he disappointing? Yes. He had a disappointing college career given being that ranked player. Yes, his athletic testing was very disappointing.
Hey, we got KT Leviston just came off the board to the Los Angeles Rams. Good for the K-State offensive lineman there. Good for him, man.
Ryan Bowler.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I'm
surprised. There's something's happened with Leonard Taylor. That
gotta be.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Maybe he said the F word too many times.
Oh, Tucker, you're never getting drafted then, buddy.
Maybe he couldn't catch him.
Sorry, Mom. Sorry for cussing.
Tucker,
Quick
my
rundown
kids
of
might be
Twitter.
watching.
She's not watching
Sorry,
Tucker. Yeah, Ryan Haas says running back in UDFA. Maybe I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kalen King.
Penn State corner
Once,
off the board.
If
to
you
Green
looked
Bay.
at this is no joke. If you looked at some of the consensus boards from January, Kalen King's a top 50 player still for them because.
Yeah.
And it's crazy, the fall of Kalen King, where like people were like, "Hey, way too early mock drafts, Kalen King." Really, just rough season this last year.
really rough.
Really bad tape,
And then he tested terribly.
Then tested bad. So the Packers are just drafting this guy because they're like, "Hey, maybe we can get him back to 2022."
Yeah. Was he that good in 2022, or was he just playing across from a very good corner for a very good defense, and it hid the lack of athleticism? I don't know.
It's a good point.
I really wish the NFL wouldn't make such a big deal about the
Mr. Irrelevant thing because
It'd
they
be
make
so
this.
cool. Just end
the
it.
sh-
Like
the
just
sh-
be done.
The show lasts 20 minutes longer because they have to do this whole presentation because a city in South Carolina wants to throw a parade for a guy that's never going to make the NFL unless it's Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
One guy. Ryan Suckup.
I was going to say, didn't the Chiefs draft a pretty damn good Mr. Irrelevant?
It's a kicker.
Yeah, that's what I
Hardly
said.
know her.
Tuck,
Sorry.
my friend.
Oh, big news, guys. CJ Hansen wore number 69 for
Tucker can't wear it now.
Pride game.
Tucker can't wear it as a UDFA now. I'm sorry,
They
Tuck.
they just
Wait, I just got drafted.
No, as a UDFA.
sounds like something the Jags would do.
I just got a call from the Jets.
The Falcons
don't
want
answer it.
the Falcons want Tucker to compete for the backup quarterback spot.
Actually, hey,
They're
Tuck,
looking for a future
Tuck,
past Michael Penix.
you might have a shot at that one. Go into that one.
That's fair.
QB money's good.
Michael Penix is 6 months younger than I am.
Debatable.
Are you left-handed?
No. Can be if they want me to be.
That's how I know he's
like
going to
that's
be a good quarterback.
might be
He's
their
willing
only-
to switch throwing hands.
For the team, for the good of the team.
Look, I'm just coachable. Incredibly coachable. Do whatever it takes for the team.
Yeah.
Just really want the team to get
Hey,
wins.
Tuck, I'm just hearing that people said that you couldn't do it. But
They said I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
They
We did
they
it.
said you definitely can't do it. They're doubting you right now.
Well, remember I said BJ earlier in the day said like, oh, we need 15,000 to get to over 100,000 for the Therese Paylor.
15. Okay.
15,000, yeah. It's to get to over 100,000 for
okay.
the total scholarship.
Yeah.
And I said, well, let's try to do it. And he's like, we're not going to get 15,000. I said, we don't if we don't try.
It's true. Tucker, did we get to 15,000?
I don't know.
We are going for 1 million concurrent on the stream right now.
We're going to try really hard.
Real hard.
I got to edit this podcast.
Hey, look who's off the board of the Denver Broncos. Ken, I would like for you to read this pick.
The Denver Broncos have selected Nick Gargiulo, the South Carolina center.
We were almost in we were in Nick Gargiulo territory when we came up with old CJ.
I'm glad they drafted a guy we watched.
Maddie, give us what you got on Nick Gargiulo.
Oh, well, first of all, I don't think you're pronouncing his name correctly, so I don't even know who we're talking about.
Gargiulo.
South Carolina center, buddy.
He's perfect.
Oh, my goodness. Never mind. I wish that
Wait,
they
have
would.
He looks like the bad guy in Despicable Me 3.
He's got my mustache.
Have you guys seen the picture of CJ Hansen?
Yes.
Yeah.
He looks like CJ Hansen who went to Holy Cross.
I tell you that he played 5 years at Yale before transferring to
Yes.
South Carolina, so he's an older prospect.
Yep.
That
Is
doesn't
true.
play that
I
much.
knew that.
Oh, he had some versatility.
He was
Played
a-
some left tackle, played some left guard.
Well,
He-
Yeah.
pretty highly sought after player in the portal. Probably. The New York Jets are irrelevant. And they are also
Tucker.
making the last pick.
They
Don't
also
answer
called
the phone.
me, but I
Don't
sent
answer the
them to
phone.
voicemail
Don't
because I
answer
don't
the
like
phone.
talking on the phone.
He's a big center. This fella's a big center. 6'5", 320 with 34-inch arms.
If they needed me, they could have just texted me.
Hey, he's a former tackle
would
from
have been drafted,
Yale.
but he doesn't like talking on the phone.
Just text me.
Yeah, your lifelong dream can be realized if you just pick up the phone and have a conversation.
Nope.
with-
No, I'm sorry. Not interested.
Andy Reid calls you, Tucker, you ready to be a chief? Yeah, I guess.
Coach, can you please text me instead? I work better in emojis.
Well, so does Andy, apparently.
You're one and the same.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, they're going to do this thing where they draw it out and they give someone a jersey and
Let's see if somebody tipped it. Well,
Rabbit?
former Western Kentucky quarterback Austin Reed is signing with the Bears. Quarterback competition?
yeah.
I forgot that we have to also sit here and watch Twitter for the next hour and a half to figure out who's getting the UDFAs.
We don't have to.
Not on live, but
Well, I didn't say that. The 49ers have
didn't.
signed Tanner Mordecai.
I wish you
don't know
guys
how he
I
got
wish you
signed.
guys could see how
What?
chill Tucker is right now.
Well, he's
it's
got a
just-
camera.
It's just this. He's got his phone. He's in his phone.
I'm reading about Keaton Slovis. Sorry.
Why?
I'm not going to tell you my nickname. For
Oh, here comes the irrelevant committee.
Big Slovis to Indy. Let's go.
Yeah, no, that's what I was reading. Oh,
Yeah, correct. Kent's going to get mad at us for talking about that.
Oh,
We need to hurry this up, Jets. I gotta pee.
I like how UDFAs are signing while they're still waiting for
Yeah.
Mr. Irrelevant to be announced.
I love it.
What if Keaton Slovis gets drafted?
I was about to say, what if Keaton Slovis gets drafted but he already signed?
The Jets already took a backup quarterback. They took Jordan Travis 3 rounds too early.
Oh,
And I
that's-
know he
they
got
have-
drafted in the 5th.
They
That's
have
what I
Aaron
meant.
Rodgers, so they already have their backup.
All right. Melanie Salata Fitch of the Irrelevant Committee has announced that the Jets are taking Jalen Key, the safety out of Alabama. There it is.
good
Jalen
question.
Key, safety out of Alabama, is the pick
Wait a second.
to end the 2024
Is the draft done?
NFL draft.
know what to
The
do with
draft might be
myself.
finished.
Whoa.
Ken, would you like to close us out, buddy?
I would.
Do we have any music?
Yeah, we need some music to close it out.
What are we thinking? Feeding the ducks?
Yeah,
I think we're feeding the ducks,
We're
buddy.
letting those. Yeah,
Let
There
the
it is.
ducks eat.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Maddie Lane, do you have any final thoughts before we move out of here?
You know, I think you guys did a great job. I was in and out. I had to come back home for a little bit. I was in and out of this this live stream a bit, but you two did a wonderful. Okay, the dancing's too much, so I'm just gonna let Craig take over now. You guys need
Craig
help.
Stout.
Maddie, I love you so much. Kent, I love you so much.
Love you too.
Tucker, I love you so much.
Love you too.
This was wonderful. Thank you all for watching. I love you all more
Let's come back again.
than I ever thought I could. Thank you for donating. Thanks for being a part of this. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is a lot of fun. And the fact that we get to raise money for a great cause means the world to us, obviously, by the fact that I've cried 2 damn times on this podcast already today. So, yeah, thank you. We love you. Send us home.
You all helped us raise nearly $11,000 for the Therese Paylor Memorial Scholarship. 3 Power Mizzou. Thank you. Thank you so much for leaning into this community that we're trying to build here at KC Sports Network, even when we post pictures of frogs and Tucker does cartwheels. And thank you.
Have you caught one of those frogs yet?
No, they're slippery suckers.
You got time. Stream can't end until you catch a frog.
Oh, I have to. Has to end. It
Yes, it
has
can.
to end.
What I will say is we'd love for you to come hang out with us tomorrow here at Holiday Distillery in this beautiful locale. Food, beverages, friends, good times. Let us know if you donated, and we'll thank you profusely for helping support the mission. But that is going to do it for our 2024 NFL Draft coverage. Tucker, please close us out with a picture of a frog. Thank you.
Love ya.
Look at Jared.